Okay, everyone. The topic on the table. Let's start with pros and cons of technology. Natalie, as a former English teacher and award winner of the London Learning Partnership, well done for that, actually. Tell us more about that later on. What's your take on technology?
So firstly, I would say that my take on technology is that EdTech is so much fun to use in the classroom. So if you've ever used a game show style quiz or kind of amazing Web 2.0 tools for collaboration and student creation of resources, you'll know how much fun it is, and just as an educator, how incredible it is to see the students do that. And we know from so much research that engagement is a very poor proxy for learning. So we can't kind of look to that entirely. But we know that engagement is really important and it's really positive. So we want our students to be enthused and engaged and to enjoy what they're doing in the classroom, and it's just really, really exciting.
Wow, I can see the passion of the subject. It's amazing. I can see why you're a winner now as well. Al, what about assessment for learning? Where does a technology kind of fit in with that landscape?
That's a good one. We're probably building a little bit on what Natalie said. I mean, we always start by having that kind of conversation that says there's a huge place for tech, but it's not the panacea to everything, and it doesn't replace great teachers. You've got to start with good teachers and use tech as an enabler. And I think tech in the classroom particularly has changed quite a lot in the last few years. And traditionally tech was seen almost as a behaviour management tool. It was simply technology that controlled students' use of devices, that lock, stop and block culture. And now it's moved on much more, as Natalie's alluded to, where technology actually can facilitate more effective assessment of learning and progress in the classroom. And there's kind of different levels. So one level is tools that allow you to do surveys as part of your plenary so that you can evidence progress, that you can use assessment tools, so you can use certain strands of AFL, basketball questioning and developing topics so that you can actually gauge. And lots of those things are really teacher friendly because you don't have the upfront prep. You can do it on the fly, and if it's verbal but you're capturing electronically the responses, you can also deliver your differentiation on the fly as well. So it's a good time-saving tool. But there's also trends that are moving now that says, well, what about things like flipped classrooms and the idea that you push that learning back out of the classroom. So technology within the classroom, you can create things like student journals, digital journals. Here's the resources you need to take away, here's the content you need to look at, here's some of the things we've already discussed, now take them away and bring them back. And then you add an extra strand, which is if all the children have got this evidence in a digital context, you can start to engage with peer assessment. You can actually empower kids to get involved themselves and pull those things back. And I suppose the final bit that I always try to think about as well is it's not just the written and visual, there's also the audio side of things. When I was at school, language labs were quite a common feature, and they're not there so much now. But actually lots of the subjects we teach now are about spoken and listening, whether it's our typical languages, but even within an English context. So EdTech's a way that a teacher can actually listen in to what children are doing when they're using all the fantastic resources that are now available to learn languages and skills online and actually capture good exemplars to share with other students. So I think you pull them all together and suddenly you've got this wealth of potential tools. If they're used right, if people can get hold of them and actually understand how to deliver them, and that's the big barrier. If a teacher says it's going to take me 5 minutes to launch this technology to empower it, then that 5-minute window doesn't normally exist. It's going to be too long to keep attention of kids. But if you can get past that and make it easy to use and deliver all those benefits, then I think now it's absolutely a huge, and it's something that I don't think teachers can ignore.
No, and I've wanted to get past that barrier that you've just talked about there, and empowering young people so they can record their own pupil voice themselves, bypassing the member of staff who may be one of the blockers or barriers to successful use of technology in the classroom. All too often I hear young people are complaining that they're having to wait for the teacher in charge because their skills are just basically not up to the job.
Or the technology isn't up to the job. That's a fair balance.
Interesting point, but I think that pupil-led inquiry, young people getting on with it themselves, and a scenario, a perfect example would be a radio station. So kids broadcasting, running with it themselves, recording their experiences, doing all of this with very little educator intervention. I think it's a really exciting kind of portfolio there, but it plays very nicely into English, kind of, you're not writing for the page anymore, you're writing for an oral performance. And I think we miss that enormously because
but a lot of people, you use the example of your radio station, a lot of educators don't see how that fits in terms of empowering students for planning and critical thinking
Yeah.
and delivery. And I think that's part of it, is you can't look at the technology in isolation. You have to look at it about what that might empower for both staff and students.
And management, I think, is an important issue, and you've just touched on it there as well. How can schools manage a huge swathe of technology now? And it's not just, that language labs are lovely, and a computer lab would also feature in the same kind of category for me. But there's so much. It is a really huge smorgasbord of technology now. How do teachers, how do educators, how do senior leaders go about managing that these days?
Well, I think the starting point is people look at new technology and say, how are we going to deliver it? And there's actually a wind back a step. How do you know about your full IT estate that you already have? What is the technology that's in your school or your trust? And if you know what's there, surely the first question is, how effectively is it being used? Is it deployed in the right places? We've all walked into schools and seen there's loads of dusty PCs at the back of a classroom, and yet somewhere else in the building you've got a business studies team that are desperately trying to get devices so they can consume information as part of a coursework. So I think one sense is, step back one, what have you got? Is it being effectively used? And once you're comfortable it's effectively used, you can deploy it in the right places. And then the next one is sustainability. A lot of schools we saw a good few years ago were, keen to get iPads and so on, but often when it came to the refresh cycle, there was absolutely no way within the current budgets that schools are dealing with that they could afford any kind of refresh on hardware and so on. So it's got to be sustainable. And then there's a final bit, which I think everyone's already touched on a little bit in the conversation, which is with so many different platforms available and different options, you've got to make sure you've got continuity of content across them, because otherwise you deliver, Chromebooks, iPads, Windows Desktop, MacBooks, and suddenly you've got all these fantastic tools. But where's the budget for the teacher training to allow them to move seamlessly across all these different platforms, let alone a conversation I know that's dear to all our hearts, all the potential safeguarding risks that appear once you start talking about all these different devices that aren't being effectively managed. So the starting point is to have that clear view of all of your IT estate and then build out from there.
Let's ask Natalie now. How did you ensure that the technology was being used effectively in your classrooms?
For me, I was working in a sixth form context, so I was really focused on bridging the gap between school and university. So looking at loads of edtech tools that would help, like citation generators, that would help cultivate independent learning practices, help with their essay writing skills, kind of giving them that kind of transition to the next step.
You touched on an interesting point though, Nat was saying there, which is sometimes schools and teachers are looking at all this technology, but there isn't any investment for the infrastructure. So all these great ideas, but the Wi-Fi is not there, the back end of investment isn't there, and often the context is individual teachers are saying, I want this, and lots of these things are really data heavy. So there's also that balance, which is, it's not a bad thing as a teacher to say, I want to do this, but actually on reflection, it doesn't work for me. That's far better than investing and then trying to justify it, and that's where the problem goes in terms of funding.
But that's also about policy as well. So you and I kind of thinking, well, bring your own device kind of technology, we just kind of whip a kind of, well, set this up there, have that, bring a, but
I'm thinking of it as a governor, I'm thinking about, you've got to evidence that every pound public money spent is actually having an impact.
Yeah, definitely.
Impact's a word that everybody wants to mention, and yet it's very easy on one hand, I love tech, to be able to celebrate and push all this great technology, but it's got to work.
Yeah.
And for every pound you spend on technology, you've got to think about training, and you've got to think about all the guidance in terms of how you deliver it safely and effectively.
Definitely. How feasible is it? How sustainable is it? How does that work for the kind of the teachers on the ground, rather than some kind of highfalutin idea of what tech should look like, which I think I very much bought into, particularly when you go around kind of fairs like the Bet Fair and you think, oh, I really want to do this with my class because it's working so well in other classrooms, but thinking kind of what's effective for the context in which I'm teaching and my learners. Exactly as Al said, I think that's really important, kind of what's realistic. Let's be pragmatic here. Brilliant. What can we do?
Great. Let's bring Mark in on the conversation now. 10 years experience in the classroom, now a world famous ICT evangelist, you're out and about everywhere. Your practice whilst you were in the classroom, how did you ensure that technology was being used?
Well, it's 20 years, so double the experience.
Wow, amazing. My expectations are...
I'm younger than I
You
look.
look so young.
I know, it's amazing. Grecian 2000.
Other products are available, viewers.
It was different, you know. When I was a classroom teacher, you know, I was very much on top of what I wanted to try and achieve in my classroom based on the access I had that was available to me. But then when I was a senior leader, what became much more apparent to me that it was really important, 'cause we'd have people sort of shining a spotlight on different types of ways of working with technology in their classroom. But one teacher choosing to use, let's say, Google tools, another teacher choosing to use Microsoft tools, all the rest of it. You know, that might be really helpful to that teacher in that classroom. But like Natalie was saying, my sort of starting point is always with the students. And actually, you can get much more efficiencies and economies of scale when you start thinking with a much bigger overview as well. And that comes to managing devices, thinking about CPD, all that sort of stuff. And quite frankly, you know, I'm a secondary teacher, although I work with schools across the sort of age ranges now. But you know, children, particularly at GCSE and A level, they've got enough to be remembering without Henry's way of working, without Russell's way of working, without Al's way of working. You know, if you've got a consistent approach, whether that be through Office 365 or Google Suite or whatever it is you choose to use. And quite frankly, it doesn't really matter. It's like Bananarama said, what you do is the way that you do it. It's really important to sort of keep it, you know, consistent, so that the school can then plan for the future to make it sustainable, know what the roadmap is. If people are doing things here, there and everywhere all over the place, it becomes much, much, much more difficult to be strategic about how you're going to move your school forward with this digital vision. And that for me was the sort of awakening I had when I moved from being a teacher to someone with a much, much wider purview. So yeah, getting that consistency of approach and getting the infrastructure right. You talked about when the Wi-Fi goes down. Yeah, another big issue as well is around teacher confidence of using technology. And you know, if you went into any school today and spoke to a teacher and said, look, you plan to use some ed tech in your lesson tomorrow, but thing is Ofsted are coming in. Is that teacher going to be more or less likely to choose to use the technology?
Yeah.
And that's a direct reflection then of how secure they are in the infrastructure and the facilities they got available to them in the classroom. And that's one of the sort of the key sort of questions I ask, really, to see whether or not the school is where they either think they would like to be or whether they are where they want to be.
I'd like to know where you went for your advice before you were available to give that. Where did you go?
Well, I was involved in one of the first sort of big one-to-one mobile device deployments, and when we were doing that, there weren't really anybody else certainly not in our local authority, and not really in the southwest. Full stop. And so we turned to social media. And I was talking to schools in the States. I was talking with Dr. Fraser Spears at his school up near Glasgow. You know, where they've been doing this sort of thing already. And what was really nice at the time, you go on social media these days, and it's like everyone's the best teacher in the world. No one ever has a bad lesson. The resources are always amazing with 15,000 retweets, you know. But actually we were saying, do you know what, we tried this and it didn't work.
Yeah.
And that was so helpful to all those other schools that were trying to, you know, that were in the same position. Is it Air Server? Is it Reflector? What's all this? And we worked things out together. And that's where I went, really. You know, people say lovely things about me and like my abilities with technology. I'm a business graduate. So how is it I've been able to sort of train myself up? How is it I can teach A-level computing? And that's another element of the work that I do as well, supporting staff in sort of, and I hate to use sort of buzzwords, but developing a growth mindset about how you approach, how you use technology. You know, it isn't going to work first time. You mentioned this morning somebody got in touch with you asking you how to open their Gmail. You know, have you tried using Google? There's a lovely GIF or GIF, whichever way you look at it, on Twitter and what have you, that you can use. And there's a guy going, Google it. Google it.
Indeed.
Google it. And that's something else as well, you know. And yeah, so confidence, infrastructure, sustainability, reaching out, asking for help, not seeing that as being a sign of weakness, but seeing it as being a sign of strength to actually go, we don't know exactly what we're doing, but we want some help, please. You know, that's the way that modern educators work, I see. And those people who tend to have those open conversations where, actually, I don't know everything, actually, I could do with some help, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something which is...
That's the growth mindset, isn't it? That's part of the process.
And that's so reassuring as well
Yeah.
to the educator on the ground, who are thinking, okay, ICT evangelist is fallible, therefore I can be too.
Yeah.
And that's hugely reassuring.
But technology changes, I'll come to you just a second. Technology changes the whole dynamics of the learning exercise.
Yeah.
I remember a conversation with a science teacher, had had a perfectly good lesson, heating up some baked potatoes, sticking a thermometer in there and just basically charting the cooling graph of a potato. Well, along these Logit devices and just shoved the sensor in there, and actually that was the worst lesson in her life, because the kids now all of a sudden have nothing to do.
Yeah.
The process is happening, the logger's just kindly doing 50,000 samples a second and the graph is looking really smooth. But the kids have nothing to do. And I think, and when she told me this, I thought, well, why didn't you find something else for the children to do that engaged them during this process? And that isn't about the technology, that's about pedagogy and the learning dynamics and the setup for the classroom. And I think all too often the technology comes galloping in and colleagues just don't have the confidence, you talked about confidence, or the comfort factor to go with it or find something new and exciting.
And so, again, a pedagogy first approach to thinking about how you use stuff. Giving the exact same example of a science experiment measuring temperatures and what have you. You know, I've seen some awesome lessons where the children are still doing the experiments around the classroom, but they're feeding their results into a Google form. Well, the teacher's got a Google spreadsheet up on the board. It's already set the chart, and as each child keeps adding in their different temperatures over time, what have you, on the Google form. So the chart updates on the screen, and that means that you're focused. It takes away the secretarial. Children aren't sitting there, you know, drawing tables. For some children, it might be their entire lesson drawing just that table, recording nothing.
Okay.
You know, and removing that and using technology in a purposeful way that draws them straight into where they're going to be looking at that chart on the board so they can start inferring analysis of their hypotheses and so forth and so on. That's where technology can be much, much more powerful. But that comes from, there's a framework called TPACK, the Technological Pedagogical Content Knowledge Framework. And the idea is, it came from an older thing called PCK, where you marry your pedagogy and your content knowledge, and good teaching and learning happens there. But
Yes.
Kohler and Mishra came along and said, well, let's add technology into the mix.
Yes.
And it's about thinking, yes, we start with what we're trying to teach and how we teach, but then how can technology move that on that step further? And so that Google Forms example, which can be done with Microsoft Forms and, you know, other tools are available, having that sort of more masterful approach to how you approach use of technology along with your pedagogy is what's missing in many of the schools I work with.
So Al, how do we tie all of that together?
Well, I mean, I'm just building on that point. I mean, one thing we've seen, which ties in with the point Mark was making, and that example of the forms is quite good, but that strand develops, and it's using technology, things like gamification, the way that you can actually have that engagement where there's actually a challenge for the students, but you bring it again together as a central point, so you kind of got that feedback. But all these things come to one strand, don't they? Which is, you know, and I think Mark's encapsulated it perfectly. You have this practical application where technology can actually empower teaching, and more importantly can really engage and motivate students and develop their learning. But you have to kind of treat it as these three strands. You've got to have that technology, you've got to have the training and the CPD for teachers to empower it, and you've got to have some kind of joined up thinking so that there is this degree of consistency, so that you haven't got different classrooms. And now, of course, schools are coming together through different processes, particularly into trusts, and you've got different preferences, and it's how you bring that together so that the students first. The students are not having to think about what the technology is, they're able to utilise its functionality. And I think that's the next step, isn't it?
It should just be part of your teaching and learning toolkit. And same for the children. Just like you'd expect a child to turn up to school with a pencil, a ruler, a protractor, a compass, all those things, you expect them to have some sort of digital technology, whether it's a BYOD scheme where they've got something like this or something like this or something even bigger. You know, what a school chooses to use, like I said, it doesn't really matter what they choose to use. It's important that whatever they choose to use, there's some joined up thinking about how you can support students, staff and the local community, and how you can make the most of it to empower learning and keep things focused on the children.
And we need to start that conversation with lots of schools that are still prohibiting young people from bringing in better technology than the schools got on the desktop. And for me, that's just, you know, a game you cannot afford not to play. You've got to be in there with this kind of stuff. Kids have got better technology, got faster broadband at home. But they still need guidance, they need help, and they need directing. And that's kind of the job for educators.
And you can't disagree with Bananarama. I mean, that's important. We've got to make sure we stick on
And
that.
they're back,
You know?
they're back.
Well,
The
you know,
80s are back.
Well,
They are so back.
I feel at home. So
Hey, that's
thank you for
brilliant.
that. Yeah.
It's really good. We've been chatting to Natalie Nazati. Thank you so much indeed. Mark Anderson and, of course, Al Kingsley. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's turn our attention to the topic of safeguarding and e-safety, a real hot topic at the moment, with digital citizenship really creeping in, although a bit of rhetoric going on in government areas about how we're going to solve those issues. But we've got some real good experts around the table, and a great opportunity to bring Alan McKenzie into the conversation and Henry Platten here. Alan, if I can start with you as an e-safety expert, what should schools be doing to protect themselves at the moment?
To protect themselves, or?
Well, the school, the kids, the young people, the whole enterprise.
Well, I think firstly the whole concept of e-safety and digital citizenship, as in some ways it is moving to, actually it's always been there. We've just called it something else.
Indeed.
So I'm always a fan of, what we call it really doesn't matter. For example, I call myself e-safety advisor because that's just marketing. That's literally that's all it is. The reality is that I don't do an awful lot of safety. I do an awful lot of digital citizenship. So, what we call it really is irrelevant. And I think that this whole rhetoric that you say is going on is in some ways damaging. In some ways, because the reality is that schools have been doing this for a long time, and specialists like myself are out there just to help schools further in doing that. So in regards to what should schools be doing, there's been a huge focus really over the last few years that we should be doing more and more and more, and schools should be doing more and more and more. There's a couple of problems with that. One, schools are already top heavy with what they're trying to do. So how do you prioritise the priorities? That is a huge issue for schools. So for schools, I always say to them, don't do more, just try and do better. That's the big thing. And we know from the fantastic research that come out from people such as Professor Sonia Livingston from the London School of Economics, that one of the big keys to all of this is good digital skills and good parental engagement. It's the secondary, it's the latter, which is the biggest problem that we see now and we have seen for years, and that's one of the biggest challenges ahead. We can give children and young people in schools good digital citizenship skills, but we need to be replicating that with the parents, who are sometimes, quite often, turned off by the technology. And that indeed leads into one of the other challenges, is making people realise that this isn't a technology issue. Technology is just the mode of transport. That's all it is. But sometimes it can, of course, be the hidden issue because you're not seeing it. So there are lots and lots of different challenges in there. I'm a great believer in keeping things simple. A lot of the strategies, or some of the strategies, to be fair, you see some of it coming out of government and some of the bodies, they're overly complicated. They're far more complicated than they need to be. They're these are surrounded by umbrellas of big words and huge policies and everything else. Actually, if you keep things simple, they work an awful lot better. And going back to what we were saying previously in regards to confidence of teachers as well, actually, if you keep things simple, teachers become more empowered themselves, and then they can start, giving across those really, really important messages to the children and young people as well. When you bring in the other elements, such as what does a school need to do, schools obviously have to do a lot of things. There are the statutory aspects of that, of course, which is the safeguarding aspects. There's very, very important, such as your child sexual abuse, exploitation, your bullying, all sorts of other things as well. So schools have got to have lots of different tools in place. The biggest tool is always the mouth, and that's up there. It's how we're engaging with the students. It's how we're engaging with the pupils. That is the most important one by far. But of course, we have to have technical tools in place as well. Those technical tools, arguably, are not always to protect the children. They can quite often be used to protect the school as well. Because you don't want people searching on inappropriate, slants, illegal type material. So there's a certain protection in there for the school also. What I think is incredibly important in all of that is all of those bits, all of those elements need to be working together. And that's the biggest element of all, is this whole collaboration with all the different elements and being involved in it.
Brilliant, and that's a great opportunity now to turn to Henry Platten. You've had a lifetime in security services and the founder of eCadets and Bubble. How are you addressing this as a particular risk?
Well, I think that there's some very interesting points which Alan's mentioned there, and when you look at the whole environment and the backstory of online safety or e-safety, Traditionally, it's come from one standing point and one sole standing point, and that's fear. So you have fear of parents in terms of what's out there in the activity of the children. You have fear from school leaders and governing bodies in terms of what's the school doing to protect itself and then to protect the children. And fear, unfortunately, has been played upon by people in the past, which actually all it simply does is then scare people even more. Whereas actually it should be seen as an enabler to open up discussions, and as Alan rightly says, use the voice, use the head. Let's use a common sense approach. I think that's one of the things which has been missing in the past, is that common sense. So, for example, when looking at the education for young people, why do most people start with online safety education in secondaries? Behaviours have already been formed. So actually what you need to do is start to look younger. So, for example, the work that we do actually starts with 3-year-olds, because it's at that stage when they're starting to pick up the device and start to use the technology, that's when we need to start teaching them how to be safe. Obviously, you tailor the messages accordingly because you have to, but if you wait too long, the horse has already bolted and the behaviours are already formed. And as Alan rightly says, it's not the technology, it's the behaviour. That's one of the key influences. The other thing as well, which in my opinion has been missing and was missing historically, was the fact that we were talking to young people and we were trying to advise and educate them on certain aspects of online safety, but it was adults talking to kids. My first computer was an Atari 2600. It had a strip of plastic wood on the front of it. It was a beaut. It was loved it to bits. But why and how can I, as an adult, stand there and talk to a child when they're already looking, at PlayStation 5s, and how they're going to evolve coming out in the future, when there is such a disconnect? And realistically, when you look at adults trying to teach kids about online safety, it doesn't work. There will be a short window of time where it has some kind of an impact, but then realistically, is it going to have a change in behaviours? Is it going to have an impact in terms of their life and their understanding? And no is the answer. So for us, in terms of moving the debate on, the reason why eCadets was created was actually to have a team of children in a school who you can then empower and educate and train to then help their peers. Because children helping children is far more impactful routes. Then again, you can go full circle in terms of, and exactly as Alan said, you have to look at online safety solutions as the whole school environment. So everything from the filtering service that you have to the training for teachers and support staff, the training for parents, the training for the children. So you can't look at one bit in isolation. One of the areas that you can start to then move on to, which links in with digital citizenship, and dare I say, change the term to actually become digital leadership. So it's actually how can the children then help to support the educators, but also help to support the parents at home. And just like we were saying in the first conversation, when looking at ed tech products, personally, and certainly has come through from developing GoBubble now to actually developing a piece of software, I think there's a responsibility and a burden on ed tech developers, ed tech producers, which not everyone from experience signs up to. And I think that responsibility should be, when looking at the minimum viable product, which every developer looks at, yes, they're always saying, okay, MVP, does it work? Does it actually fit into the environment? Okay, yes, that has to be one strand of a minimum viable product. But for me, when looking at EdTech, there are two other strands which are commonly missed. One is, does it actually fit into teaching? So have you engaged with teachers? Have you involved children to actually prove that it works? But then the third strand is it making people safer than anything else that's currently out there?
Yes.
If you're simply creating something quick and cheap and easy to fill a gap, then that third strand is not going to be met. And actually, you're moving the whole industry and the whole support for children back a step, as opposed to moving it forward.
Absolutely right. Alan, how do we influence policy? Because a lot of this would have either come from the local authority, or in the cases of MATs now, they're coming from executive head teachers, they're coming from crusty old folks, for want of a better term here. How do we affect policy?
That's a good question, Russ. Policy is being affected. The trouble is that there seems to be, everyone seems to be putting their oar in, if that makes sense.
Yes.
For example, you've got DCMS always talking about it. You've got Ofcom that is talking about these issues. You've got UKCCIS talking about these issues. And there really just doesn't seem to be, I mean, Children's Commissioner is quite rightly getting involved.
Yeah.
there doesn't seem to be any working together. There's no collaboration. Different people are coming out with different ideas, different priorities, and it's making the whole area grey and complicated, which frustrates schools, which frustrates parents. At the end of the day, that's what we're working for. We're working for the children, you know, and as part of that is the parents and the schools.
Yeah.
So these grey areas have got to be taken away. There needs to be a focus on things like national strategies, things that actually work. You know, not things that we assume to work, things that have been proven to work, proven to have an impact. I think one of the problems that we have currently, and we've had in the past, and this is by no means disrespectful to any person or organisation, is that we make an awful lot of adult assumptions about what's going wrong with kids. And do you know what? On the most part, the kids are all right. They are. I travel to hundreds of schools every year, and for the most part, the kids are all right. One area which frustrates the hell out of me, quite honestly, is the continual focus on those kids that are all right, yet not focusing on what we very loosely call vulnerable children. What are those vulnerabilities? Why are those vulnerabilities? And they're the areas that we need to be targeting the most, and yet we're not doing that from a national perspective. That's where we need to be targeting.
No, and it's that advice that I'm particularly interested in. I mean, the police do an amazing job, but just recently on Facebook, Simon Finch, a colleague known to all of us, was highlighting a particular case where we've got a picture of some children, completely identified with their school, holding up a piece of paper. How far can this message go? Well, we all agree that this was something that was done in the 2009s and really doesn't need to be repeated now. Honestly, there are better ways, perhaps using some Google tools, which we could achieve the same objective with. But, you know, some people in the protection industry had said, hold on a minute, this isn't modelling good practice. And back came the local police force and said, we've made inquiries, a long investigation, and I don't know why I'm doing a stern voice at all here, but it seems to be fitting anyway. We've all considered all the facts, and we have parental consent for these children. Well, hold on a cotton-picking minute here, because you've missed the point entirely. Do those children really understand what they were buying themselves into when the adults decided to do that? And that is not modelling good practice. So where can people go, even when the people we trust, we put our trust in to police and secure us, don't even have the best advice here? Where do schools go?
I think one of the main areas for schools, which again goes back to the earlier discussion, schools can always talk to other schools. There is perhaps a commonly held belief that schools should always, you know, reach out and look, you know, far wider. Well, actually, just look at your own cluster or look at your own map that you're in. You know, where's the best practice that's being shown by schools close to you and that share a similar footprint to yourself. I think as well, any solution that schools reach out to and use has to be flexible. Saying that there is one rule, which is a standard rule, does not work in one school to another one that might be 200 yards down the road. It has to be flexible to fit the needs of the children and the vulnerabilities that those children have, as well as the local issues. I think as well, when looking at policy and going back to that, the voice of the child, which obviously I know is something that we are all sort of very closely linked to, is missed from that policy debate as well. That, you know, that children have great understanding and have an awareness and appreciation that I think at times nationally we don't give them credit for.
No.
And I think that's saddening, because children can give such fantastic ideas and such wonderful and beautiful solutions to problems, which at times as adults we can overthink.
No, absolutely. Let me just bring Al in here. Now, as a governor, where are you going for your advice? Where could you go for your advice?
Well, I think.
Where are you going for your advice?
When I talk personally, and I chair a trust as well as a local governing body, most people's first point of call is their peers. Whether that is other school heads within the school, the head leadership group, as governors, there's a governor leadership group. Yeah. But also, obviously, I have the luxury of having people in my sphere that I can communicate with and learn from,
sure.
and many are sat around this table right now. And the point is, the information is out there. It's how you disseminate down what is good. And I remember us talking earlier, and one of the conversation points was people are quick to post success online, but rarely post their failures. And actually, it's the failures you learn from. And more importantly than ever, when it comes to topics like e-safety and safeguarding, is you can't afford to make too many mistakes. So you want to hear about where people have tried something that hasn't worked, that allows you to have confidence in the next step. And that's why fundamentally it's right. People who have that specialist experience, schools shouldn't be afraid to recognise, although there are some fantastic DSLs and safeguarding leads in schools and we want to empower them, it's not a sign of weakness to look outside for extra advice and a steer, because it lets your fantastic resource internally work. And whether it's people or technology, it always comes back to empowering the people you've got to do their jobs better.
Absolutely.
And that's the kind of the strand, isn't it?
Bringing Natalie and Mark back into the conversation now, where are you advising your clients and customers and schools to go to?
Well, in this sort of regard, I've got a bit of heritage with student digital leaders, and linking into what you were saying, Henry, the eCadet scheme is a really great way of empowering and giving children really sort of targeted ways to learn more about online safety and how they can be strong digital citizens. And I've used student digital leaders not just for online safety with parents and teachers and what have you as well, but for helping train them with EdTech as well. And I can organise as many after-school drop-in sessions for colleagues as you like, but actually, when an adult is working with a child, it's so non-threatening. It's so helpful. The children are so eager to help. The teacher doesn't have that automatic barrier that, oh, I'm sat with Mark, he's the expert, he knows everything, all the rest of it. And it works so brilliantly across the board. And what I'd like to see in the future, talking about hearing about policy and what have you, there are so many student ambassadors, you can label them however you want to,
Of
but
course.
student ambassadorship type groups,
Sure.
around technology. A few schools have held some sort of national conferences where sort of student digital leadership groups have got together and what have you. But I'd like to see government recognising that work that's going on and offering a more formalised structure for it around the whole big picture, because student voice is so important. Whenever I'm working with schools that are looking to develop their deployments of technology and what have you, it's not just a case of listening to your teachers. It's a case of listening to your governors, your local shopkeepers. Everybody should be involved, and the most important people in all of that is going to be the children. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be them who's going to be using it in the classroom. And whilst they might not be best placed to make adult judgments, they're certainly best placed to give us their point of view, which is, we are their customers after all. Some people might not like that kind of turn of phrase, but we're all in the business of helping young people, do better in the world than they otherwise would. That's why teachers get into teaching, and so that's what I'd like to see. And I think, maybe a structured certificate that children can get when they leave school, something that recognises far more than we see in the computing curriculum, which is paid lip service to so much.
Sure.
I'd like to see, particularly in secondary, I'd like to see something that takes on board the views of students much, much more.
Good. Natalie, as a regular contributor to the TES and the Huffington Post here, how often does this topic come across your desk?
Not so often, to be quite frank. And it's really refreshing to hear this kind of conversation happening, because I think it's really important to empower students to have a voice in kind of what they're doing and help educators to see the issues here. So that's really important to kind of bring this to the forefront and have us all contribute.
Do you think the industry could do more for subject heads and colleagues in your previous role?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that there were kind of major chunks of my own CPD kind of missing from kind of wider safeguarding issues, and it's something that I always wanted to hear about. And like Mark said as well, kind of being afraid to make mistakes, and there's parallels here between kind of the EdTech world and the e-safeguarding world, kind of being kind of empowered or brave enough to say, I'm not quite sure what's going on here. And we know that within schools or colleges, kind of individually, that safeguarding officers are under huge pressure, and to kind of bring this back to the teachers and kind of empower them and empower their students to kind of be honest about what they're facing and going through.
Sure. Al, just to close this topic off now, what do we have tool-wise available to us in the marketplace? What could we do?
Well, I suppose the starting point is the most powerful tool we have has already been raised. It's about eyes and ears and people being empowered to make decisions. Obviously, vendors like myself, we look first and foremost, I know one of the frustrations that often educators share is product design that comes from being education-centric, speaking to. So there are solutions available, including from ourselves, where there is a focus on empowering teachers with information. And you start by engaging with teachers, with safeguarding leads, with local authority safeguarding leads, and absolutely students. And I've spent plenty of time sitting, talking with students. And in terms of safeguarding, and you're looking at things like strands of topics, the obvious thing we think about is when we immediately think prevent tutoring, we think about those turns of phrases that might empower staff for quick intervention to avoid a child being at risk. But in reality, there is such a broad topic. It's more often likely to be bullying. Perhaps it's secondary. It might be in terms of body image issues for girls that we're trying to identify that then becomes a catalyst. So the starting point is identifying what those potential signatures, for want of a better word, are that could indicate there are challenges. So there are tools available that say, look, we can see now that this group of students, including identifying your vulnerable children that Alan talked about, these children are researching these topics, this could perhaps indicate a sense. Then it's about adding context to empower. So there are tools that, alongside looking from an internet point of view and a chat point of view, that say what applications are being used and at what time of day. And it's the storyline. Certain keywords in the context of an Excel spreadsheet will have different implications to within a chat room at a certain time of day, but more importantly, it's what's surrounding that conversation. And then there's this bit about empowering goes beyond just giving this intelligence to teachers and leaders to intervene. How do we empower the kids? So one part is to give children a chance to report a concern, one chance to communicate to a trusted resource. And often that person isn't necessarily the person that they see every morning in front of the class. There'll be different reasons why they have confidence. And that doesn't exist just in the school. It's, you know, as Henry's explained, that follows on. It's a complete cycle irrespective of that age group in terms of that. And then also that last part of digital citizenship is giving students both ability to share and communicate with their peers, but also to access appropriate content and resources. So again, a good solution should provide resources that children can go to. We know at secondary, for example, the obligation is on schools to have information about FGM and other topics that's always accessible in different locations for all the students. But rarely do we think about bringing that back to a central point on a desktop or a tablet that says we can bring that together and empower, where there isn't that peer pressure or that stigma associated. Because sometimes the real challenges are about the social pressures at home, that sense of competing or being part of an identity with a broader image. And so, you know, for me, it's the perfect journey to have a background working in schools from a personal point of view as a governor, and seeing technology evolve that absolutely works together. But it is that thing of technology only works if it's developed from the educator and the child's perspective back up.
And continually is implemented, because
it's a constant cycle, and we all sit here, but we know there are so many other feeders, whether it's the IWF, SEAL, there's so many other resources. And much like technology, every day there is something new. Sometimes positive, and sometimes there's new papers, there's new research, which we might not necessarily buy into or agree.
Absolutely right, couldn't agree more. So is there a central place, just to kind of wrap this topic up for colleagues around here, is there a central, it would appear to me that there are some official central places that colleagues can go to for advice, but actually asking one's immediate professional learning network would be a first.
I'd read Alan's Ditto magazine, his resource that gives you a great thing. I mean, that's a great way where I can pick up information quickly.
Twitter is an enormously powerful resource as well. Also validating credibility and just looking at about what other people say about other people to kind of get a, you know, it's like the, you know, the rating system, the TripAdvisor of the expert. It's kind of a good measure.
It is, but this idea now about actually let's bring, rather than this round the table as adults, you know, the approach that's now being presented about let's get kids in the forefront to be those kind of ambassadors and empower them to actually lead the discussion. I think that's a fantastic opportunity as well. And so it's quite nice that this is just broadening now, and it isn't an adult-centric conversation.
What's more powerful than the kind of student-centric kind of approach to it? Absolutely.
Exactly, and some of the feedback that we've had from member schools where the ECADETs will even go in and present to the governors. And actually help to advise the governors when it comes to policy writing within a school from the child's own perspective, because the child has a unique viewpoint, because for them they tend not to distinguish too much between home and school. For them it's their life. So when they're helping to come back to governors and give advice, and I'm talking, you know, from many cadets, some of them are year 2, and they go in and talk to governors, and they're actually saying that this is how we think, you know, it should be run in the school from a child's perspective. And also sometimes they can be more draconian than we can be as adults when you ask them to come up with their own set of rules, because they're seeing and living it firsthand.
But every governor now, at the start of the school year, you have to sign off. You've seen the latest Keeping Children Safe in Education guidance. Hasn't changed this year, but I'm sure next year it's going to be different. But you sign off on that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, where does that go? Where does that drill down? And I think that idea that you've got top and bottom
Absolutely.
up together can only be a
And,
positive.
I've been at many conferences where your e-cadets have outperformed the professional e-safety speaker and just, a show-stopping activity. So let's shut up and listen to the young people, I think, is the measure around the table.
Oh,
now.
yeah, most definitely. The feedback from students is so important. And I said right at the beginning of this that the most important tools are your mouth and your head. Not only ours but theirs as well. And quite often I find secondary students can be difficult to engage with sometimes as an outsider. They can be. But when you get them in smaller groups, you get their confidence up and get them talking.
Yeah.
They are thirsty for more knowledge. They genuinely do want more information, and that's because historically in the past, through no fault of anyone, they've got old messages such as don't talk to strangers, don't share personal information online. Once you post something online, it stays online forever.
Yeah.
Well, for one, all of those are untrue. They're historic messages which no longer work anymore. Kids are now asking why. Well, what will happen?
Yeah.
Well, how do I get around that? How do I recognise that? Well, how does that work then?
Yeah.
They are thirsty for more and more knowledge. And, and as adults, we need to stop making assumptions about what's wrong with them and actually understand it from their perspective. And I think schemes such as e-cadets and that lot, they bring those issues to the fore. They bring them to the top so that we can start tackling them, in school.
Brilliant.
I think as well, one of the most important areas for children that we've seen is giving them the safe environment where they feel that empowered role. But then also when looking at that safe environment, to give them their own world where not only are they empowered, but then they can control. And that's what led through to Go Bubble, because when you chat to children, irrespective of age, why do they use social media before they're 13? 9 times out of 10, it's because they want to chat to their friends.
Their children.
They don't want to talk to adults who are pretending to be kids.
Children.
They don't wish to see inappropriate content. They want to talk to their friends. So that's what actually led us to build Go Bubble, was to give them that social network that is just for children, where the children are verified.
Brilliant.
And the type of comments that you see coming through are great, because they will genuinely help other children the same age around the world. And you see that digital leadership. That's where I mentioned about the evolution from digital citizenship to digital leadership, where children, when you give them that opportunity, will genuinely help other children the same year group age, because there's that desire to help others.
It's also interesting how it feeds through. When we look in terms of identifying trends and keywords, there's a huge separation between keywords that from an adult perspective may be indicators of different topics versus those that students themselves generate, either locally and regionally, but even between year groups, the terminology that you use. And so actually you have to sit down, sometimes with the most broad-minded and challenging students, to actually get a real sense of the kind of terms and topics that they're discussing. And actually sometimes the topics that you think might be a concern aren't.
Right. Just to close that off now, thank you very much indeed. Our two main contributors on this particular topic were Alan Mackenzie and Henry Platten, and of course, Al Kingsley. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, let's turn our attention now to the next topic, and that is the kind of key strategies in terms of developing and deploying IT into school. Mark, let's start with you particularly. As a kind of an ed tech leader and guru, and we look to you for knowing the kind of latest top tips and gadgets and bits and pieces. What are your top tips for key strategies in implementing a successful ICT policy?
For me, it's not that different really to anything else. Whether you're bringing in, GCSE pigeon studies or a new school uniform, whatever, it's the same kind of thing. So as a school leader, you need to have a sort of a vision about where you want things to go. You need to engage with all of your community. And that means the children, parents, local shopkeepers even.
Sure.
If you've got a policy where children are going to be bringing in lots of devices and what have you, that can change the demographic in the local area massively. And then there's also making sure that you've got a good team around you, because as you'll know, most school leaders aren't really that well versed in technology or,
No,
or
strange that,
Wi-Fi
isn't it?
or access points or whatever it is. And so that team can be people that you bring in and have working with you full time, or it can be, you know, calling out to a consultant who can give you some expert advice and what have you. Then there's the other thing that you mentioned, Al, before about making sure that whatever you're doing is sustainable. Yeah, so you know, if your vision, if your plan for EdTech deployments isn't sustainable, it might be great for 2 years, you know, but when that refresh cycle comes around, what are you going to do? And then that's not very good.
Yeah.
The environment is absolutely key as well, and that's not just about making sure that the access points in your classrooms will support the number of devices and what have you. It's also about making sure that teaching and learning is correct, you know, because again, like you mentioned before. Technology is not a silver bullet, it's not a panacea, you know, and adding, you know, a 21st century technology to a 20th century teaching method isn't going to bring around the sort of things that you want. Additionally, you've got to think really, really carefully about your teaching staff, because it doesn't matter how much CPD you might give somebody, you know, teachers are truculent with good reason, because they want things to work in their classroom, but if they don't feel confident that things are going to work, then they won't use the technology that you'd want them to use. So, you know, really strong and tailored CPD based around their confidence level. You know, I always sort of talk about confidence with teachers being like, at one end you've got my mum, and the other end you've got me. You know, and so everyone in your staff team will fall somewhere in between those two kind of things. So you need to think carefully about how you work with those people. And one of the last things is measuring your success, doing some research into whether the deployments and the strategy that you're putting into place is actually making a difference. Lots of schools will try and do this sort of thing pre-rollout as well. You know, they'll have you know, they'll have a hypothesis that EdTech can bring things on and develop it, what have you. And they'll have a control class with no EdTech and a class with EdTech, and they'll draw comparisons and take feedback from parents and the children and so forth and so on. And that's really, really important. And then finally, it's just thinking about how like the whole lot will sort of bring it together. Yeah, so I mentioned teaching and learning before, but it's a case of thinking about, you know, how will learning in our school change as a result of this. So if you, for example, we're going to bring in, let's say, Office 365, okay, what are the key elements of using this kind of ecosystem that are going to transform what we do in school? What does a good one look like? Where will be the wins for teachers? Where would there be wins for our community? Where would it be wins for us as a leadership team? So forth and so on. And when you bring in all of those different things, yeah, then you're much more likely to be successful. But if you've got no vision, then you get failure. If you've got no sort of involvement in the community, you don't succeed, there's no buy-in. If you don't have a team, then people are anxious about stuff that's going on, so forth and so on. So if you can think about those sort of 8 things, and again, you can apply that same sort of thinking to new school uniform or new subject to teaching, so forth and so on. But having those things and being mindful of them when you're trying to deploy EdTech, you're much more likely to be successful if you don't consider them.
Or GCSE pigeon studies.
GCSE pigeon studies.
Excellent. It should be everywhere. Absolutely. Alan, same question, but from a safeguarding point of view. How do they make sure it's a successful implementation plan? How do you do that?
No, I always recommend a whole school approach, and I know that sounds a bit buzzwordy. So to key in on some of those, under that, if you go back to the old Bechter days, they had essentially their triangle, the safety triangle, or whatever they called it at the time. Loosely speaking, that was split up into policy, technology and safe use. And for me, I go back to what I said previously, is keep things simple. And if you look at things underneath that banner, they absolutely work together. Those 3 areas allow any school, under any environment, under any project, whether it's IT or whatever, to adopt a good safeguarding approach to things. So what do I mean by that? Technology, first of all. Technology in the context of safeguarding, it is the technology that you're using perhaps in the classroom. It's also the technology that you're using from a safeguarding aspect, such as an internet filter, such as whether a school has given consideration under keeping children safe in education for monitoring in that school. Is there a requirement for it? Have you done a risk assessment on it? Have you done a risk assessment on your other technologies in the schools? For example, you know, going back to just a few years ago, the good old days of schools buying up lots and lots of iPads, and yet the safeguarding, data protection sort of areas were not a first thought process. So all of that has to be taken into consideration. So the technology aspect is key, is one of the keys to all of it. Safe use simply means the education. And that's whether it's the education to the students, whether that is the education to all staff, not just teaching staff, which includes your volunteers, which includes your dinner time supervisors, etc. Bearing in mind that a child can make a disclosure to any person, whether explicitly or implicitly. And also education to parents as well. Hugely important. I'm a great believer in, again, in the context of online safety, is that schools allowing parents to know what is being done in the curriculum and why, it's important to hopefully replicate those positive behaviours at home. And all of that is backed up in policy. The policy is simply a piece of paper stating what the school is doing in regards to these issues. That's all the policy does. But the policy makes it clear to all members of staff and people outside the school gates how all of that is wrapped up in school. So just keep it simple. Policy, technology, safe use wraps it all up and allows that to fit into any project of IT work that's being done in the school.
Henry, is he right?
Yep. Yep, no, I agree with everything that Alan's just said, and it's interesting when touching on there about the parents, and my mind went to a school where I saw an example of this, and it's a school in North Wales, where in Wales they have the digital competency framework, of which digital citizenship is one of the key strands. And what the decision they took in this school, so they were implementing a new platform, can't remember which one, which is irrelevant. But what they decided to do is they actually ran once a fortnight a parent and child training session, which was in an afternoon. There was it's an area of very high unemployment. So what the school were actually looking at is, yes, we can teach the children and we can teach parents at the same time about this particular platform, but also there are potential skill benefits then to those parents to learn about that new platform to then help them with their own employability opportunities. So I think when Mark talks about different platforms, be they Office 365 or anything, when looking at the community aspect for a school, there are a couple of boxes that can be ticked, which it's not for doing it that purpose, but a couple of boxes that can be ticked at the same time, where actually you are helping that whole school community with the approach that you do, while still underpinning the three key areas. And also, go back to early discussions that we had, when looking at and assessing at new technology and how it should be implemented, don't always go by the marketing material that the company will send you, because every product is the best product in the world if you speak to the person that built it, but speak very much to your peers. And this is where Twitter is fantastic, because you can get very honest views and comments from other people in terms of platforms that they're using, as well as some handy hints and tips. Also, you'll find invariably you can actually have a direct route through to the developers themselves. So you can almost bypass sales teams and speak to the people at source and just ask them some key questions. And you see great examples of organisations engaging with educators in that way.
Clearly these are still austere times, although the government would have us believe otherwise. In real terms, we have less to spend on this kind of stuff. Al, does this technology need to cost us a shed load of money?
Well, I think there's two strands, isn't there? I mean, they're not going to dispute the fact money is tight. And if you think about what's likely in the next few years in terms of the current funding formula, the likely increase to schools is less than we're going to see in terms of the real terms increase in staff costs, just allowing for their incremental increase in cost of living. And in reality, if you're in the academy process, the change in terms of teacher pension contribution means the schools do not have more money. So there is a view, and this is one that certainly as a vendor we have looked at, and it's nice because you can look at it from both sides, within the school system and from a developer point of view, is first of all, what is it that schools need? And clearly the starting point is there are different strands that we've talked about today. There is that management of that IT estate, there is that ability to interact and assess within the classroom, and there's that ability to keep people safe online and provide them with the tools to access content. And there are ways that developers like ourselves can pull those together into a singular solution, although it has different entry points for different staff within the organisation. And the fundamental is, how about if what the cost of the software in the first place is offset by the savings it can deliver. And so if you look from an IT management point of view, what about having software that identifies what applications that you've got that are sitting unused? What about those software licenses that are being renewed each year by the music department, yet you have evidence are not being actually powered? They can be deployed elsewhere and money can be saved. Okay. What about your energy policy that says machines are left on, we can power those down? So there's all these different tools. Of course, the biggest cost is time. It's teachers' time.
Yes.
Lost resources, machines not deployed in the right place, machines not available or up with the latest curriculum software. All those strands go together. So when we think about cost, in terms of a school, we have to think about each funding cycle, each year of cost. If there is an investment but the ROI is evidenced, and I know it's been raised before, you've got to have some way of actually evidencing impact and showing that the things you take are right and being big enough to recognise when they're not and take the appropriate stance. And that's why you shouldn't be afraid of asking vendors to evaluate technology, to try it. And I think the most important one that came is, and I sit on both sides of the fence, so I have to hold my hands up. As a vendor, of course we take pride in our technology, but the most credible way of selecting product is to talk to your peers who've used the solution and have used it for a period of time. So developers give you a steer where to go look, but the real evidence is out there in the field. And I think that's the kind of the lesson to learn.
Natalie, has this topic affected you or any of your colleagues that are still in post at the kind of budget factor? Are they still a fractures issue, or how is this sitting with you?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's be real, kind of class sizes are bigger than ever before, fewer teaching assistants, which means more work for teachers on the ground, definitely. And I think we see teachers taking CPD, continued professional development, for example, into their own hands. So you see people on Twitter saying, look, how can I achieve such and such? I have no money for this, but how can I do this? This is something I'm really enthusiastic about. And teachers teachers empowering teachers to help themselves, which isn't ideal. But I think this is where EdTech can really step in, actually, is to kind of offer low-cost solutions to really difficult problems. And if we're kind of thoughtful about it, and if we're using EdTech meaningfully, I think this is where it can really come into its own.
No, Mark, how wary do we need to be of the huge amount of free stuff that's out there? I mean, some of it's good, some of it's bad. How do we ever find out?
Well, again, I always sort of turn to my professional learning network. I mean, I've always been a guy who will have a bit of a dabble anyway, and what have you. But now I've got such a great load of educators I can just turn to whenever I want to, and just ask the question. I get great feedback. So one of the things that I'm seeing quite a lot of at the moment, and certainly again talking about social media, you'll see a lot of debate about it as well, is about teacher well-being, because of all of the issues surrounding the pressures that teachers are facing in the classroom. And this is another message that I share a fair amount, is that actually you can leverage really simple technologies to really help you with what you're doing. Rather than sitting down and, for example, putting written feedback onto all those essays, why don't you get some software that you probably already got access to, like OneNote, for example, and just record some audio feedback. My dyslexic students used to love my audio feedback. I had one child cry once because for the first time in his in his education, he was able to actually access the feedback he was being given because he couldn't read his teacher's handwriting. No. And so there's some fantastic tools. And speaking again about budget savings, using document scanners, what have you. Sack off all your filing cabinets with your year's worth of resources. Yes, it'll take you a bit of time to digitise all of those, but there are so many great, again, free document scanners. You can digitise all your content. Just think about all the money you'll save. You can access those resources and what have you anywhere on pretty much any device. And again, it doesn't matter what you choose to use, whether you go with Microsoft or whatever. What's important is that you've got something that can manage that IT, real estate in your school, to make sure that infrastructure you've got. I don't like to use sort of biblical references, but you don't build your house on sandy land. If you've got a really firm foundation, with your IT infrastructure, with the kit the kids and you bring into school, then you can sit loads of things on top of that. And if you're worried about whether it's going to work and what have you, if you're lacking in confidence in that respect, then turn to your professional learning network so you can get that feedback. Because, I can't remember who it was said, but you're much more likely to take a recommendation from somebody who's a teacher who's been trying to get in their classroom than someone who's like, I'm selling you that. It's the best recommendation ever. And again, that's why so many companies turn to ambassadorial programs to support their EdTech products, because the point of view of an educator is valued so much more by another educator than it is on top of what you might get from a sales
Totally
team.
true. It's so context dependent, isn't it? You
Yeah.
see, oh, such and such is an English teacher in KS5. Yeah, I could totally replicate that. Whereas someone working within the primary sphere is less relevant to you. So you have to look at kind of what teachers in your space are doing, what they're doing really, really well, and looking to kind of replicate that for yourself. It's so important. Having a strong PLN and a strong foundation is just so important.
Absolutely. Alan, what about funding affecting our kind of safeguarding perspective? Are kids more at risk now because there's less money to protect them? Do we need money to protect them?
No, I don't think you need money to protect them. I don't believe that for a moment. I've said already lots of times, it's this and this. You know, it is. There are tools that help us. Of course there are, yes, and they're very important. And over the years, certainly the 11 whatever years that I've been working in this area, we've never really seen a downturn in spend in that respect. Safeguarding for all schools has always been front and centre. So in that respect, no, I don't see it. What I do see, and what many other people in my line of work see, is that more and more schools want more specialised knowledge. You know, teachers themselves do completely understandably say, yeah, I do know the basics of this, I understand that, but actually we need to go into this a bit deeper. We need a bit more specialised help in this. I think that can sometimes be where it becomes difficult because, you know, consultants are not cheap. That's the lay of the land, you know, particularly consultants to work in schools, because those people can only be paid 35 weeks of the year, generally speaking. So it does make you in some ways quite a perception of being expensive. So I suppose in some ways it swings around about. Schools are always thinking about safeguarding. I've never come across a single school in all the years I've been auditing them or supporting them where that hasn't been front and centre. But they are saying, we want this more specialised knowledge, we want a deeper knowledge, we want more help with this. How do we move the children on? But how can we budget for that at the same time? I know what I need to do, I'm just not sure I can actually do that. And then how do you extend that out to the parents? And how do you prove the impact on that? And how do you keep that going for years and years? And you know, that's can become the challenge. It's not just this year, it's 5 years. You know, it's when you move from year 6 to year 7. It's you know, it's those sorts of things.
So Al, the challenge is, I've not a penny in my purse. What can you give me? How do we move forward? What can we do?
Well, one of the biggest challenges that is faced in education at the moment is we don't have the luxury of foresight into what's going to happen in the next 5 years. Probably 5 years ago, many people in education didn't think about the rise of the academisation process, certainly wouldn't be looking in terms of changes to Progress 8 and Assessment 8 measures and challenges within schools. And so lots of what we talk about now is about how do we invest for the future? How do we have tools that are flexible? And so we've touched on the idea that if you're buying technology, you're looking at schools that become part of trusts. There's a requirement for technology that's flexible enough to suit different environments. The year 6, year 7 transition, probably one of the most important parts of a child's journey through, often the lost years in terms of educational outcome. That idea that there's a seamless transfer in terms of delivery, but also in terms of tools used, again, is another kind of key strand. So I think the onus falls on vendors to, first of all, be open and mindful to engage with educators to find out what they want, not what vendors think they want, to find tools that are flexible, to find tools that have the maximum impact and payback that can be evidenced. But more importantly, the cost saving is allowing the professionals to do their jobs better, giving teachers more time to deliver assessment in the classroom, giving technicians more flexibility to ensure machines are on, and those stupid petty things like spending half their day changing passwords because kids can't log into their computers. The things that drive people nuts but sap away at that energy. And I think that's where we have to empower that. It shouldn't be a huge upfront cost, because at the end of the day, if you're developing something that's super expensive for education, you've got it wrong, frankly. You know, those days are gone. Maybe when there was BSF, there was an opportunity for vendors to ride on the coattails of technology enhancements and building deliveries. But if you look at the context now and you look at the ICT funding formula that sits alongside free school bids, although there is technology there, fundamentally, when you break it down to the number of students you're putting into a new school and what the funding is for ICT provision, long gone are the days of the exciting project. This is functional, high impact, evidenced IT.
I'd just add to that, really. I think for the future, schools need to be more realistic. You know, there isn't one big silver bullet that's going to bring things in. The phrase you mentioned, Al, was the small petty things. Yeah, I love the idea of marginal gains. Yeah, and so if schools can think about what are the simple little things, the little tweaks that we can do that are actually going to make our practice more efficient, enable us to do our jobs better, and enable teachers to do their job in the classroom far better, you know, and the things that can underpin that to improve all those things along. And again, it's not one big thing. It's not like Sauron, one ring to rule them all. It's about lots of little things that you can get that are evidenced and it could be backed up by research and so forth and so on. They're going to have a big old impact on helping children remember more, perform better in exams, and ultimately achieve better and be able to integrate themselves better into society as a result of the work they do in schools.
Just to very quickly, just to wrap this up. Now, all schools are different, and what works well in one school doesn't necessarily work well in another, because the chemistry of everything, the kids are different, the parents are different, the landscape of learning is different, everything is different. How do they go about? What's their strategy? What do they know? So we know, ask your network, you know, just discuss with your network. What other things can they do?
I think teachers need to be trusted more in the UK. Certainly when you look to kind of models like Finland, they're fantastic at trusting their teachers, and it's very much kind of bottom up. And I think in the UK we kind of tell teachers what to do too much, and we need to empower teachers more, just as kind of going back to your conversation earlier, we need to empower students, we need to empower teachers, and we need to trust them that they know exactly what's right for their particular context and their learners, and we need to kind of give them the tools that they need for their classroom, and just trust that they know what's right for their kids.
I think that point's been picked up on as well with something Alan said earlier, which is, you know, this idea that sometimes when we talk about technology being available for schools, there's an inference that somehow it's improving on something that's bad already. Sure. And the point is there's great safeguarding, there's great teaching, and these tools aren't to fix a problem, they're to enable those great practitioners to continue to do what they're doing, typically with a larger number of students they're trying to support. So it is a positive message about trying to build and respect those practitioners that are already there.
Do kids have a role in that as well?
Definitely, and you know, when looking at, you know, should technology be introduced into schools, I would always recommend, and I've seen some great examples of this, where yes, you know, they will speak to the teaching staff to get their opinion, but actually we'll try it out with a small group of kids within the school to say, actually, how does this impact for you? And I think going back to the points that Natalie and Al have mentioned, one of the big areas always has to come down to impact, and certainly nowadays for schools, again, you know, from our experience, that impact can't necessarily be measured in terms of financial cost, but actually should be measured in terms of time. So if you can have something which actually genuinely saves teachers' time, and you can evidence that it does, that actually will add more value, because that then creates the environment where the teacher can actually spend more time getting to know their class, getting to know what will fit best for them, and then also the learning and the general outcome. I mean, that's, for us, it's one of the positives that we've seen from e-cadet schools. And we've had teachers who've assessed this in terms of the impact, and actually been able to evidence that it saves 24 teaching days a year. Now, when you then start to try and work that out as a monetisation, you know, it's massive. It's massive. But it's all about, you know, involve the children, not just for the online safety, but, you know, look at the, again, to avoid buzzwords, as Alan said, to look at almost like the whole school solution that you could involve children in earlier, as opposed to seeing them as you know, as a passive receiver to the technology. You know, empower them earlier on and get their say. Does this work for you or doesn't it?
Alan, what statutory bodies can a school go to get some good free advice?
There are lots of bodies out there. I think it's always a case of statutory bodies are not always the best bodies. You have to pick what's right for you, quite honestly, because behind those statutory bodies lies an agenda in a lot of areas. So for example, you know, in the work I do as a specialist, I've got my go-to people. And none of those are statutory people. None of them are government departments or anything like that. They are deep specialists in their own area who do research that I trust. Some of those are from America. You know, Professor John Sula in his areas of psychology and how psychology in regards to behaviour affects, you know, online lives. So they're my go-to people. So I think concentrating just on the statutory bodies actually doesn't give schools a bigger holistic approach on the things that are actually the real things that are happening out there, not the big headline grabbers. And I think that is incredibly important. That yes, there are statutory bodies. Of course, DFE is the main one for schools, and if we mention just one, then DFE is it, because everything will feed into that. So the others, it's not that they don't matter, it's just to save school time, DFE. But there is a wider aspect out there, and those wider aspects are not necessarily those statutory bodies. They are the deep specialists in their own areas, in their own right.
Brilliant. Final words from you, Aaron?
I think the guys have summed it up fairly well there. I think it's a case of trust your peers, trust the people that you know and have a conversation with, and don't assume just because it's on a statutory website that necessarily is the guidance that's right for you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Cheers, Russ.
Okay, everyone, let's just draw this topic now to our final subject, and that is the future of schools IT. Al, where do you think we're going to be in 10 years' time, if we're going to be anywhere in 10 years' time?
I suppose the starting point of the conversation is where the funding and the financial landscape sits to allow schools to have the proactive conversation about IT. So as we touched on earlier, if we think about the short term, what we know, we have a school funding formula in the UK that suggests most schools may benefit from 1.5% to 2%, if they're lucky, depending on the county, in terms of funding increase. At the same time, we're going to see increases in pay for teachers, not enough, but it's going to be between 1% and 2% based on the current formula for different counties. We've then got the incremental increases, and certainly for academies, we've got the burden of that pension pot, which the contributions unfortunately are growing to. So whether we like it or not, no matter what the rhetoric might be that's on the airwaves, school funding is not a place that's going to suddenly unlock new resources and opportunity. So clearly schools have to think, and the landscape, again, like it or not, your political persuasion is moving towards a joined up academised landscape within the UK, has to look about how we secure economies of scales. And typically, and I think rightly, when I look at it from a trustee and a governance point of view, that initial saving has got to come from those centralised services. Centralised financial management, personnel HR management, centralised IT support and resource. And then those things hopefully secure savings that can be passed through into the important bit, which is the teaching and learning, which is the business of the day. Schools have changed. They are now businesses, and it's not a bad thing or a negative thing to have a business focus on the parts that then facilitates the educators to do what they do well. It should be an empowering process. If we follow that thread all the way through, therefore we have to say the solutions in terms of edtech and technology that we look at in the landscape moving forward, with all its uncertainties, has to be fluid, it has to be flexible, it has to be capable to run on different platforms, because again, 5 years ago in the US, Chromebooks weren't heard of. They're now the default platform with experience. So we have to make sure that technology is transferable, is seamless. It has to empower and deliver cost savings. And cost savings, as Henry's touched on, others have touched on, isn't simply about pure money. So it can be a fiscal saving to a school with the kind of right edtech management tools, but it can also be unlocking time and resource so that teachers can be empowered to do more proactive things. And I think if you look at all of those things, then there is a buy-in. There's a buy-in from educators and people like yourself. We all sit here trying to provide solutions to schools in different ways. So vendors have to make sure that they buy in and recognise that's where the landscape's going. It's about flexibility, low cost, delivering what is needed, not what we think is wanted. And I think as educators, we have to be willing to embrace that, not see it as a negative, but look at it as an opportunity if done right.
Mark, Mr. IT Tools, if you don't mind me saying so, if we buy into that, we have to do more with less. Where do we start?
An area that I see being, and there's a fair movement to develop this and improve this at the moment with a few universities that I know of with their initial teacher training courses. But I think that's where the real money needs to be spent. And looking at developing courses so that teachers come out of their PGCE, whatever it is that they do, with the requisite skills. So we see plenty of training for teachers on their subject specialism degrees. We see lots of talk around pedagogy and teaching and learning techniques, traditional teaching and learning techniques, more often than not though, in from training providers, but I want to see, and I do see it happening, and it's growing all the time. More and more lecturers, spending time working with their trainees on ways in which they can use simple, powerful, effective learning technologies to make their lives easier and to have an impact on teaching and learning, which is what we want from EdTech, really. And I think about when I first started teaching 20 years ago, Year 7s would come to me and they'd have very little IT or computing experience. Year 7s come in now and they can already code. They can do so much more. I remember teaching sort of GCSE level IT qualifications, say 15, 20 years ago. And the things that the examination was asking the children to do at age 15 and 16 is what is standard at Year 7 now. And so it is a generalisation, but as time moves on and more access to technology becomes available, and more people use it, so forth and so on, so we're going to see that improvement in the skills of teachers as well. The trick is tied into that TPAC thing I mentioned before. Yeah, we've got our pedagogy, yeah, we've got our content, but how can technology bring it in? And it's not about it's not about how to use Word or whatever it is. No. It's about how you can utilise these tools to inform progress, where children are at, giving easy formative feedback, all those sorts of things. And as we develop the skills of our teachers in the classroom in using these tools, so they're better to leverage them to much greater effect. Yeah. And that's what I'd like to see in the next 10 years.
Do you think we've started to see the end of whole class teaching, or is there still some more mileage in that?
I call myself a bit of a on the one hand, I'm an evangelise about technology, as do you, but I'm quite cynical about it as well. And so, I take, people call me a progressive teacher, all these sort of things. For me, it's not about one band or camp or the other. It's about knowing your kids. Relationships are absolutely key. And, if you were a child in my classroom, I should be so lucky, then... Another song. I
get that. Thank you so much. Do feel free to stop at any time.
But you might really like to use some technological tools to support you with your learning. You might prefer to write things in a book. You might prefer to record podcasts and what have you. And I think it's more about listening to the children in your classroom and having the confidence, even though you might not know how to use some of the tools yourself, actually allowing the children and being brave as a teacher to allow them to do things. And there are times when talking to a whole class in one go is the way to go. Obviously, we can save time on things like setting up those sorts of sessions as flipped experiences and what have you. But again, sometimes learning, you might have planned this lesson today, and then a child asks a question, and it's on next week's lesson plan. Do you go, actually, no, kids, sorry, we can't do that today. That's next week, right? Or do you follow their enthusiasm? Will you follow their enthusiasm? And that's where some of the tools we see even now, where you can just quickly ask questions on the fly. You can change your lesson plan really, really quickly. But if you're not that confident a teacher with the tools that are available to you, no, we'll do that next week. And that's not good for learning. And so, I think there's a place for all different types of teaching style. It's about knowing your children really, really well, which comes from strong relationships, which we know from Hattie's research and lots of other people, that relationships are absolutely key in developing young people. And it's just having all those strings to your bow to know when the right thing to use is right.
Natalie, how are you feeling about the next 10 years? Lucky, or...?
I mean, just like Mark said, I don't think front of class teaching is going anywhere anytime soon, to be honest. There's a lot of money going into, a lot of R&D going into things like Internet of Things, AI, adaptive learning technologies, and I think that's so exciting from a teacher's perspective to kind of outsource that low value stuff to technology, so teachers have the opportunity to focus on the really important stuff like the learning conversations and targeted support and kind of moving learners forward. So I think that's really exciting. But like Mark said, I don't see kind of things shifting dramatically. I see it more as an evolution, perhaps.
And Henry, do you think that's a kind of a British historical thing where we're very cautious, where we're very almost slow to embrace new newfangled ideas. We are very cautious, and I hate to use the word conservative, but small c, of course. But do you think that that's going to have an impact, or do you think the kids are just going to run with it and we better catch up or get out of their way?
It's very interesting. If you'd asked me that last week, I'd given you a different answer to today, and my gut would have been yes. You know, traditionally we are very conservative. We always err on the side of caution. We always wish to make sure that everything is done, all I's are dotted and all T's crossed. And the reason why my view has changed in terms of, you know, for ourselves as a country, was a conversation which I had with a lady called Mary Alice Curran, who's over in the States, runs the Digital Citizenship Institute, and is fantastic. And I was chatting with her, and she was telling me about her 10-year-old son, Curran. And Curran had been set a class project, which was basically to produce a diorama of a volcano, which he had to prepare in a shoebox. And this was a lesson which had been given by the teacher using a printed handout from a ring binder folder, which the teacher had taken out, had handed to Curran and the other children, said, now go home, here are your shoe boxes, you now need to complete this working model. And what Curran did is he enjoys Minecraft. So he decided to actually go into Minecraft and to build a working volcano in Minecraft that you could then go and walk into and actually see the inner workings of it. Then created a blog, posted a video link of this example in there, as well as a link back to his Minecraft volcano, and then went in for show and tell. And every single child in the class had an opportunity for show and tell to stand up at the front and to show their shoebox and what they'd done, but he was denied it. And he was denied it because the teacher said he hadn't completed the activity that was set. Now, that is, I mean, it's heartbreaking. I mean, one, you know, the enjoyment and the excitement that you know, he had to build the solution, to look forward. And I think if I hadn't heard that example, I would have always said, yes, we're very conservative here in the UK and we need to see the evidence. But increasingly, I think it's not so much country specific. I think it's more a case of confidence from the educator. So confidence in the solutions that are out there, confidence in the learning objectives that can be met through different tools. And I think that's where, certainly as the son of educators, I'm starting to see a shift now, more of an acceptance. You know, you look at the states, Washington State have now come out and said that every single child has to be taught digital citizenship. So you have very forward-thinking views, but then in another state, in a school, you've got very conservative and traditional views. I think for me, in terms of where education and ed tech is going to go over the next 10 years, it's very much down to a couple of C's. One is collaboration and connectivity, and I don't mean through routers in schools, but actually connecting school to school, country to country, learner to learner, to certainly when we see global political issues at the moment where countries are becoming very, very divisive either towards other countries or within themselves. I think there is an opportunity now for learners to be able to engage with other learners the same key stage age and year group age to actually learn about the countries from them, from a child who is the same age, to experience what it's like for them living in that country, to then look at modern foreign language, and if you can have a child learning conversational Spanish from another child, the same year group age, how fantastic is that and empowering? So I think there are lots of opportunities there. I think also the flip side of the coin is that children, we need to give children the opportunity and to teach and to train them, but to give them the self-guided opportunity to become critical consumers. So I think in the past, again, there's perhaps a reluctance from wishing to be too protective, but that we haven't enabled children to be able to critically consume media content and to actually make their own judgment calls on that.
Sure.
That's where, as adults, we can help. Because we can look and we can help inform about how to assess different bits of information, how to look at different sources, and how to test it out. I think that needs to happen more, and certainly with the US election and the debate that's been posted there through fake news, through the role of Facebook and other media outlets, it's brought it to the fore.
Yes.
But it's been waiting for a while. Clickbait has been around for some time, and actually what we need to do is educate children about how to become critical consumers.
Yeah.
That may open Pandora's box where they start to become a critical consumer back towards the teacher.
Wow,
and
there's a
saying,
potential
why am I
opportunity
being taught this in a certain way? So I think,
Yeah.
but that's a debate for another day.
Indeed it is.
But yes,
Yeah.
that's my thoughts.
Alan, are you a shoebox or a Minecraft man? Where's this going?
I'm definitely a Minecraft man. I think. I think over the next 10 years, I think I'm hoping. I'm glass half full on this. I hope we are going to be seeing some fundamental changes, and the reason for that, I think, is because those people on the upper echelons of this whole online safety, bearing in mind I'm coming at it from that aspect, they didn't grow up with technology, and although that's not an issue, is that they don't have first-hand experience of what children and young people are going through now. We are now starting to see those generations come into adulthood, or get to that point. And I think that's incredibly important. It takes me back to probably the arguable point I made earlier on, that the best advice you get are not necessarily the statutory bodies. I mean, look at some of the advice that's come out, the bigger advice or strategies that have come out recently. The government, the Conservative government's biggest strategy that we've seen so far in this country is that to protect children, we stick an internet filter on all the home broadband feeds. Yeah. That worked well, didn't it?
No,
not at all. It was an incredibly bad strategy, but was done with all the right reasons. Don't get me wrong. But to give you another example of talking about children and young people, they come out with the best ideas, and these are the future innovators. Not too long ago, I was speaking with a group of Year 7s, and I said to them, what can we do? What can we adults do to make your lives more positive online? And it's a question I quite often ask in a very open, engaging way. And this year 7 lad, he said, don't most websites, they use cookies on their website, don't they, to store little snippets of information about certain things? And I said, yeah, that's right. He says, because we were talking about online content earlier, and he said, inappropriate content and nasty things you can sometimes see and all that sort of stuff. And he said, most websites, you can go on there and you can tell whether that's appropriate for my age or that sort of thing. But it's not always obvious if we do a Google search on it, for example. So he said, how difficult would it be if every website, as part of their cookie, could put an age rating within that cookie? So when it comes up on a Google search, it gets a green, an orange or an amber on there. And I said to him, but surely if you put a red on there to say this is inappropriate for, let's say, somebody under the age of 9 years old, wouldn't that mean, most curious children would want to those? And I was fishing for information. Of course. And all the classroom together went, no, we don't want to see that sort of stuff. We want to be online to enjoy when we're searching for something, we're searching for something in particular. We don't want to see that. So whilst there's lots of concentration on these big initiatives and the digital 5 a day and, all this sort of stuff, what we're actually missing is the basics. And I sound like a broken record when I say keep it simple. But actually, if we're missing the basics, well, then we're getting the bigger things wrong as well. And so that's why I say it's the young people who are coming through now into adulthood where I think we're going to be seeing the biggest changes, and I think that's very positive.
Let me just come back on that, and I'll come to Alan. And you chime with some really interesting points now, and I'm remembering a conversation with Sonia Livingstone herself, and we were discussing this exact thing in a conference in Brussels, and we said, well, if the world can't arrange all of the pornography sites to register themselves on .xxx, and that is of course available, and then filtering the whole thing would be a whole lot easier, but the pressures are too great, and there are too many, and this is, and I quote her, invested interests. Yeah. And that, I think, is the biggest challenge for us in the coming 10 years. Just there are too many interested parties in here with a financial interest, and I think that's really difficult. Al?
I think what we've summarised today is an interesting one, that it's not a top-down approach. This idea about locking from the top, trying to enforce content providers to register, it's a bottom-up approach. It's empower the users to be good digital citizens, to empower teachers to have confidence to use technology in a safe and productive way. And we've used lots of C's today, but the big one is collaboration. And around this table today, we've got governors, we've got teachers, we've got IT specialists, we've got safeguarding specialists, we've got vendors, we've got all sorts of different strands pulled together. And the one thing we can definitely agree on is none of us singularly have all the answers. It is about a collaborative approach. And probably if we have this conversation again in a year's time, there should be an extra seat for a young person.
Absolutely. And I think that's a big lie as well, you know. When you finish school, you've done your degree, learning stops. You know, if more teachers could recognise that every day is a learning day, then actually we might be that little bit further forwards.
Well, there are some examples, and Natalie talked about schools in Finland. Now, they regard their educational professionals quite much more highly than we do in this country, and that's partly because of the culture, and it's partly because that you can't teach without a master's in Finland and some other Scandinavian countries too. And I just wonder whether that kind of thing might do it, or is that just not going to be possible? Can we not get there from where we are now? And I think that's where would we like to be, and can we actually, is that attainable?
Is it not a risk at times, though? I mean, there's never one single solution. But at times, it's convenient to talk down our education system, to talk down our teachers, and to compare with some of these exemplars, which there is obviously learning for teaching is about taking best practice and trying to assimilate it. But there's also some really good practice that goes on already in our schools. And part of this starts, I think Henry touched on bringing that age back down. Part of this starts about how teaching is respected and how children and parents engage with schools at that very early level. And I think you can't fix, for want of better words, the system if you're not working on the basis that you start by empowering families and young people when they start school to have the right set of skills and expectations. That means that schools can build on that base. And I think if you do that, there's a lot of things that you turn around and celebrate about the British education system rather than be so quick to criticise.
Okay, let's just try and get some consensus moving forward then, colleagues. In 10 years' time, do we see more or less technology in the classroom?
I think there will be a higher prevalence of technology. Not so much in terms of devices, I think more in terms of the software that's being accessed. Where I would like to see it in the future is actually software being developed by the kids themselves within a school setting to then share with other schools. I'm not obviously to a certain level, but why can't we get to that stage? If kids are learning how to code, I think coding is great. I think there is part of that jigsaw which is missing at the moment, which is actually it's helping children understand the computational thinking aspects and in terms of them bringing apps to market, for example. But if you're doing that as a school, as children, why can't you then share that with other schools to then actually have content and solutions being created child to child?
I absolutely agree. I've got an app here in front of me which was developed by an old student of mine. He came to me in year 7 and said, I'd like to build an app. By year 9 it was live. He's one of the youngest app developers in the world. Now aged 18, 19, he's off at university. But he's through his work, he's been able to sort of speak at conferences and all sorts of stuff, which would never have come. And that's why I was talking about the power of saying yes and not worrying about what you know yourself as much as a teacher. I haven't, and probably still haven't, got the skills to do what he did way back then. But what I did was, and I empowered him when he came to me and said, "Can I do this?" I said yes. I didn't know how to do it. He did though. So more of that sort of stuff going on would be absolutely brilliant. And to answer your question about more or less technology in the classroom, I think we'll probably see about the same amount. What I think we'll see though is it being used smarter, better, with more training and confidence of teachers to use it for the right reasons at the right times and so forth and so on.
Natalie, challenges in the profession. We're losing an awful lot of professionals.
Things have got to change, and I think tech is only going to help that. When I think of, as a teacher for 9 years and how much kind of really low value stuff I wasted my time on, just kind of going home, just admin, day-to-day admin, kind of managing student work and checking names more on things and going back home and marking multiple choice quizzes. I mean, that's really poor use of a teacher's time. Yes. And with things as they are, with so many kind of unhappy teachers ditching the profession, I think we need to turn to tech and we need to kind of view tech as a teaching aid for teachers and a way of relieving this workload burden, which is at the moment unsustainable.
Yes.
And I think, like, not to be too kind of highfalutin, I think tech is our saviour in a way, and I can't see any other way of making this profession a sustainable one. And I hope, perhaps not, but I hope that we're going to see kind of tech performing lots of these low value tasks that teachers just simply don't have the time to do in the face of kind of bigger classes and fewer TAs and all the pressures we're under at the moment. I hope that tech's going to step in. Who knows?
Alan, more or less.
It depends on the context. I would like to see less technology, but with more of a focus on it. Specifically from an online safety perspective, I want to see more of a focus on the psychology of use of that technology. You called me an expert right at the beginning of this. I don't believe there is such a thing in the world because it's still too young. The online safety world is massive, and it's moving in some incredibly positive directions right now, as we're seeing more and more research coming out in regards to the use of technology, negative behaviours, positive behaviours, where behaviours change. So we're looking at psychology, we're looking at neuroscience. This is what I'm talking about when you're talking about getting down into deep specialised, topic areas. And that's what I want to see move forward. Less of some of the really extraordinary research you see, such as the developers a few weeks ago that created AI that can tell if you're gay from a photograph. Why would there ever be such a thing? Why do we need such? We don't. We need more focused research and good evidence on the actual use of technology to show where it is making a positive impact and where we can stop the negative behaviours or help with the negative behaviours. So less but better.
Oh.
Well, I think we've covered all possible variables. I'm going to probably sign up with the idea of the same but different. Firstly, it's about innovation and evolution, but there's also a life cycle here. If we have young people engaged in technology and developing their skills, as Mark explained, at an earlier age, there's a big push nationally. There's arguments that learning about computing and coding helps in other subjects. There's good strategic, mathematical skills, all sorts of other things develop from that. But also we're developing the next generation, and surely closing the loop is for companies like mine and others, is to have young people with the skills joining organisations and working to develop what we really want in schools. And so it has to be a positive. There's not space for more. It has to be different, more effective, and it has to adapt with times.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, all of you. It's been a real pleasure to chat with you. Thank you very much. Well, colleagues, welcome to the EdTech, the big EdTech debate too. I don't know about you, but I'm only ever asked back a second time to apologise for the first, but it's not at all what's happened here. Congratulations to all of us, a really good job indeed, and thank you very much. Great opportunity to pick up the discussion one more time, I think. We've just cleared bet, thank goodness, my 34th bet. I'm exhausted. The changes, what did we see? It's a great opportunity to just stand for a moment and think about what we saw, what innovation there was, and what our customers thought about the innovation. And I wonder if I'd just start with Mark, actually, to talk to you about particularly what you saw and elements of innovation. And I want to get to augmented reality from you in just a moment, but just give me an overview of what caught your attention at BET this year.
One of the things that really caught my attention was sort of the more prevalence. I mean, you mentioned augmented reality and virtual reality, but this idea of mixed reality. Okay, so rather than having like the super immersive stuff or the sort of more lightweight stuff, sort of combining those two things together, so that you can still wear a headset, but you can still interact with your actual world while still interacting with a virtual world as well at the same time. What I've seen an awful lot as well, there's some great discussions around future computing as well. So one of the keynotes from Microsoft was looking at these new quantum computers that they're developing. And these are like super powerful computers. So to give you an idea of how powerful they are, your standard desktop PC would probably take about, I think something like 13 years to sort of crack your purchases on Amazon. So sort of get through all that encryption. A quantum computer could do it in a matter of minutes. Yeah, so it's that much faster. When you've got computing power at that kind of a level, how's that in the future going to help teachers through AI and machine thinking, you know, to help inform teachers about making right choices around supporting learners in the classroom, how that stuff can work standalone, helping learners, supported by their teachers. You know, teaching and learning is going to have to start changing the way that it's thinking, because technology is going to have a massive impact, not in delivering and not replacing teachers, and certainly the research shows that, you know, the job of a teacher can't be automated that easily, so teachers' jobs are pretty safe, but technology is going to be able to help so much more. So then thinking about how that then links through to training teachers, their confidence with technology, all these different things. So it's really exciting.
Good. Now, I had a really interesting conversation with an ex-colleague who is now one of the chief advisors to the Department for Education for schools in England, and he said he didn't think that virtual reality was ever going to have an impact in the classroom because you'd have to wear goggles, and he thought that anyone who had to wear goggles to make themselves look slightly silly, that's just a no-go and it's not going to have the impact. But I think the point he's missing is that you don't need goggles now.
Absolutely, you know, and even if we were just to do something around the table now simple with Google Expeditions, you don't need to have a headset or some cardboard or whatever on your face just to actually have a go and search through these things. We were looking at an app just before called Figment. You know, if you go on a field trip, you can take a 360 photo with your camera, and you can use Figment to drop that into a portal. So you can, 1 minute you can be in your classroom, you drop the 360 image in a portal, you can then walk through an augmented reality and go through and visit that place directly from within your device. And you don't need to wear any headset to do that at all.
No, I think that's really good. And for me, I think getting kids back to a more creative, a more user-generated content environment rather than just consuming stuff, getting back to real words for me. I'm a radio man, as you know, and I just love the idea of bringing kids back away from visual arts, getting them to kind of concentrate on words that have a meaning and how to use them and to get those conversations going again. For me, the landscape's changed. If you're looking at social media and everything, you'd have to come to the conclusion that parents have stopped talking to their kids. I mean, where are these conversations going? And it's a really interesting topic there as well. Al, I want to just bring you in now. Where do you see the drivers for these kind of new technology developments that particularly you saw at BET?
Yeah, well, and obviously for us at BET, we perhaps work at a layer below, and a lot of the technology is about being an enabler to teaching, whatever those tools are. So we saw and continue to see a trend towards looking for solutions that are device agnostic. That concept that really, you know, you want to invest in the technology and be able to utilise it in whatever the space may be. And as Mark, you know, has alluded to, it's a constantly changing landscape. So that kind of flexibility, I think, is a really, really key one. We've seen within our own sector, there's also a move between looking at technology as being a tool to manage technology and behaviour in the classroom, to moving much more to be that kind of enabler and facilitator to learning. You know, along the lines of that, you know, the TPAC concept, that it's there as something to underlie and support pedagogy in the classroom. So there's been a real kind of shift in understanding that. And also recognising that technology within a classroom setting, whether it's laptop, whether it's tablets, can be a tool that can support assessment, can be a tool to evidence progress, to underpin what's happening in terms of the teaching practice. So technology that's got kind of good learning tools and assessment tools, I think, is really, really key. And there are also some trends, because technology is so accessible now, to looking about how or what the flipped classroom might look like. And I think the one term is probably misleading, in the sense there are different ways to develop learning. And the truth is, most children have access to a tablet or a laptop or a phone, and so there's opportunities for learning all the way. But you still, ideally, with all these fantastic apps, these fantastic solutions, there is still some kind of need to pull that together and actually evidence that there's been some outcome and progress. It's less exciting, it's less, you know, the front line, but having those tools behind it that allows you to deliver the fantastic technology, I think, is where schools are recognising, you know, we want to have that opportunity to try all these different learning environments. but we've got to make sure the kit is there, it's operational, it's maintained and it's safe. So, I think they're working in parallel, but they're different strands of the bigger picture.
Good. You've kind of touched very nicely, I think, on bring your own devices and a whole range of these kind of issues there. Mark, can I just bring you back to something that you launched at BET this year, your periodic table of augmented and virtual reality. Do you have just a couple of minutes just to tell our viewers a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure, and it goes back to our conversation a minute ago as well, really, because oftentimes teachers will think, well, I can't do AR, I can't do VR because I've got to go out and buy a whole load of headsets, but you don't actually have to do that. And the realisation, I remember a conversation with an Australian educator called Brett Salakas, who runs the Aussie Ed chat on Twitter, and he didn't sort of cotton on that he could be doing all these things already with his class. He didn't have to go out and buy any extra kits. And so what I did with this particular periodic table was, and I've done this with the previous ones as well, the idea behind it really is to try and help showcase and shine a light on some of the tools that are available to teachers, because you go on the App Store and it's overwhelming, there's so much stuff there. And so I've got a friend whose name's Steve Banbury, he's the head of digital at the Jess School in Dubai. And he's been doing a lot of work with virtual reality in the classroom, using HTC Vive and all sorts of different bits of kit. And I thought, well, on this one, rather than try and do it myself, because the idea is to try and shine a light on tools that are being used in the classroom and are proven to have some sort of value. Because what I want to try and do is try and sort of the wheat from the chaff, as it were, to help teachers so that they can have an idea of what is out there that might be possible and can be used. So if you look at the table, it's broken down into sort of different learning activities. Some of them was one category for teaching, another one for geography, another one for creativity, so forth and so on. So whilst you've got 82 apps on there, you've also got them broken down into different sections to help sort of channel teachers and go into spaces whereby they can find the tools that will support the learning, because that's the starting point, isn't it? But I'd always suggest, with any of these sort of things, look at the learning activity you're doing first, then find a resource that will help you sort of channel. Is there anything that could bring something extra to the learning in the classroom on this particular table? These two look all right, have a try with those, and then away you go. So I've got an example here, actually. This is a link to an app called Augmentify It, and it's quite a small company. The idea is you've got these various learning cards here. Pick a card if you like to pick a card. Okay, so you've got your oxygen, very, very important oxygen. On the back of that card, Henry, there's some facts. Okay, can you just memorise those facts for me, if you could, please?
No pressure.
No pressure, you haven't got very long.
Okay, sorry, yes.
And what you do with this particular app then is once you've actually sort of learned all these things, you pop your card down, like so, you load up your app, which I'll just do right now. And once you've done that, the camera comes up, like you can see. Any moment now, and then once the camera's up, you then point it at the card, and when the card comes into view here, the actual element then comes up on here, and you can examine it in augmented space like so. What you can also then do is go to where it says play quiz, and there's a quiz built in there linked to that particular card. That's a really nice way of getting children to engage in things in innovative, new ways, to get them really interested in what they're doing. They can see what it looks like. There's another pack around our solar system and the planets. It's absolutely fantastic. You can sort of go around and look at Neptune. And then another great thing is as well, children can learn about it, they can test themselves, but then they can take screenshots of it. They can go into another tool and they can then explain what they've learned. Yeah, so they can regale that. You're talking about flipping the classroom. I talk about flipping the flip, getting the children to make the resources. Yes. Yeah, so they make them themselves. They show what they know, and then you've then got a great resource you can use with the rest of the class. And that's all off the back of just using some simple cards. Mm. So there's loads of ways in which you can do this sort of stuff. But I would say always start with the learning, and then see how you can go through following on from there.
And not just for science as well.
No, absolutely.
Viewers will know that we very luckily did a whole series of Net Support Radio on the show floor at BET. And I interviewed some young people, and overwhelmingly their response about augmented reality was that they saw it not just for science, but also to help their creativity, to help their story writing. I was really quite surprised by that. To help their imagination. Where have their imaginations gone? Have we outsourced those to the internet somehow, and we now have to reclaim them? What a lovely example, Mark. That's really useful. Thank you very much for that. Let's talk about now one of our main topics, and we have a lot of expertise around the table now, particularly safeguarding here. And when I talk about safeguarding, I also include digital citizenship, because that is a serious element to equipping young people with all of these skills here, particularly. And Henry, I want to come to you and bring you into the discussion now, because you're coming at this, I think, from both sides, and rightly so, with your eCadets and your Go Bubble solution here. You've been able to provide a safe space for young folks to inhabit and to generate and be creative and ask these kind of difficult questions and everything. What are the drivers for your products at the moment, and how are you using these to predict the future use of these products?
Very good question. I mean, for one, and first of all, for us, most importantly, is that we always look at trying to introduce the ethics at source. So as developers ourselves, both content creation through eCadets, for the learning modules there, but then also through developing an app and a safe social space as Go Bubble, you have a certain responsibility as a developer and a creator to introduce the ethics. So when you look at some of the industry pressures that exist at the moment around, for example, screen time, there's a recent call for evidence for one of the government departments around screen time for social media. We've already built that into Go Bubble. We restrict the amount of screen time that exists there for kids. It switches off at certain times of the day so they do get sleep. And I think there's an increasing burden on developers to look at themselves first and foremost, and then think about what they're doing with their products. You look at old school thinking, and it was very much around, okay, well, how can we create something that's sticky, that has a hook to it, and it will have users using it for all of the hours, and they become the product. The user becomes the product themselves. For me, that's fundamentally wrong. If you can create something that is fun and attractive and engaging to use, that is the product. It doesn't have to be the user, that is the product itself. And then you need to think about, okay, well, what kind of benefits are coming from it? So again, for us, the ethics come through in terms of wellness and well-being. For Go Bubble, we don't reward likes. We reward the likes that you give. And it's very much thinking about that social empowerment. And I think it's interesting that you touched on the phrase about digital citizenship with online safety. And it's something which, over the years, initially as a police sergeant and now working with eCadets, which had its 5th birthday very recently, digital citizenship has always been something there in the background. It's now come through to be a mainstream debate. But I think looking to the future, it changes. And it's not so much digital leadership, it's digital empowerment. Because you look at certain use of technology now, and again, we're seeing it with Go Bubble. Children are starting to use it as a solution provider to address some of the big problems that exist for children in the world. And they're actually looking at helping and supporting their friends through that. So I feel that the way that it moves in terms of online safety and digital citizenship is more in terms of thinking about the child, thinking about the empowerment there, but then giving them that voice, giving them that opportunity in a safe way where they can actually make a difference in the real term to the real world. That's a key driver.
No, absolutely agree, and I think schools in England are at a disadvantage here. If you look at schools in Wales, I'm doing a lot of work at the moment around digital citizenship in and around 6 or 7 schools, Cardiff and Merthyr, in which digital citizenship is a significantly important strand in their national curriculum. They really are focused on this, and I kind of think that schools in England are just kind of being forced to look at this in a kind of edge kind of way, just because it's something to do with computing, but it isn't really coding, and I just worry a little bit about this. And this is a great opportunity to bring 2 additional experts, Alan Mackenzie and Tracy Good, into the conversation now, both of which have a wealth of expertise. Now, I wonder, Tracy, if I could start with you and ask you, what are the trends that you're seeing at the moment, particularly in a safeguarding kind of area?
When we're looking at young people, it's very much around self-generated content, and I'm seeing that as 2 quite different arenas. So we're seeing one of the strands that I see is around recording ourselves. So we're looking at things like Musical.ly, we're looking at things like YouTube. YouTube has always been massively popular, but with the advent of Musical.ly and apps like that, where we've got young people who are making videos, they're then sharing them online for others to comment on, for others to enter into direct conversations with children about the sorts of things that they're sharing online. Some of the stuff that we're seeing on there is really provocative, and that's not children purposefully being provocative. This is children emulating what they see already on YouTube or on TV. The other strand that I'm seeing a lot of at the moment is live streaming or going live, and so that live broadcast. And that's for children either as a producer of content, so they're putting themselves in front of the camera and broadcasting to the world, or from that voyeuristic viewpoint where we've got young people who are just watching other people's live streams. And again, some of those live streams, they can really quickly take a turn and become very, very sexualized. So when we're thinking about child sexual exploitation online, and we're looking at how young people can be exploited, that can pan out in front of your eyes, and it can happen very, very quickly. So I think that for me, they're the two over the last, I'd say, 6 to 9 months that I've seen big surges with, and this is with children at primary age. These aren't secondary age children. We're looking at children in years, I don't know, when we're looking at YouTube, reception up, but when we're looking at live streaming, years 4, 5 and 6, I'm seeing quite big numbers who are now live streaming.
And you've touched beautifully, I think, on modelling good behaviour, Alan, and from the top down, we're still not seeing adults model good behaviour. And I could start with the Prime Minister and work down from there if we all accept that she's at the top. Just a couple of years ago, she gave us, people around this table, her personal guarantee that she would never use the term child porn images. I was in the room, she gave that assurance. And then when it suited her to get a couple of more column inches and a little bit of press, out it came, instead of using what she had agreed, proper language. You know, sexually exploitive images, child abuse images, and still adults are not modelling the right behaviour. What are you seeing?
Adults are the worst. You know, there's so much of a focus on teens, for example, you know, the teens' behaviour and young children's behaviour. I think adults need to have a very good look at themselves first, you know, particularly some of the stuff you see online, particularly the headline stuff that's going on at the moment with, you know, multi-shaming going on. And whilst I think that's poor, I detest that sort of thing. But it's the way it is now. It is what is happening. And you gave up a classic example there. The trends that are going on, I'd echo exactly what Tracy is saying there. Trends don't tend to change too much. You know, it's not a tech thing. It's a behaviour thing, and behaviour doesn't change that often. It evolves sometimes, and the evolving behaviour is we're seeing, you know, that live streaming going on. And ChildNet brought out their research over the summer holidays, and I think it's good to see that sort of research, because I think we're seeing those sort of figures in the classroom just to reflect and back up the research which is coming out. So it's not a huge issue right now, but it is definitely an emerging issue. It's one that's going to be coming out more and more during 2018. But from a personal perspective, and I don't know if this is a trend, I can't quite put my finger on it at the moment, but you mentioned YouTube, Tracy, getting lots of disclosures over the past few months in regards to YouTube. Now, you'll always get disclosures from YouTube, not suggesting that YouTube's a bad service. It's not. It's just because that's the space where a lot of kids are, and therefore they will talk about the content, etc. So you tend to get a lot of disclosures from that. But more recently, really from about November, early December onwards, more and more children are talking about disturbing content on YouTube. And I can sort of put my finger on it. That sort of content has been around since day one on YouTube. It's nothing new whatsoever. And I think it just so happens that there was a large media push in regards to it end of November, sort of beginning of December, particularly with, for example, the Logan Paul video, or his channel as a whole, the whole suicide forest video. And I'm speaking to, I can pretty much guarantee that from year 4 upwards in the classroom, at least half the children will have seen that man hanging from the tree. And you can see you can see the look in the children's eyes. Some of them are very resilient. You know, they can, for want of a better phrase, laugh it off. They understand, you know, what they're seeing. They can go and talk to somebody, and that. And some of them, it's frightened the living daylights out of them, and you can see the trauma on its faces. And actually, on one occasion in a school I was in just before December, I had to stop the whole lesson and have a child removed from the lesson because the trauma was that much. She couldn't cope at all. But that was her. By talking about YouTube in the classroom with them, in other words, being in the space with them, allowed them to release, if that makes sense. They had the confidence to release and say, this is what I've seen, this is what I've, you know, what has upset me. And sometimes it's not necessarily what they say, it's sometimes what they don't say, and you can see it in their eyes. And certainly, and again, I can't put my finger on it why, over the past couple of months, that has been going up and up with a couple of pretty serious disclosures that have come out of it. I think it's probably because there's been a large media focus on it, but I think it's very important to say it isn't new. It's been around for a long time. It will always be around, but that's one of the things
I'm
seeing.
seeing examples in some of the schools that I'm working in where incidents outside of the school, particularly let's use a real example. In one of the schools I'm working at, there was a WhatsApp incident in which 2 families got involved, and that spilt over into violence in the primary school playground between 2 sets of families, you know, scrapping it out. And WhatsApp has a 16 age restriction. This is the primary school. Kids are still doing stuff they shouldn't be doing, but then it brings me back to modelling good behaviour from adults, you know, that clearly the parents have not behaved in a suitably modelling fashion, and that kind of leads to that. Al, this is a perfect opportunity to bring you in as one of the leading software houses providing the kind of supports for this. How do your products fit into this kind of safeguarding agenda?
Well, we work and align very much with, you know, experts like Alan and Tracy who are talking about how we, you know, empower digital citizens. Unfortunately, much of what we do is the other end of the journey. If everybody was effective digital citizens, there would probably be very little demand for some of the tools that we provide for schools to try and support the safeguarding leads within the organisation. But fundamentally, what schools are saying to us at the moment, partly because they have a statutory obligation from keeping children safe in education, partly because of the prevent duty, which created extra awareness, is providing intelligence tools to support and inform the practitioners in the school. And for us, that starts out, what are those levels? You know, I mean, the most effective tools for safeguarding we know are eyes and ears. We can't replicate that, but in a way we can with software, because we can listen in a linguistic sense for children that are searching or researching content, and it's all about context rather than just content. But once we understand the context, we can alert educators if there's a theme of activity that might relate to body image or self-harm or other topics, and based on the content, what's important now is understanding how we deliver that and who we deliver it to. And of course, MATs create a fresh landscape where you want consistency of sharing practice and intelligence, but you also need to recognise that when there's concerns about a child, they need to go to a local and an appropriate recipient, not the broader trust. And that kind of flexibility and nuance around the safeguarding, I think, is really, really important. What we've also seen is, you know, with every good thing, potentially when it comes to technology comes a price and an overhead. And there's a risk that the sledgehammer approach says every time a child types any word, you get an alert. And you never see the wood from the trees. You see this massive information. And what we're interested in is, we're not necessarily interested in the teenager inquiring about titillation. We're more interested in the genuine concerns. And so it's about, from our point of view, we've developed very much with a focus on neurolinguistics. So the concept of looking at the word within the context of the sentence, breaking it down into trigrams to understand where it's appropriate, looking at the application. The application adds value in terms of, you know, if they're in Excel or they're in PowerPoint, then the term may have a different level of risk to if they're online, whether they're typing in an online messenger conversation and dialogue. So lots of our flexibility around that. And then the final trend, which is really, really important, certainly where we are, I chair a trust in Peterborough, where we have a very, very mixed cohort of individuals, is recognising there's pressures from an EAL perspective, and that safeguarding and intelligence can't be a pure English domain. And when you're looking at those indicators from a textual sense, it's recognising that kids often typed phonetically, not grammatically perfectly, but they also in different languages will be using an English keyboard. So what is the Polish for, cannabis or a threat or self-harm being typed on an English keyboard in a relaxed fashion, and understanding that, but also alongside that providing an English explanation that informs educators. So it's the bigger picture, and we've seen that's been one area where there's been huge demand, and we think we can support all the fantastic practice that's been alluded to earlier.
Tracy, I want to bring you back in again. Safeguarding is clearly a legal responsibility for the entity, the establishment, the institution itself. What tips do you have for them?
For schools, I would say make sure that you understand keeping children safe in education. So specifically when we're looking at that from the online perspective, we know that the update in 2016, we brought in quite a lot of changes around online safety. So for schools, understand your responsibilities, your statutory responsibilities. Schools do some things really, really well. When we're looking at things like filtering and monitoring, we know that schools tend to do that well. We know that most schools will have acceptable use policies, so we've got that practice going on in school. For me, around staff training, that's where I'm seeing a bit of a dip in practice. So make sure that your staff have an understanding of online risk and how that will translate to the students in your care. And students vary from school to school, from area to area. It's about teachers knowing their students, know what it is that your students are doing. How can you keep them safe? If we're talking to them about Bebo and MySpace, clearly we're not relevant, we're not up to date, we're not going to give them the skills that they need. So we need to know what it is that they're doing, because educated children start with educated adults. And if the adults around the table don't know how to engage with children, if they don't know what children are doing online, then they're not going to be best placed to support them. So staff training, really, really important. And an enhanced level of training for designated safeguarding leads for those people who need that better understanding. So for me, that's incredibly important. I'm thinking around if we can get parental engagement. We know that schools do some things really, really well. That's often not replicated at home, and again, it comes back to parents not being good role models. Can we engage with our parents better? Can we drip feed through to them throughout the school year? So what can we do there to try and make sure that the messages that we're giving at school are being replicated at home? That's incredibly important. I also think that we should be recording online safety issues as a separate entity, in the same way that we record racism, in the same way that we record homophobic incidents, recording online safety the same way, and making sure that designated safeguarding leads are recording their actions. So when they're dealing with an incident, they've got their actions all recorded down, and actions that they didn't take as well. If you decide that there's a sexting incident in your school and you're not going to refer that out to social care or the police or parents or whatever, recording your actions. It's just about being diligent and using that information. So when we're recording that information, it's the so what. So what are we doing with that? So we've got this raft of information about things that are going on in our school. What do we do with that? Well, actually, we can use that to change our educational response. So we're looking at all that information. Are we using that to then inform practice in school? So we're seeing a lot of incidents around live streaming. Are we educating our children then around that? Because if we're seeing peaks in incidents, it should be our responsibility to provide a good educational response. Because as part of keeping children safe in education, we have a duty to educate children now in online safety, but it has to be relevant, the work that we give them. And we'll only get that by talking to our students and having those dialogues. Not being scared of having those conversations.
No, I think you're absolutely right for that. Just a second, Henry. We just had, to bring Alan in again on this, we've just had Safer Internet Day. Some of the schools will have struggled to bring and engage parents in. A couple of schools that I was in that week, and we're sitting there with 2 parents in a whole hall. They're the only 2 that have bothered to turn up on that Wednesday, Thursday after school period. Schools are still struggling, and I wonder if we could use technology, if you have examples of using technology more effectively to engage those parents.
Yeah, there is, and I'll mention now something that I was going to mention later on when we get on to favourite apps, and I'm probably going to buck the trend. I've just been speaking about YouTube, but use YouTube. You were talking about staff training, designated. What that comes down to is a whole school approach. That whole school approach includes the students, themselves. Some of those students will want to be vloggers, YouTubers, etc., etc. use that to your advantage, particularly if you've got hard to reach parents in your schools. See if you can get those children to become vloggers, teach them in school the good digital skills. Within that, you might have a small team of video editors, and they'll be talking about teamwork, they'll be collaborating together to come up with new content. The school newsletter, for example, how about a school news video? You know, something like that. You're teaching these children good digital skills, which are key to good online safety. You know, so it's using it from a positive approach, and on the back end of that, parents who will see their children, that will engage them further, and there's so much more to it than that as well, but gets the children involved. That is the absolute key to all of it.
I like that often I meet lots of males, young males, who want to talk about their kind of top YouTubers, and they talk about the stats, and when there's an incident they seem to kind of follow those with greater interest than they do typically kind of football or the old kind of stereotypical interests for young males, and they seem to have latched on that quite well. I interrupted you. What were you going to say?
Well, it was perfect, the point that Alan just said, from really linking the two together in terms of live streaming and engaging with the parents and using the children. It's very much the same approach that we have with eCadets. So we're always listening to the schools. Although we have our curriculum model that we follow, it's very much about keeping up to date and live streaming and certainly involving the children to model that good behaviour through live streaming. We've seen fantastic examples of that. But then going back to involving the children, we had it reminds me very much of an activity that we had that was set around the Christmas time. And it was because, you know, at that point you will have Christmas performances that are put on, you will have parents, which are very hard to reach, who will still attend those. You have the issues of parents taking photos and sharing them on social media. So for the eCadets, we set an activity where they had to create a play that started the Christmas panto that they were performing in school, which was all around about how to share photos safely. So we actually had the children teaching the parents in situ before they were about to start snapping away on the mobile phones. And the results that came back from the schools was incredible. You know, head teachers saying that they didn't have to stand up and say it, but actually they saw a decrease in the number of incidents about children's photos being shared. So it's finding those sweet spots at different points in the academic calendar, as well as through technology, where those hard-to-reach parents will still be there, and then just use those as opportunities to try and piggyback some of the messages. But certainly getting the kids at the core is essential.
This also comes back to a conversation we were having at BET about involving children in creating the resources. So I know we're going to talk about the change in legislation around data protection and privacy later, but actually there's going to be a code of conduct for age-related web design. You know, and I really honestly hope that it involves children in creating that. I really, really do, because without it, we're going to be missing a fantastic opportunity as a whole country. The other age part of that is, well, we're meant to be doing age verification going forward. So how are social media sites going to cope with this? It's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be a very changing landscape over the next couple of years.
Yeah.
No, brilliant. And Mark, if I could just now start to wrap this topic up now. Lots of apps, lots of discussion. Is there a safe place to go for apps? How do educators and parents, for that matter, vet, procure, check out, decide what is and what isn't appropriate? Or shouldn't they be in the decision-making process at all?
I had an interesting conversation about this just the other day, actually, and I just basically called it parenting, because actually that's what it is. You know, whether you're buying a magazine in the supermarket, whether you're choosing chocolate ice cream, a reasonable diet, whatever it is, you know, you read the packet, you read the label, and that's the best advice I can give. So with my own two children, they've got iPads, and if they want to buy an app, they send a request through, and it comes to me, and I can then check it out. Is it age appropriate? Is the content sort of, is it just for fun, or is it to help them with their learning? What sort of ads are coming through on that? But that takes time, and parents are busy, and it's easy to see how lots of families can go, oh, I'll just, you know, there you go, as a sort of a little babysitting thing. But you know, it's about engaging and taking the time as a parent. We talked around the table about the importance of engaging with parents at schools, but at the end of the day, parenting should start at home. You know, in schools, teachers are in loco parentis, that's in place of parents. It's not actually replacing the parents, it's taking the role of looking after the children whilst they're with you in schools. And schools do loads through digital parenting evenings, organising magazines to be deliverable and shared across, but at the end of the day, it should really come back to the parents. And schools shouldn't feel, you know, as bad as a lot of them do, beating themselves up. You know, parents
should be spending the time, taking the time and the effort to look out for their own children. That's what I would be saying.
No, and I think the consensus from the table is, and I don't like that very much, is to hang some of this learning on the back of another well-attended event. And I think that's really good. And I like the idea before a school performance, get the kids up and just brief the parents on this week's safety protocols. I think that is splendid. Thank you very much. That wraps this topic up for the moment. Thank you all. Okay, everyone. In our last discussion, we talked about how budget cuts were affecting the landscape of learning and the impact on schools. And I'm particularly interested to pick this topic up from us around the table, just to see whether things have changed, particularly for the better or for the worse. Al, particularly as a trust perspective, with your hat on as a major player and as a participant in a very big MAT, what has been the impact on budget cuts and how are you addressing them?
Well, of course, officially there are no budget cuts. There's more going into education than ever before. That's the party line, isn't it? And we all have a good snigger and we say, and back in the real world, the reality is the new funding formula means there are budget cuts and there are more demands, there are more children, there are more costs than there is increase in budgets. And wearing, as you alluded to, my role as chair of a trust, there are different strategies that a trust can take in terms of the economies of scale that are available. And I suppose we all start from that point of the last thing you want to impact is the business of the day, which is teaching and learning. And of course, given our previous conversation, the safeguarding and making school the right kind of place for a child to develop and learn. So the economies of scale that schools are looking at in kind of priority terms are how do we bring together things like our HR, our finance, and very relevant to our conversation, our IT services. Where can we leverage and pull together a centralised resource that might allow us, regrettably in some cases, they need less staff to deliver the same services, to pool our purchasing power, to make sure that technology is deployed in the right places where it's most effectively used. As you know, one of the strands from the technology that we deliver at Net Support is about identifying what's out there and whether it's effectively used. Have you got machines that only get turned on twice a day? Are there software licenses that by default we just renew every year as a school? What's out there in all those different curriculum departments? What machines are left on overnight? The list goes on. So there's that whole kind of strand about recognising that the funding formula means we've got to be more efficient at it. But you don't have to be a trust to recognise that IT and practice can deliver fiscal savings. So although I always talk about from a trust perspective, I also chair a finance of an infant school, a local authority infant school, very different makeup, small cohort of children. You know, every penny as a percentage is much more finite. But actually, if we recognise the biggest cost in a school, typically 75%, 80% of your overall cost is people. So the biggest cost is lost time, lost productivity, when the services mean that the teachers can't be effective or the support staff can't do what they need to do. And that is an area where IT can be very prevalent. If you have the right tools, not only to manage that technology, but where there is a problem, to intervene and address quickly, the kind of remote support tools, the remote management tools, the ability to support the desktops, the platforms, the devices, then potentially there is significant savings to be made within a school. So lots of these things actually are one of those occasions where best practice from the commercial world and education in the public sector are just as relevant. They're transferable skills and we can learn from both aspects. But I think technology has a place to play. We always talk about it in this fantastic front line of innovation that we see with all the new technology available. But there's that kind of underlying boring bit of just being there as that kind of facilitator and enabler across the network. So I think there are some strands that trusts and schools are being forced to do. IT, of course, is one strand in the overall picture. But let's not ignore the fact that fundamentally there is a squeeze on school budgets and there is a squeeze on what schools can do, even though best practice says we want to try and broaden the education experience and the curriculum opportunities we give to children. And the two simply don't add up. Currently.
Great opportunity to bring Tony Shepherd into the discussion now. GDPR, big pile of stuff heading towards us. I'll just tell you what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that it's not concerning us. It's European legislation. We're not going to be in Europe. It's so not going to bother us. That's not the case, is it? And people need to be taking notice of this.
It's really not the case. I mean, if we consider that actually we have a strong history of working as part of the working groups within Europe, writing this legislation ourselves. So we have worked on this legislation some of our experts have written this with our European partners. So we've then taken that, the data protection bill that's going through, it's been through the House of Lords, it's now in the House of Commons. It's got the applied GDPR, how it's going to work in the UK. So that's going to be legislation, whether we're in Europe or not. So, no discussion about Brexit or anything like that. It is coming, and that's one of the things that everybody needs to face. People thinking that it doesn't affect them, it affects everyone. Within schools, we're public bodies. We do public tasks, and so we have, as public tasks, we have a responsibility to look after the data and the privacy of the children, the parents, and our staff. We always must remember that staff are also people that we need to protect as well. So it is coming. And going on from the budget squeeze, there hasn't been any additional funds come in to help support this. So as well as my work as within GDPR in schools, I'm also a governor of a federation of 2 infant schools, and we're seeing this squeeze as well. This is coming in, and we're going, oh right, okay, well what can we as a school do to actually not incur a lot of extra cost? There may be some cost involved. I mean, the DFE, when they release their videos and their blog about it, have pointed out that yes, some work may be needed. There is advice out there that's already for free. I mean, we produce free advice. The ICO's got their 12 steps. We've put into a bit more of an educationally friendly language. Advice is coming out from the DFE. I mean, we've been working with the DFE along with others to try and help get that out there. One of the big pieces that we'd say is it's not big bang. It's actually a continuing journey. So those schools and MATs who've worked hard on their data protection over the years, so the work that Bector did 10 years ago, those people that took that on board and carried on with it, they've only got a small journey to make. Other schools have got quite a larger journey, but it's not big bang. Come the 25th of May, that's not it. It's a continuing journey. You'll keep going, keep needing to review things. It's going to need a bit of a change in mindset, though, within some schools. So the 2 key things I'd really bring from it is some basic risk management. Now, I wouldn't say that anybody is health and safety. Every single person is not a health and safety expert within the school. But every single member of staff has got some common sense things that they know. Oh, the floor's flooded in here, that's a risk. There's electrical cables all over there, I don't want children running around. There's 3 chairs balancing on the table and they're trying to climb on top of it, to see if they can touch the roof. Okay, yeah, that was admittedly me when I was a young child in school, but, it's a case of it continues. So teachers actually have a basic understanding about managing risk. So to some extent, it's just about helping them understand that when they're looking for those new apps, I mean, Mark's done some sterling work on actually pointing out which ones are actually good and actually are looking after data. So that's a brilliant place to go and have a look. They need to look at, okay, what's happening with children's data when we're doing this? What's happening with our data as teachers when we're doing this? And they need to think first before saying, oh, that's brilliant, I'll go for that. Because they've got to think about the risks that are associated with it. The other mindset that needs to be changed is around data retention and use. So, I mean, we've all been there. We've all, been in schools and we've had data from cohorts that may have left 2-3 years ago. And we want to go back and we want to compare it against children that are in the school now and everything. But actually, that's not the reason why we pulled the data in to start with. Okay, we haven't anonymized the data. We haven't said, and we haven't, informed people and been transparent about when we're going to delete things. So we've got to think again about how long we're keeping data for. Are we actually using it for the reason we collected it in the first place? And if we start looking at that mindset, yes, we've still got to do the work of where is the data within the school, what software we're using. I mean, data discovery tools are absolutely fantastic to actually pull out all those random Excel spreadsheets and the duplicate of all of those documents that we have everywhere. So we need to think about where have we got, why are we using it, how long are we keeping it for. Some small changes, but it's going to take some time to do it.
Al, can I just bring you in again as your chair of the trust here? What recommendations have you had to make, and have you how much progress have you made in appointing a DPO? Where are you on your journey?
Well, Tony has been very eloquent in in highlighting the journey, and it is about moving that journey along. I mean, we took a very first starting point, which is it's about people being informed. It's about identifying and appointing stakeholders throughout the school that are aware of what we're doing, what the requirements are, because it is about empowering people to understand that process. And then we've looked at the key areas from a trust point of view, so the one strand is about making sure there's the right policies in place, that staff are aware about what's expected, where to report, how that process is done. Tony alluded to it, data discovery is a really, really important strand of that. Obviously, data exists in different forms. There's a process, and sometimes it's an opportunity to refresh. I would argue, in my experience, schools are pretty good at process and policy compared to the private sector, frankly. So it's about developing that area, but identifying where we keep paper records, how they're tracked, where they're appropriate. Data discovery, it's an area that for our customers we added a feature that's in the product now for free that allows you to discover all those potentially sensitive documents that may contain student data, so that you can track them, and then you can make sure that if there's a breach, you've got a mechanism for actually reporting that process. So I think we've started with information, we've started with the process of discovery and making sure that the policies are in place. In terms of DPO, it's been one of those topics that has been discussed, I think, ad nauseum from all different forums. We've taken a decision in the trust to appoint a trustee as our DPO, and we've taken the strategy that, you know what, it's not necessarily that far removed from the old concept of having a responsible officer. I say old concept, some schools still do. Some schools employ an accountancy firm if they're a trust to be a responsible officer role. But when we had FMSIS, financial management standards in schools, that concept was about having somebody who was one step removed from the financial data, having a look at what was happening at the financial data and making sure the numbers that were reported matched the physicality. And I take the same view, which is a trustee can be quite clearly, if they're suitably informed and evidenced, one step removed to both be the recipient of any concerns, but also be the challenge that the process and procedure behind it. But it's a living beast, and because it's still going through the process, we're still learning. I think what I get very nervous about is when somebody says, yeah, we're done, we're sorted, we've got it, we're all ready to go. And you have to question how. You know, this isn't a let's get to the finish line and dip and we're done. It's a change of practice forever for the future. So we've started with communication, but we feel fairly confident that we're on that path, but we're not, mindful of there's still lots to do.
Henry, from a developer's point of view, what's been the impact for you on this new legislation?
Massive, absolutely massive. And I think for any developer who doesn't recognise the importance of GDPR, I would recommend that they have a strong cup of coffee and wake up. Thankfully, we're very fortunate. One of our investors is a GDPR barrister. So going back 2 years, when we were in the very early stages of building GoBubble, at that stage, she was giving us advice and saying, look, this is what it's going to be like. These are the things you need to consider to future-proof. So from the outset, we were able to really put GDPR in the DNA of GoBubble and to help it. And in essence, the overriding priority that we have with GoBubble is to keep kids safe. At its heart, that's what GDPR is doing. It's keeping them safe because it's looking after the data. Now, you could look at reasons why it's come into being, and obviously there have been well-documented cases in the past of technology firms and social media companies not respecting people's data and actually seeing the customers as the product and then misusing that data, and in particular children's data as well. I think some organisations will find it very, very difficult to cope with GDPR because their practices need to come up to date. And exactly, as Tony says, it's an ongoing process. If people simply think, I can do everything, get it ready for that one date in May, and then I'm done. So no, it's continually evolving, and it has to, because if you're working with live humans and data from them, then you always have to be looking at innovating and taking it forward and looking after people. And that's really what it's about. It's being responsible, and it's taking that responsibility as a developer, as a business owner, or anyone that interacts with data.
No, and taking that responsibility, perhaps Tracy, I can bring you in here. Is there a link, do you see a link between individuals' need to privacy, processing data, and e-safety? Is there a causal link between the two?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, interestingly, what Henry's just said about children's data, and we look at how much of our children's data is harvested and sold, and so on. And we looked at the Grown Up Digital report that came out, where we translated Instagram's terms and conditions into child-friendly terms, and young people were able to read these terms and conditions and realise the data that was being held about them and what companies were able to do with it. When we're looking at digital citizenship, and we're wanting to empower our young people so that they can make safe, smart choices when they're online, And part of that is going to involve them understanding what is done with their data and what they can do to protect their data. And at what age can they do that? At what age? We've got this 13 age, which relates to the COPPA laws around having your information bought and sold. But we need to be empowering young people. I don't know what Alan's thoughts on this are. But yeah, I think that we need to empower our children so that they understand what is done with their data and what they can do to keep it safer.
And we shall ask Alan what his thoughts are. Alan, come on, what are your thoughts on this subject?
I just say yes. They are. I mean, children have a fundamental right to privacy. To understand privacy, they need to know everything that we've just been talking about in great detail through, at an age-appropriate level. I'll speak with Year 7s about privacy. Their rights to privacy. Not going into the legislation, but giving them an idea of how they are. They are the product and what is happening with all that data, and then inject, as part of an online safety lesson, inject specific safeguarding topics into that. But what that does is just gives them an understanding of how their data is being used. So, for example, it's easy to do in a lesson because, one of the things that we always tell children in lessons is don't share personal information. Well, it's impossible. You can't. So if you come at it from a privacy aspect and say this is what your data is being used for or could be used for, etc., then it covers those safeguarding areas as well, thus gives them an understanding of what we mean specifically by being careful about sharing your personal and private information. But I'll give you another example, a really good one specifically for primary schools. I mean, you mentioned modelling good behaviour earlier on. Schools will send letters home to parents with tick boxes in to say, yes, you can use my child's photo and, in this, that and the other. But are we asking the children that question? And the reason why I mentioned that is because a few times in the past I've done a lesson with children called Safe Selfies. It's just a bit of fun about taking photographs and whether is it appropriate to share, is it still going to be appropriate in 5 years' time, considering who else is in the photo and all that sort of stuff. And I always remember one time when I gave that lesson, the children went straight into an assembly and this school were a brilliant user of Twitter to really showcase and the children in the school, and the parents loved it. And so the teacher stood up in front of the assembly and took a photograph of all the children and said, I'm going to share this on Twitter. And a group of the children who had just been into my lesson put their hands up and said, excuse me, sir, you haven't asked us if it's okay to share that photo online. And they were absolutely right. That was empowering them to make their decision, not the school making the decision on their behalf.
It's very interesting at the point, just going back to Tracy, that you mentioned about the Instagram work and looking through and trying to actually put that into language that children understand. We were very conscious with GoBubble that when we set out our privacy document, that we wrote it in a style that children would understand straight away, and also just tried to simplify it. So there were only 10 points in there. One of them said that any content that you create is yours, not ours, it's yours. So therefore, you own it, and if you wish to remove it, you can do. Now, the interesting thing has actually come that certain organisations will now look at social media companies, they will look at their privacy documents, and I actually had an email through the other day from an organisation who'd gone on to our site and had a look at our privacy document and said, there are certain legal points here that need to be covered, and actually what you need to do is you need to be writing a 5-page privacy document with all this legalese in. And I said, well, actually, no, we don't. Because the people that we're talking to, our privacy speaks for itself. There are only 10 points. You don't need a 10-page privacy document. If you succinctly can convey it in those points, that's all you have to say. And it was very interesting because this is a leading organisation that came back and said that. So I think that, again, there's a bit of a disconnect between what we're all saying as practitioners, what the children, what the parents are asking for, and then what some organisations are still sort of going back to, which was maybe relevant 10 years ago, but isn't today.
No, indeed. Mark?
I'm concerned for schools, but I'm also really concerned for teachers because, a large reason as to why I'm able to do what I'm doing today is through things like I've done in the past, through sharing on Twitter, sharing things through my blog, my website, and this idea of being a sort of modern, connected educator is hugely empowering for teachers. But as teachers, if we're hosting a blog on WordPress or wherever else it is, we've also got a responsibility as teachers to be thinking about GDPR as well. And we're talking lots about schools, we're talking lots about children, but actually it's really important. for teachers to be really aware of what their responsibilities are around putting things on, privacy policies on their site, talking about how their data is held, making sure that there's explicit consent when sort of gathering data, and that sort of thing needs to be really more widely shared, because I'm really worried about what might happen for some teachers who are innocently just sort of trying to develop, share, pay it forward, all these things. I'd hate for there to be a case study whereby someone had just not really thought about it, and then for them to get into bother because it just wasn't on their radar.
I'm just going to link into some of the concepts that Henry raised, but it relates to both the vendors and the schools. One of the strands we've kind of alluded to is about consent. And a lot about what we do in EdTech is about how we promote to schools technology that's available. And there's an obligation for us to now go revisit all those people, those names and addresses, and re-seek consent before we can engage with them. And the parallel to schools is often that's the same behaviour as sixth forms. Sixth forms within schools tend to be more of a business-like competitive environment where you're advertising the courses and services, and you often have a pool of names and addresses of families that you want to communicate with. So schools, like businesses within the space, well, all businesses, but have to recognise that that pool of names, they've got to now go back and re-seek consent before they can be used from a marketing perspective. Just the same way as at BET, when people came to see us, we had to seek their consent as part of an extra question on that process.
One of the things that some schools are getting confused about, or even getting some poor information, is about consent being used for everything within the school. Actually, schools are public bodies. They're doing public tasks, and so public interest is actually one of the lawful basis of processing. Complying with legal obligations, again, that's also one of the ones that schools will use. Consent is valuable. Consent, as well as a legal definition, is actually, you've also got a moral thing around it. So even though you don't need to gain consent for certain things, actually the being informed and actually giving an opportunity for children and parents to sort of stick their hands up and say, well, what does that mean? Comes onto that age-appropriate privacy notice that Global do so well. Some of the social media sites who have in their T's and C's, you've got to be 16. So because under the legislation, they're meant to have age-appropriate privacy notices, they'll say, oh, well, that's 16. Actually, it's not relevant. So anyone who's under 16 who's signing up under the counter to some extent may still not know all of the details. So it's one of those things of where we still need to put some pressure on social media sites to say, you know people under 16 are doing it, you need to use plainer English.
Lots to discuss on this one. Thank you very much, all of us. Closing the topic down now. Well, welcome to this part of our discussion where we kind of open up the floor to a topical discussion. Today, I think we'd like to talk about our favourite apps, and it would be very useful if people could kind of contribute and tell us why. So rather than just name a list of apps, tell me why, what relevance to the business of learning your recommended or favourite app. Who would like to start us off? Who wants to go?
I'll jump in first.
Tracy.
I'm going to go old school. I'm going to go Twitter. And the reason that I go Twitter is from a safeguarding perspective, there is such an amazing wealth of information out there. There are people, absolute experts in their field, but from such a broad variety of agencies. So when we're considering safeguarding in education, we have a lot of designated safeguarding leads who now have their own Twitter accounts. We have things like Safeguarding Hour. So on a Sunday, we have an hour on one side where we have hashtag SG Hour, and we focus in on a particular topic, and experts or people with experience from all around the country, but it's particularly a UK-based thing, will all come together and provide their experience, their knowledge. So if in your particular school you've got a worry or a concern, you don't know how to deal with it, we'll all come together at one point in the week to be able to support each other with things like pastoral chat. And it's a great way of accessing people from directors of children's services to classroom assistants to entrepreneurs like Henry and Alan, and just people who've got a wealth of information. So for me, Twitter, although it's not new and exciting and sexy, for me it is still
I like it, and I'm not going to let you off the hook without giving me your favourite tweeter. I'll give you a moment. Mine is Larry the Cat, who tweets directly from number 10 and amuses me at some of my most depressing moments with great stories from number 10. What would your favourite tweeter be?
Do you know, actually, my favourite tweeter is also a personal friend, and she's called Jess Eaton, and she does a lot of work around child sexual exploitation. She's got a mouth like a sewer. She says it as she sees it, She's passionate about the cause, and she's pushing things forward. She's worth a follow.
May not be available from inside a filtered internet account.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for that. Who wants to go next? Alan.
Yeah, I'll go next. I'll go back to what I mentioned earlier. YouTube, for me, traditional, good. From a personal perspective, I can now fit a radiator, so that's great for me. Round of applause from my wife, which was
and
great.
The money you saved as well.
And the money was fantastic, but actually more from really one of the in my line of work, one of the most frustrating areas I see in schools, which is community engagement. What we touched on, earlier on. Quite often, more often than not, particularly in primary schools and quite often in secondary schools as well, they are concerned about the number of pupils or students that are aspiring to be vloggers or tubers or whatever. Well, I say capitalise on that. Use it. Don't worry about it. Use it. Get a group of students in the school. An editor, a video editor. Look at this amazing team we've got in this room. They all started somewhere. What if you could start that at primary school and show a CV from primary school, and make those people confident, but more importantly, competent users of these things as well. Because key digital skills is key to online safety, but also as a part of that, where you've got the parents at home, particularly those hard to engage parents, they're going to watch the children on, it doesn't have to be YouTube, I just use YouTube as an example. Sure. It could be on Vimeo, it could be on anything that's out there. But, getting them to read the school newsletter with a news desk behind them, it's absolutely amazing. And the engagement you'll get will significantly increase for something that's so simple. But you're pulling in literacy, you're pulling in teamwork, you're pulling in digital skills, collaboration, absolutely everything. And just that one simple thing, YouTube, every time.
And of course the other benefit is just-in-time learning.
Of course.
And the radiator fitting is, when it's time to look at the washing machine, you look at the call-out charge and you nip on there and say, how do I change that rubber seal? And you just watch it and you learn it, and there are great tutorials on there as well.
Right.
Al?
I was slightly torn. I did want to mention, rather than old school, Really School, which is something new that we're doing, which is about classroom assessment and tracking a learning journey. But I couldn't not pick an app, although there are hundreds that I could pick, that wasn't something that my daughter chose to get me for Christmas. And she bought me what looked like an innocuous pad. And the pad's called a Rocket Book. But actually, when you open the pad, you get a matching app with it, which means as you enter your writing and your notes within your book, you can categorise with a circle, scan it, and it files it for you. And it creates a really good and easy way of digitising what you do and organising and sharing in different formats. But the key is, when you're finished, you can put the pad in the microwave with a mug on top, give it 5 minutes of microwave, and the pad's clear and off you go again. So not only does it give you a way of digitally taking your notes and sharing them, it also gives you a reusable resource. And partly because it's just cool and different, and partly because it was from my daughter. That's my app of choice.
I'm going to want to replay that bit again myself, but that was just stunning. Really, really good. Mark?
I could share quite a few apps.
Okay, how much space on the tape do we have, guys? How long?
But I'll start with the premise that when it comes to, because there are so many to choose from. I mean, you asked me the question before: how do parents, ensure that an app is of good quality and this sort of thing. When it comes to thinking about apps for teaching and learning, I always ask teachers to think about a few things, and predominantly around whether or not the app that they're choosing to use, firstly, obviously, will support and enhance teaching or learning, or both, in the classroom. But secondly, it's around the ease of use. Yeah, so what we find with EdTech tools that make a big difference, and the ones that tend to stick around, okay, they're ones which are like the threshold for learning how to use them is really, really low, but then what you can then do with them is massively scalable. Yeah, so a simple example that isn't my choice is Padlet. Yeah, so Padlet, really easy to use. You can go to the website, type it in, boom, 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 done. But I've used it with children in reception. I've used it with children who are 18 years old in year 13, and it's hugely scalable in terms of what you can do. But there's an app which is part of a suite of apps from the guys over at Adobe, and they've got a suite of tools called Adobe Spark. Now, lots of teachers like to ask young people, learners, to show what they know. Okay, and often they'll ask the children to use PowerPoint. What happens when children make presentations in PowerPoint? They tend to not focus on the content, but focus on making things like the text animate and all this sort of stuff. And that sort of detracts away from the learning activity. So the tool I'd like to share is in the Adobe Spark suite. It's called Adobe Spark Video. And essentially it is just like PowerPoint, it's slide driven. But what you're encouraged to do is not to put loads of content onto the slides, but put icons or references to what it is you're talking about, or a photograph from the learning session in class. And it used to be called Adobe Voice. And the reason why it was called that is because you're encouraged to record your voice and speak over the top of each of the slides. And because it's made by Adobe, the product is really, really beautiful. And children don't have to spend any time thinking about changing colours or fonts or animations. It does all that sort of stuff for you and allows you as a learner to focus on showcasing what it is that you really, really know. And so after you've recorded your voice over the top of a few slides, then you can save that, and that's in the form of a video, which is then easily shared across any platforms or repurposed into journals, the online e-portfolios, so forth and so on. And children can be massively creative with what they can do. But what I love about it most is it's easy to use, massively scalable, and produces a really beautiful product that children can be really, really proud of. So
Brilliant.
That's it, Adobe Spark Video.
Brilliant. Okay, I hope the background noise didn't affect anyone's enjoyment of that. Obviously, you've just come to first break, and we've let the kids out. What app? What's your favourite?
It's one of those things where, I mean, going back to BET and the discussion earlier, one of the things that I like that BET is I like to see interactive whiteboards. I know for some people they're a bit of an anathema, but actually, when you're looking at collaborative tools as a concept, they're actually a really good starting point with the idea that, you know, pupils, students can actually go up to the board, they can contribute, a snapshot can be taken, something that it doesn't get done enough. Enough people each year grab the concept of, they can contribute, you can take a snapshot, you can share it can go back and be revisited. When you fast forward that and you look at the evolution of such collaboration tools, you've then got to think, well, actually, something like OneNote, and for me, that is a fantastic app in all the different ways it gets used. If you look at how, back in Windows XP Tablet Edition, for those people that, you know, are really old school with their tablets, OneNote was being used there, fantastic for handwriting. You look at all the evolution of it and how Microsoft is working with inking. OneNote, for me, actually forms a real good core for adding so many different things for collaboration. So, for me, OneNote.
Can I add to that as well? Yes. OneNote is huge, and there's so much you can do with it. But one of my favourite things about OneNote, Microsoft's been working really hard on accessibility. And we had a laugh around BET about the Seeing AI app, which can describe the room around you to help visually impaired learners. And they've got a feature called Immersive Reader, which plugs directly into OneNote. And so if you're scanning documents, if you're sort of including that sort of thing into your work, if a teacher sends you a PDF, all that sort of thing, directly from within the app, it can scan the text, it can read it back to you. You can highlight that text and reuse it yourself. You know, all those things are built directly into it. And for those children who've got additional learning needs or special educational needs, you know, who find it really difficult to access that for me, on top of all the amazing things you can do in OneNote, that accessibility makes it a real winner in the classroom, I think.
And what was the add-on?
So it's called an Immersive Reader.
Immersive Reader.
Or if you're using Office Lens as a camera,
right.
so that the Rocketbook, okay, if you want to have a similar thing within OneNote, use Office Lens and it just takes the documents in, chews them up, and there you go.
Well, that's the thing. See, Office Lens is now integrated into OneNote, so you can do all that in there. It's brilliant.
Good old Microsoft.
Yeah.
Amazing. Amazing.
Well, I suppose that there is only one app which
No, let me think.
Yeah,
what could that be?
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think?
The letter B, perhaps?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. GB. Yes. For me, obviously, because it's been such a big part of my life, but also now seeing the impact in the schools, and it's very much the impact when you put it in the learners' hands. GoBubble really has started to transform some of the experiences for the kids. Giving them that safe social media just for under 13s, where they know that the child that they're talking to is a child because of all of the checks that we do beforehand and because we verify every single user. It frees them up. And when you chat to kids and say, look, why do you use social media? They always say, because I want to talk to my friends. That's the main reason why you use it. It doesn't matter what platform it is. But then when you can say to them, well, here's a platform where, first of all, you know that user you're going to chat to is your friend, and not someone pretending to be them. But also, if you wish to make a new friend, you can only talk to people the same year group age. And straight away it gives them that confidence, that reassurance. And also because we've built wellness and well-being into it, the supportive nature that comes through is wonderful. You know, we've seen just examples of the messages that have come through, you know, children doing homework. And in the app, they've messaged their friends saying, oh, look, I'm stuck on question 4. Can someone explain to me how you've worked it out? They don't want to know the answer. Sure. They just want some help in terms of how they've worked it out. So then another child has recorded a video using GoBubble to share it, saying, well, this is the working out that I did to go through to help with it. Now, on the flip side as well, a big thing at the moment in GoBubble is slime. Slime is massive. I never appreciated how big slime was nowadays. I'm tempted to set up a slime factory because every single day we get videos, how-to videos of how to make the best slime and slime comparison groups. And that's just as an example. You know, it's wonderful because that isn't just, you know, within one school in the UK or within one region within the UK. They're then sharing that knowledge with children in America, with children in Australia, children in Nepal. So it's seeing that interaction globally is just fantastic. And also it has a very, very attractive pricing structure for schools.
Good, indeed.
What about you, Russell?
Thank you very much for asking. I was just going to say it is refreshing to know that some things have never changed over the years, is it? Getting dirty, mud, mucky, dirt, and all the rest of it are things that still like young folks likes. For me, it would be the BBC iPlayer app. And I'd use the BBC. I was working at the Beeb when they were doing the development, really interested in how that's played out. But for me, radio is so incredibly important right now. And I want educators and parents and kids to understand the power of the word, the meaning of words, how to get back to some of that, to develop their imagination, and listening to radio is a lovely way of doing that. I mean, statistically, kids are listening to more online radio than they've ever listened to before, so I have very little work to do in that area, convincing people. But getting back to that real spoken word is so vitally important. It's the first thing that's going to impress someone when they meet someone else, their conversation skills, how to develop one's conversation, how to ask intelligent questions, and that kind of relate, listen to the answers, build on that and develop those kind of skills. Those are the social skills that I think will open doors for young folks. I mean, I really appreciate, you know, the vlogging and all the rest of it, and that will light some people's imaginations, but it's really time to look again at getting back to the real words and, you know, the real meaning of the words. I'd just like to cut past all of the, you know, does my bum look big on this shot, and have I got a face for radio, and all the rest of the stuff that we worry about, you know, when they're on camera. And here we are doing camera, but, you know, you can of course listen to this equally as well. Some of us look so much better when you're listening to it. I don't know why I'm looking at you, Henry, at all, for that one at all. I apologise profusely for that, but in you I see me. I think it's really useful to get back to the real words. So I think the BBC is a really underplayed app as well. Very, very powerful, accessing some great content, some great learning content as well. And we often forget the BBC, one of their original charters is to educate, which is very useful. All of you, thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much indeed for joining us for the great Ed Tech Debate 2.0.
Thanks, Russell. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell.
Welcome again, the third. Who would have ever thought we'd have made it to number 3? Well, here we are, ding ding, round 3. Ty, if I could just start with you perhaps. Now, a co-founder of the Education Foundation and chair of EdTech UK, an immense responsibility and good success on that as well. What would you say are the main developments in UK EdTech technology? And also, what do you think are the things that are coming up onto the horizon we should look at?
Well, first of all, I think it's a dynamic, exciting sector. I think you have to have a UK perspective. What's happening in terms of England is very different from Wales and Scotland and Northern Ireland. So that kind of overview is absolutely vital. It's one of the fastest growing sectors of the digital economy. I think it surprises many that not only is London a capital of EdTech, but throughout the country, and I'm talking places like Cardiff, Edinburgh, the southwest, throughout the country, the northwest, are edtech firms that are, I think, beginning to get real traction in schools, colleges and across higher education. I think there's also a sense that that push from companies into education institutions is beginning to bear fruit. I'm very interested also that policy that I see in Wales and policy that I see in Scotland is perhaps not as evident in England. And I think what we need to see in England is the pull of policy. Policy is important. It creates the framework, it creates the kind of environment for educators in classrooms and lecture theatres to almost give themselves permission to experiment with education technology. So it's really important for the British economy. I can see it growing exponentially. It's also a major force for British exports. I mean, this is about Britain exporting across the world. The education brand is very strong. The technology brand is very strong. And I think also it's really incumbent on all of us to be growing regional economies throughout the country. Developments, I think, a increasing understanding from policymakers that they need to support this sector. I think we're going to see announcements, I hope, very soon from England. We have a Secretary of State in England, and again, it's important to realise that we've got different education systems across these wonderful islands of ours. But I think we're going to see developments in England. I think we've got awareness, I think, from leadership teams that education technology can help with knowledge, consolidating knowledge. It can help with workload. Workload is a particular pressure at the moment. It can help also with linking school and community. I think for too long we've perhaps ignored the role of parents, and I think we'll probably touch on that later in our discussion. But involving parents in those young people's learning is absolutely vital. And also, frankly, education technology is opening up worlds that we couldn't have imagined even 5 years ago. Worlds of creativity, worlds of making, travelling to different parts of the world while you're still sat in your own classroom. For me personally, I want educators involved in education technology. I speak as somebody involved in policy, I speak as a parent. I want educators involved. I want educators to feel confident. I think training is a particular major challenge. So we've got a world to win, and I think we've got an EdTech world to win. I've never thought it was a kind of magic wand. I particularly, think it's a powerful tool. It's not new. We've always used technology in schools. I was talking to somebody the other day about BBC School Radio. I just see this as part of that development of using a different tool to reach young people, to support young people's learning. So I'm optimistic. I'm here to learn as well. I think what we've got around the table is a whole different series of perspectives that are really important on this issue.
You talked about pace of change in there, and rightly so. How important do you think it is for schools to keep up, and how do they? Where do they find the wherewithal to keep up with this pace of change?
Well, often they don't, and often I feel it's sometimes it's about who they meet, and that can, that happenstance in terms of children's education, frankly, isn't good enough. I think, we need structure. A school-led system in England is really important, but all of the messages that we get back from the EdTech sector is that knocking on thousands of different individual school doors in England is a major challenge. It's a major cost for the sector. It's a major cost for startup or scale-up businesses, but I think you need to aggregate. So what I'm seeing in Wales is national movements. We've got the hub, HWB, and we're actually sat in Wales here in this round table, or this rectangle table, and Scotland as well with Glow as an attempt to put resources online, easily accessible for teachers to use and experiment. And I think that's the kind of key message that I'm beginning to pick up, is that, once you start this journey, your confidence increases as an educator. It is about admitting also what you don't know and seeking out help.
I think you're absolutely right. There is a great opportunity for bringing Kelly Williams here. As the lead practitioner for e-safety and e-cadets and safeguarding at your fabulous school, Cornist Primary School, and thank you very much for bringing the young people along today as well, and we'll hear from them later in this recording. You've done enormous work there as well, and I just wonder, how do you see the classroom developing in the future as far as technology is concerned?
I can see technology continuing to shape classroom practice and pedagogy. I can see, or I'd like to hopefully think that we'd see more of the VR and the AR being brought into the classroom, made more affordable, and blending the two worlds of digital and physical together, really, to, as you said, Ty, to just create much more rich learning experiences for the children. Looking further ahead again, it'd be great to see AI being used in the classroom. I think using technology like that, we can definitely make learning much more personalised, much more meaningful and purposeful.
We heard from Matthew earlier talking about his experience with Google Earth, and I asked him this really interesting question about using that software, would that influence the places he'd like to visit? And that's a brilliant opportunity to hear a young gentleman talk about how this informs his real world landscape as well as his virtual world.
Yeah, definitely, and we use a lot of Skype in the classroom in school as well, and then they blend those experiences with using Google Earth and Google Maps. Once they've spoken to children in a different classroom, like they've spoken to children in Shanghai, in Croatia, in America. I mean, that's just, you couldn't teach that, could you? It's,
no.
Learning's not out of my mouth anymore, or out of a textbook. I can actually physically take the children, well, not physically, but virtually take the children there and let them experience something completely different.
And how do you think the children respond to you, the class practitioner, not being the only expert now in front of them? They've now almost got a plethora of expertise in front of them. How do you think they're coping with that?
How do you think the students are coping? They thrive off it. You saw the children this morning. They absolutely, they're empowered by helping not only their peers but helping the staff as well.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I like that. Al, turning to you as an education software developer, and we're all familiar with your product portfolio, but I'm sure we'll hear soon about that as well. An amazing contribution to safeguarding as well there. How do you and how does your business keep abreast of these kind of developments, and how do you stay informed?
It is a challenge. I mean, you could argue a good conversation like today is a really good starting point as a PLN. I mean, everybody has a different perspective. Yeah. Education, you learn a different contrast to the commercial world. The commercial world often is focused about keeping ideas to yourself, keeping your IPR under control. And education is very much about sharing and supporting. And I think the only way that you can keep in touch is to be part of the education scenario. I don't think as a business you can talk to educators in terms of telling them what they need. You have to understand what the need and the demand is and then facilitate. And as Ty rightly said, it should be teacher-led. It needs to be educator-led, whether it's teachers, whether it's the frustrations of TAs, linked to the fact we've got a challenge in terms of resources. I think you have to be involved, whether it's these kind of round tables, having close people that you can share and bounce ideas off. There are a number of regional technology events, which links into Ty's scenario, because the UK as a whole is not the same when it comes to education landscape. So last week there was an event, Tech on the Tyne, that brought educators together from one region, and you see the conversations similar but subtly different, whether that's the driver because of choices they've made or the funding landscape and so on. So I think you start by having to be heavily involved, and then, EdTech, I'm really resonating again Ty's comments. From our perspective, EdTech is a facilitator. It's an enabler for teachers. It doesn't turn a teacher into an outstanding teacher. It allows an outstanding teacher to be fantastic in the classroom. And your comment about introducing other resources as the teachers as well, the roles in the classroom, it kind of resonates with a comment I've heard Mark talk about in presentations about moving from the sage on the stage to the guide on the side. It's about bringing those resources in together. As a technology vendor, we then have to look and say, well, if we want to facilitate and enable in the landscape, how is that landscape changing? So a good example would be 10 years ago, I'd be having this conversation and we'd probably be using the word Windows all the time. And now the concept is about that mix of platforms. The regional split says, you know, if I'm in the US, I'm talking much more about Chromebook and cloud-based computing. In the UK, I'm talking about iPads, I'm talking about Windows devices, MacBooks, a combination. And as I move across into Eastern Europe, Android suddenly appears as another alternative platform. So I think there's understanding that breadth of the infrastructure, and often the conversation tends to be about we want to engage in fantastic resources like AR, VR, we want to tablet enable one device per child, and schools invest in that. And then the missing link is both the training that Tyra talked about in terms of enabling the best possible use of that resource, but also there's the bit behind it, which is the infrastructure. The number of schools have got fantastic iPads but haven't put the wireless infrastructure in place, or haven't got the technology to actually manage and maintain that, so that you can then actually evidence that it's having an impact. And we were talking last night, and impact was a term that kind of cropped up, which is, there's two strands to it. One is, you're spending public money, therefore you've got to be able to be confident that that money is best used and deployed in the school. So you need to be able to evidence the impact. But also, if we want to enable future educators to buy in and bring new ideas to the table, you also need to have the tools to evidence that what you're already doing has impact, to help justify that journey. And I think the third part, in terms of us in the industry, is working with new companies and new startups. You know, there are challenges in the UK market for a small startup to actually move into the educational space, because it's hard to get a voice. You know, it really is. But I think actually what we've seen is the most successful companies, and I hope I would include mine in that, is those that work collaboratively with other companies. They don't see them as competition, but they see them that they work in parallel. You know, and a good example is working with Henry and eCadet, seeing that synergy with what we do from a safeguarding point of view, working with specialists from an e-safety point of view, working with trainers that can actually enable schools to get the most out of technology, you know, and equally, as well as obviously working with teachers to understand where their pinch points are. The long-term picture as a developer is finding out and understanding where the landscape is, and then making sure we deliver tools that are fit for purpose. And that kind of brings it back full circle.
Indeed, you mentioned something really interesting there about the devices and the kind of the different operating systems. When we asked our young people earlier, they were very clearly device agnostic and just didn't see any issue between switching between Chromebooks and iPads, and it was the right tool for the right job. And
in some environments, I mean, in some schools, you have a mixture. I mean, the UK landscape's a good example where we have the move to the academisation process. If you have schools that, you know, are using a technology that's specific to iPads, and another school has Chromebooks or Windows devices, the continuity of having tools that are agnostic across those platforms, both from a student engagement point of view, but also supporting teachers to have a consistent platform that they're familiar with and can use in the classroom. It's another challenge, and of course the challenge goes back to developers, which is you're developing multiple versions of your technology. So we have to be smart and just say, because we developed it that way in the past, doesn't mean that's what's fit for purpose today. And again, the young people tend to drive that you want to deliver on a platform that gives them the broadest possible experience. And I love hearing about VR and AR, and I'm sure we will again through our conversation, because I always see the focus is on about those core subjects and about getting the right level of attainment and progress within schools. But that race to attainment and progress runs the risk that you narrow the education experience of young people. And EdTech actually has a really important place to play alongside that, to say we can broaden the experience in a different way by giving them those experiences, enabling them to actually lead and be and share, you know, whether it's digital citizens or whether it's group leading and peer work in the classroom. Tech can be a really, really important tool to support great teaching.
Good, and it was great to ask the young folks what they enjoyed using the most, and let's hear from them now. Can I just start by asking, during school times, this is my interesting question, in your class, how often do you use devices? Now, I know you've brought some and you've left it on the table, and that's great, but I want to know more about that. Matthew, can I start with you? What devices and what tech do you use in school?
Well, over the past 2 weeks, we've been studying a country each class. We did Canada, and we've been doing presentations on Google Docs and things like that. We've been using Google Classroom as well.
Excellent. I'll ask you more about that in a second. Poig, you were going to say?
Yeah, so in my class we use a lot of the Chromebooks when we're doing it, because normally it's like we use Chromebooks at least once every week. and we don't normally use the iPad, so unless somebody else is using the Chromebooks.
Excellent. Apple will be delighted to hear about that, I'm quite sure. Oliver, what about you?
We use the iPads and Chromebooks quite a lot, and we also have an interactive whiteboard that we do our maths on. Not the teacher demonstrates on the touchscreen whiteboard.
Okay, that's really good to know as well. Ellen, what kind of technology, what do you use in the classroom?
Well, we usually just use our iPads and Chromebooks to do our work, like slides and sheets and stuff, to show our work in a different way rather than writing it down in our books. But we also use it just to kind of do it in a creative way so that we can show what we can do on the iPads as well as in our books.
Brilliant. Can I just ask about other teachers at school? Do you ever find yourselves having to help another teacher at school?
Yes.
Tell me more, tell me more.
There's my teacher, because he's basically just learned how to use his computer properly. So then he's going, how'd you do this? And then I was like, it's that button there, it's that button there. And then when he tries to set stuff up, it usually not working. He's like, I can do it. And then we're sitting there for half an hour just waiting for it to turn on.
I know, many a time have we all spent that. Go on, you go first.
I have to always sort the whiteboard out when it doesn't work, and our teacher's just learning to use Google Classroom and stuff.
Well, it is still fairly new, I have to say, so, you know, it's okay. Go on, what are you going to say?
My brother's teacher sometimes has to get one. There's a year 3 E-cadet in my brother's class, and my brother's teacher sends him up sometimes to ask for me and Oliver's help because like the whiteboard's not working or the sound's not working or something like that.
And sometimes I get asked to like set up the computer for what they want to do in the hall because she doesn't know how to do it. And I normally do that for her.
And when we have assemblies, I go down and set up the PowerPoint on the board, and I sit there for the assembly and change slides for the teachers.
Brilliant. What about you, Lily?
Well, because Mr. Grokart and our teacher has only just learnt to use Google Classroom and that, so he's getting other teachers to show him, but then he forgets, so he's asking us to show him. But because it's fairly new to us, so we've got to show him, and then he's learning from us, which is good to me because I like showing people how to do things, and then he makes us show everyone around the class it, and that makes me happy, showing other people.
And what he'll do as well, he'll use something that can't be shared by the rest of us. He'll use a different program, so because normally we share it on Google Docs, but he'll use something else. So then I have to change it all to Google Docs so I can share it with the rest of the class.
Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely agree with it as well. Mark, can I just bring you in now? As a past practitioner, brilliant classroom teacher, and now touring the world as the ICT evangelist here. I just wondered if you had specific advice for schools. How do they keep themselves up to date with what's going on?
It was really interesting hearing what Kelly was saying about the children in your class, being able to sort of pick up one thing and then work with something else and work with something else. And relating to what you were saying, Ty, as well, about technology giving us the opportunity to do things that we wouldn't be able to do without the technology. Your learners being able to sort of move from one thing to another, different platforms, that sort of thing. Teachers don't really, in general, have those kind of transferable skills. And staying on top of everything is really difficult. Utilising things like Eureka Cadets to support teachers in their training and their learning around technology is really good. But the most difficult thing, and one of the most difficult things for teachers is that idea of being able to sort of make sure that you're getting a learning return from what you've purchased and the stuff that's in your classroom, technology-wise. And it's really difficult when you're really tight on time, workload's a big issue, all the rest of it. I always sort of follow the Michael Fullan approach, which is about keeping teaching and learning at the core of what you do, and then think carefully about how you can then apply technology to that to bring new learning opportunities. So that's the one thing. The other thing I think is really important is trying not to look at there being sort of one big fix for everything.
what we see working really well in schools isn't where a school sort of goes all in on one particular product that's going to change everything. It's lots of little things that when combined, you know, can make a much bigger, it's a marginal gains kind of idea, isn't it? Yeah, so rather than having one big thing, lots of little things that when added together cumulatively can add, you know, a bigger return. So great example with your conversation. So yeah, we're using Skype in the classroom, but then we're using Google Earth for this, we're using Google Maps for that, so forth and so on. And by using those things across lots of different platforms, you're learning and doing far, far more than you would have been doing without the technology. So yeah, my best advice really is to keep it focused on teaching and learning, and don't try and, you know, think you can find one big thing to change and transform everything. Every day is a learning day, and if you can just take one little thing each day, trial it, scaffold it, become confident with it, have it there in your toolkit, and you know, just like you've got lots of pedagogical sort of things in your teaching and learning toolkit, over time you'll build up loads more technological ideas about what we can use in the toolkit, and combining those things together. It's a bit like TPAC, that technological, pedagogical, content knowledge model, which is a sort of three-way Venn, where you can bring all those things together and know when it's right to or not to use technology. Then you can start seeing some of those returns. But it takes time. You know, it's not a short sort of thing to work through. It takes a long time to get that confidence and to know when it fits right and so forth and so on. And every school is different as well. You know, every child's different, and that's the skill of the teacher. You're that guide on the side. You know, you're helping, you know, making micro decisions all the time with the young people you're working with. You know, this just takes time and practice.
What if the guide on the side now is a year 6 pupil who's part of your digital leader network? How comfortable should staff still be in letting those young people lead on the technology sometimes?
They should be very confident because, you know, I'm not a person who subscribes to that whole digital natives, digital immigrants kind of thing at all. I mean, children are good at the things they want to be good at, you know, from your Snapchatting to what have you. But you put them in front of an EdTech product, they're just like anyone else. But what they have got is that resilience, you know, and children, when I was teaching full-time, my student digital leaders were amazing. You know, the transformation that happened in the school was largely down to them. I'm sure you see that yourself in your place. People say lovely things about the things we do, but actually it's the children that bring those things on. So I'd be saying, you know, take on board what they're saying, try it. You know, because co-creation with your learners in however you're trying to sort of work in the classroom is great. It gives them ownership, it makes it authentic, it gives them agency, all those things. So yeah, take on board what they're going to say and try it out. And if you're a bit unsure, say, well, could you do a little dummy run for me? Could you create a practice one? Can you then demonstrate how that would work in the whole classroom for all of us? You know, and that takes it away from you. You haven't got to worry about the confidence for yourself doing it. It empowers them, it gives them skills beyond what they would normally be having in the classroom, around literacy, oracy, present. Oh, there's so much you can do just from saying yes. The power of yes to some people, to young people, is huge. I remember a child that I used to teach who came to me and said, I'd like to build an app. And I could have said no, you know, we can't support you, or I could have said yes, and we said yes. And you know, that child's journey then through from sort of year 7 to year 13, you know, youngest app developer in Europe at the time, you know, speaking at Apple conferences, all sorts of things, all off the back of just me. He did all the work, not me. But that empowerment that children get when you give them that positive yes, and you'll be able to support them, is huge. So I'd always say yes to the children when they want to, you know, try new things out, because it's great for everyone, and it's great to be able to role model that for them and for colleagues as well.
Well, I think that's really good. Thank you very much indeed. That concludes topic number 1 for today's discussion, and I think we've given that a good outing. Turning to our second topic today, safeguarding e-safety, trends and actions. It was splendid and wonderful to listen to our young people today. Thank you so much, Kelly, for making that happen, and how confident as digital citizens they are, and the immense amount of knowledge that they're acquiring and doing so well. I'm so impressed with that. As their digital leader, Kelly, I wonder, you must be thrilled to hear how confident they are in explaining things, and the way they interacted with each other was just absolutely perfect. Where do you begin to teach that huge breadth of knowledge and this vast landscape that is the internet today?
Yeah, good question. I think you've got to begin by embedding digital citizenship across the curriculum. So we spoke before about having it weaved amongst all the curriculum areas. So for example, instead of just having standalone lessons once every term or whatever, it needs to be something a bit more regular. So for example, you might be having a history lesson and you might be researching about the Romans, but that's a good opportunity for a member of staff to discuss copyright and plagiarism. So it's getting it in across the curriculum, maybe in places where traditionally it hasn't fallen into place. Secondly, I think just as important is utilising pupil voice, pupil power, listening to learners. So we're an e-cadet school at Cornish Park. We have a team of e-cadets who every half term they meet in the library and we do something called bubble time. So in bubble time, the whole school knows that it's going to happen, and they can just drop into the library and they can just talk to the e-cadets about their problems, concerns, whatever's going on online at the moment. I train the e-cadets up to say, like we do for child protection issues, I said you can never promise to keep a secret. You need to make that clear to the children who are coming to you. And once they've been and given some advice, the e-cadets then fill out an online safety form, or an online incident form. And that way I get a spreadsheet back to me which shows exactly which social media or apps or anything that's kind of creating the most problems in our school. I look at that with the e-cadets then and the senior management team, and we will then organise appropriate assemblies or maybe lessons to actually suit the needs of the children in our school. That works really well.
I like that we've talked about the children leading on this. Let's take a moment to listen to a couple of them talking about this. Now you're all been using e-cadets in school. I'd like to understand a bit more about how you've been using it and what it's meant to you particularly. Perhaps I could start with you, Ellen, as well. So how have you used it to keep yourself safe in school, and what has that meant for you? E-cadets, so how have you used that in school?
Yeah, we usually teach lessons, so usually assemblies or lessons in classes where we'll basically have a topic like a safe profile picture or what information not to give out, and then we'll teach a lesson. Then at the end we'll ask them if they know what information is good to give out or what's a safe profile picture, so they basically know how to keep safe online as well.
Okay, that's really good. Porrick, what about you? How are you using e-cadets?
Well, for the assemblies and stuff, and the lessons, we normally do it for year 3s and above, and we do different lessons for the year 3s to the year 5s and 6s. Also, if there's someone with a problem, they can come to us, and sometimes we do bubble time where they can just come into the library and tell us about something at dinner time and stuff like that.
And what do they tell you?
Like if there's been an incident, they'll tell us about that, and then we'll fill a form in on the iPad and then send it to Miss Williams.
Oliver, what was the last incident you had to deal with?
There was someone in my class, and they were having inappropriate pictures sent to them from a person in a different country, and we sorted that out.
Excellent. Can you remember what advice there was for that? How did you close that down?
We said block the person that sent it, and if it happens again, come and tell us, and we'll sort it out and maybe report it or something.
Brilliant. That's really good advice. I like that as well. Lily, what about you? When did you last have to help someone?
On Musical.ly, someone had posted a video, and then people have been commenting nasty messages. So we reported the comment, and then we blocked that person, and then I went and told them, and then they deleted that Musical.ly.
Brilliant.
So I just said, try not post, because they had a logo on their t-shirt as well. So I said don't post with a logo on, because people were asking where do you live and what gymnastic club you go to. So I said don't post it in front of your house or any information that they can get from you.
Brilliant. Matthew, why do you think people are so nasty to other people online?
Maybe they're getting bullied online as well, so they feel like doing it to someone else to show them how they feel.
I just absolutely love the way you all just kind of are above all of this and have such great advice. It's really good. I'm really enjoying the conversation as well. Henry, what a brilliant opportunity now for you to just dive in and mention some of your favourite products here. But clearly, digital citizenship is a key change mechanism, certainly for Kelly's school. And
What are the challenges for you, and how do you use Go Bubble in the kind of extended format there? I just wonder, particularly in primary school as well, how important is it and how young should children be?
I think digital citizenship is incredibly important, and as Kelly has rightly said, it shouldn't be seen as a standalone lesson or a standalone topic in its own right. It runs across everything and every single stream, just like now devices do. It doesn't matter, we've already spoken about being device agnostic and how devices are brought into different lessons and can show lots of different learning capability and open up the world. In exactly the same way, digital citizenship runs throughout every aspect of the school day, but also, and most importantly for children, it actually has to run outside of school as well. And I think sometimes that can be missed as the opportunity with true digital citizenship, is actually looking at the whole child and their entire life, and that's how they engage back at home, it's how they engage with the wider community. In terms of, you asked about what age should they start, I kind of have a vested interest. My son is 2, my daughter is 6. And when we started eCadets, it was just before Sophia had been born. So I've always, whilst creating it, have had very much two minds. One is as a developer, I'm working very closely with our superb PLN of educators to make sure it's appropriate for the classroom, but then also as a parent and seeing a child grow up, it's a case of, okay, well, when is that right time? When do you start having those discussions over how to engage with devices, how to engage with the internet and technology, to start to drip feed things? And essentially for me, it comes back to the analogy of really, it's like swimming. We all know that the earlier you can teach a child to swim, the more proficient they become. Well, it's exactly the same with digital citizenship. The earlier you can introduce it, the layering that you can then start to bring in wider issues as the child progresses and gets older, perfect. And for me, that's very much where it works. So for mini eCadets, for example, that we have, mini eCadets deliberately starts at reception age. And we have, the children aren't necessarily leading the sessions like they do as eCadets in primary. It's still, at that point, it's teacher-led. But the lessons and what you're communicating is appropriate to the age. And really, it's starting to introduce, the role of what a computer is, what a device is, the type of things we need to think about. And then, as Kelly rightly says, not just looking at it in isolation, but how can it fit across the curriculum? So, for example, we bring phonics in. So, we have a matching game where the kids will actually match the letters to the words of the people who can help them. So they know, they're matching it's going to go into an M. I'm going to go into my opera. They match an M to mum. Mum can help. There's a picture of mum and the colours match. Sure. So you find all those opportunities. Now, I think as children progress and grow and their learning evolves and their age evolves, then you start to open up wider topics. And that's very much where you then have to look at differentiated learning, because what works in one school might not necessarily work in exactly the same way at a school even 200 yards down the road, let alone a different part of the country. I was mentioning before in the first segment about how at different ed tech events you will find similar topics, but actually it's how that's employed, regional issues can come through. So there always has to be a certain amount of guidance and support you can give, as well as the freedom, the ability to tailor. And that's based on age. It's also based on issues, as Kelly's rightly said, which are local to a school that can come through. And it's very much about that personalised learning, because you see great evidence, and Kelly's School is a fantastic example. So Kelly's School as eCadets, they've taken it and flown, and they've actually ended up with year 2s teaching teachers on copyright. And there's been other kids, year 3s, actually designing posters for the local library to then actually share that learning across with older members of the community that use that library. So they've recognised that they can actually train up, grandparents about safe shopping and how to spot with phishing. And there's so many different opportunities. And that's where I'd say, and rightly as Mark was saying, when you look at the role of a child and how it fits into digital citizenship, always say yes. Because the creativity that they have, what they can bring to the table and how that can grow is tremendous. I think you mentioned Go Bubble. I think as a developer, and again, Al has mentioned this in the past, and I know Ty has seen exactly the same with the ed tech businesses, there is a responsibility that falls on you as a developer. One, to engage with teachers and the education community to make sure it's fit for purpose. Yes. But also as a developer to be very mindful that whatever you create has to be the safest it can possibly be for those end users. So if you can free them up to be independent and safe, superb, because that's when real impact can come from it.
So I'm hearing collaboration, I'm hearing embedding. Kelly, I want to come back to you if I may. You won a fabulous award, and congratulations for this, the National Digital Learning Event Award for your approach to digital citizenship. And I just wonder what advice you might have for other schools that might like to pursue that same goal.
I think firstly it's about developing a whole school approach, having the policies in place. As we've just discussed, utilising pupil voice and having a pupil group that lead on that. So the cadets is a brilliant example of that. We've also spoke about making sure that digital citizenship is throughout the curriculum as a cross-curricular responsibility like it is in Wales at the moment. Staff CPD is really important.
Right. My question there is, how have you ensured that your colleagues have embedded that and taken the responsibility? That's a tough order.
Yeah, we start every school year with some CPD opportunity for the whole staff, and I'm talking about from the cleaners, the dinner staff, the teachers, the TAs, the support workers, right through to senior management. They all receive online safety training.
Wow.
So that's looking at how to keep the children safe, but also how to keep themselves safe as professionals working in a school.
So a whole school approach is really, would you agree with that as well, particularly from the training point of view, Tracy?
100%. When we look at the staff in school, what we know is that children have a very different relationship with their teachers than they may have with their lunchtime supervisors, for example. But our children are more likely to talk about the sorts of things that they've been doing online with those support staff, and it's so important that they have an understanding of online safety, as is listening to the voice of the child, which I think everyone has said around the table today. I mean, that, again, I can't stress that enough. Our children, it was interesting listening to them on the session this morning, and we were talking about the sorts of things that they're doing in the classroom, and they have this amazing knowledge and a thirst for knowledge, and they want to share that. They're ready to share that. They're talking about educating their parents, educating teachers, and the wider community. I was loving that. I was loving what you were saying about the posters going into the libraries. I mean, that is genius. Easy, really, really effective, and it's spreading that knowledge, it's sharing it, and we need to use the expertise that our children have. We need to use that, and we need to share that. Yeah? But we also need to make sure that our teachers and our teaching staff are comfortable, that they're up to date with the sorts of things that children and young people are doing online as well. Because educated children start with educated adults. If we don't know it, if we don't know what they're doing, then how can we expect to possibly keep them safe? So we need to have that skills. We need to have those conversations with children, and they are being more honest, in my experience, than ever before.
Yes.
5-6 years ago, you'd ask children what they were doing online, and they would zip. Now they will sing like a bird. They will tell you exactly what they're doing. They'll tell you that they're live streaming. They'll tell you that they're playing GTA 5, even though they're only 7 years old. They will tell you these things. If we know what they're doing, we can help to keep them safe. We know it's going to be incredibly difficult to change their behaviours. We might not stop them from playing Fortnite, and a lot of them are playing Fortnite, but we can educate them on how to do that in a safer way. Yes. We can educate them around risk and keeping themselves safer, and again, it's incredibly important. One of the other things that I loved this morning that your students said, they were talking about how they keep themselves safe, and they came out with all sorts of things, all your usuals, not sharing your personal information online. None of them said we shouldn't talk to strangers online, no. Which for me is actually a really positive thing, because our children are talking to strangers online. So they were talking around the table about playing Fortnite. They are playing against people that they don't know. They're communicating against people that they don't know. So if, as educators, our standpoint is we don't talk to strangers, we've already lost our children. So again, it's about us as adults keeping up to date, keeping up to speed with what children are doing, and being realistic about that as well.
And Ellen had a lovely clarification there, where she talked about not strangers but people you don't know, and that's let's just have a quick listen to that. Now, the internet can be a great resource. You've all talked about online resources and how important they are. Google Earth for you, Classroom, lots of apps and everything. But the internet can be a pretty unpleasant, dangerous place. And I'm interested now to learn from you what you understand to be dangerous and how you keep yourself safe. So Ellen, perhaps I can start with you. What do you understand about the internet and the dangers, and how do you keep yourself safe?
It's easier to keep yourself safe if you know what information you need to keep to yourself and what information you can give out. For instance, I wouldn't give out where I live, what school I go to, what my phone number is, unless it's like if I'm talking to a really close friend in person, that information is okay to give out then, but it's not okay to give it online because anybody can see it then.
Absolutely, that's a really good answer.
For the profile pictures, you don't want to like take it like in front of your house where you can see the sign, or in your school uniform, because then they'll know around where you live and they can follow you.
Okay, so what do you have as your profile picture on anything at the moment?
I don't really use social medias.
Interesting. What I think also colleagues will find disturbing, if not somewhat alarming, is with the ease with which our young people around this table spoke about suicide prevention. Now, I know lots of people go, whoa, this is year 6, what on earth is happening here? But clearly these young folks have understood there is mental and social, emotional well-being issues with their peers, and they're rolling up their sleeves to deal with that. But people aren't going to be comfortable with that, Tracy, are they?
No, people aren't comfortable with it, and parents in particular. We had the big thing with Logan Paul before Christmas and the whole Suicide Forest video. We know that hundreds of thousands of young children have seen that video, and we know that parents have had to start having those conversations with children about suicide, and parents are saying, I'm not ready to have that conversation. I don't want to be talking to my primary age child about suicide, what suicide is, why people do it. But the reality is, this is the sort of thing that our children are being exposed to online. And again, as adults, we need to take a reality check, and we need to step up to the plate, and we need to have those conversations. When we're looking at the mental health and mental well-being of our young people, we're seeing young people who are struggling on levels like never before, numbers of children that are really, really struggling with their mental health. We're seeing a real squeeze on services. So we're seeing referrals to CAMHS. You're having to have a really high threshold before CAMHS will even pick you up. So then we've got children, young people who turn to the internet. They're looking for self-help websites online. So how do they manage their feelings? How do they manage what's happening to them? Some of those sites are really, really helpful and really useful. A lot of those sites really, really aren't. And again, it's about that quality of information. So we've got children who may be experiencing mental distress, and we need to make sure they've got the skills so that they're accessing appropriate and quality advice and information when that happens.
Ty, you were going to say?
Fascinated by your approach. It's brutally honest, isn't it? And discomfortingly open.
It has to be. It has to be. In my experience, I engage with parents who think this won't happen to my child. This isn't an issue for me. And I think that we really need to take a reality check. I think I've gone past mollycoddling, and it's like, actually, this is what's happening. Not to all of our children. That risk is out there. We need to keep that risk in proportion. All of our children aren't going to suffer mental distress. All of our children aren't going to get groomed online. But that will happen to a significant number of children. As adults, we need to be aware of that. We need to deal with it.
And how do you think our schools are doing? Do you think our schools are playing catch up?
Yeah, some schools do this incredibly well. Some schools don't. When I'm looking at safeguarding issues online, or safeguarding online in general, I think that we've seen massive issues over the last 5 or 10 years. I was very much an early adopter of the internet, and so certainly over the last 5-10 years, huge issues where we've kind of sat back and we haven't done anything about it, and it feels like over the last 2-3 years we've gone, actually, that there might be really big issues with these particular things. Perhaps we should do something about that. But at this point, we've already lost a generation of young people who we have left them to their own devices. We've not given them the support, we've not given them the education, and these are our young people who are now having children of their own. And do they have the skill then to parent their children to make sure that their children make smarter, safer choices when they're online?
Before we come to Al, let's just remind ourselves of what the young folks said on this subject. And I was refreshed to hear the young people speak so confidently and calmly about it, and prepared to hand out support to others that may be more vulnerable than themselves. What has most surprised you about either the app or the behaviour of people that use the apps as well? Perhaps I'll start with you, Ellen.
It's usually because how serious the situations they get in, because people come to me, like Oliver said, with people that send them inappropriate pictures, and it just makes me wonder how people get in these situations at like same age as us, 10, 11, 12 and stuff like that. It's kind of worrying, to be honest, because then you think, well, if that can happen to them, it can happen to me.
It's a really good point. Lily, what about you?
Well, on Snapchat, there's a way where they can, if they zoom in, they show you the exact street and the exact house you live in. So you can change it to ghost mode, so they can't see where you live, so they can't stalk you or anything.
Pretty good. So Matthew, what has most surprised you about what you've learned?
About, like Oliver said before, how some people can commit suicide from being bullied.
And they don't like talk to somebody else, they just commit suicide without telling anyone.
Okay, so what do you think the solution to that is, might be?
Be more open about it and
tell
talk.
everyone and tell someone if you're being bullied.
Okay, and what do you think the barriers might be for that? So how do you think we could encourage people to talk more openly about that?
It's usually because if you're too young for an app, they get scared that if I tell somebody, they're going to get angry at me because I'm using this app when I'm not supposed to, or I'm too young for this app, so my teacher will shout at me for using it. But like, if you're in this situation when you're being bullied, they're not going to get angry for that because they're going to try and sort it out first. Because lots of people who are too young for Instagrams don't come to us because they feel like, oh, I'm going to get shouted at because I use Instagram, they're not supposed to use Instagram. But like, if you have a problem, come talk to us, because it doesn't matter, because we won't shout at you. We're not the ones who tell you what you can and can't use.
No, I think as those of us who are advising schools, we've kind of, and parents and young folks, we've given up saying, look, you shouldn't be playing this. We just let everyone know that there are age restrictions for some things, and it's a parental or a guardian responsibility to ensure, we just kind of accept the fact that you're going to get into stuff you shouldn't be into. But what I'm really interested in is how you kind of cope with those situations and how you deal with that. And I'm really, really pleased to hear some of the great advice you were about to say.
We just let people do what they want to do and just help them when they need it.
So Matthew, how do you think you could be more approachable? How do you think you could help people who might be anxious, worried about something? How could you put yourself out there and be more friendly? How do you think you could do that?
By saying, if, like Lily said before, or Ellen was it, who said you think they're going to get shouted at if they realise that you're using an app that you're not supposed to. Just tell them that it doesn't matter. It's not our responsibility. It's if you have something wrong, that's what we deal with. We don't deal with if you're allowed to use that app or not.
Do you think that other young people that have got problems, either bullying problems or they've seen something online that is concerning them, do you think that they're more likely to talk to someone their age or younger or older than an adult? What do you think, Ellen?
It's because it helps that you're like the same age or just a little bit older, because sometimes it's scary, because if you're going to an adult, they have stronger opinions about things and they think you shouldn't be on that completely, but we kind of understand what they're going through exactly, instead of just like seeing it as Instagram, we see it as what's exactly on Instagram, what they're looking at and how to solve it completely. But plus it's easier to go to someone you know at the same age, or someone who's in the same school as you, or someone who's best friend, say, because I've had my best friend come to me about something.
And we've also got year 3 and 4 e-cadets. So if anyone younger in year 3 and 4, they can tell the year 3 and 4 e-cadets and they can come and tell us. So that might make them feel better because they're younger and they're the same age.
They might be too scared to approach year 6s and tell them about it.
So we have year 3 and 4 e-cadets the same age as the younger people, so it's easier for them to approach them.
I think Matthew makes a really good point about other young people thinking that if they go to an adult, they're going to get shouted at. Well, that's certainly not going to happen if they come to an e-cadet person or someone who's younger or older or the same age as them. They're just not going to do that. So I think having more young people like you, more approachable, is a really good thing. I think that's just absolutely brilliant. So Al, that's a serious challenge for us. How can technology step up to the plate here and deal and cope and manage and support practitioners in post who often have to deal with the fallout of this?
Well, you're right, it's a big challenge, isn't it? And I suppose the truth is, we're back to a conversation we had earlier about there are ways that technology can support and enable practitioners to be more aware, better informed. And if we start at a very high level, and I can kind of switch over first of all to a trustee and a governor hat, we all as stakeholders in school have an obligation in terms of safeguarding at any level. Technology is just one strand of safeguarding, but we have an obligation in terms of protecting our young people and providing a safe environment. As governors, we have an obligation to make sure the right policies are in place and are enforced appropriately. But we can then switch over to keeping children safe in education, and within that framework there's obligations on the school in terms of internet filtering, age-appropriate controls of websites, monitoring tools and so on. So we can kind of start and say, well, how do we empower or provide that kind of information? You know, and lots of the strands today are about facilitating access and how do we know about what children are doing online. And it's very easy to take a one-size-fits-all, and we've kind of identified it really isn't the case with schools. No. So the approach that we've taken, was to look and say, well, the starting point is about context. If you want to know what kids are doing, you have to have a reference point. When a child's talking about a certain topic, how does that flag, trigger, make people aware? But there are different types of triggers, for want of a better word. You know, we could have a conversation about children that are engaged in bullying. We could have a topic or a strand in terms of keywords that relates to body image that might trigger intelligence in terms of identifying that as associated with year groups, and that might be the prompt for an assembly for those children. There are the more serious topics we've talked about that have more of an immediacy, and the immediacy is more about suicide, self-harm and so on. It could link into prevent duty, radicalisation in some cases where there's a certain sense of immediacy. So you need to have phrases that can associate against that and make sure that there's a different approach to it. So back to the one size fits all. If it's low-level activity that you want intelligence about, and that can include children being children and just learning about sexual terms and content and so on, sure, you can gather that information and you can provide word clouds that give you a sense of what are the trending topics by year group, by vulnerable students, and that allows you to see and deliver. For more serious issues, you can capture those keywords, trigger alerts, and you can take screenshots of videos and you can send them directly to classroom teachers or to your DSL and say, here's something that needs greater input. The key, I think, is always about context. There are, as always, lots of tools out there that over time you develop tools become more fine-tuned, become better. And a lot of tools have taken the developer approach. And this is really back to the conversation earlier about, is development educator-led or is it commercially led? That say, well, anything happens will trigger an alert to a teacher. And the result is he's got hundreds of emails coming in your inbox. Sure. You can't skip them because one of those could be something really serious. But in practice, it isn't practical as a system. And Mark has always been a strong advocate in terms of marginal gains. And sometimes you can change very subtle things and make a big difference. So surely the student, the time of day, the application they're using and the location they are is actually just as relevant in terms of context. A child utilising or referencing a term about a bomb, if it has the terms how to make and it's in a Google web browser, would probably be more at risk than a child typing the word bomb and Hiroshima in a PowerPoint presentation. So context is key. And you have to wrap that context and provide it in a way. But, we're here today in Wales. Language changes, terms change. Just around the UK, there are different phrases that are used. So I could take the context of drugs. Children seeking to buy drugs, exchange drugs, which is happening increasingly in secondary schools. The local terms for cannabis and so on will be very different. We also have, across the UK, in some cities, like where I'm based in Peterborough and our trust, have very high numbers of EAL students. So you also have to have language support. You have to have the ability to take those trigger phrases and have databases covering all of your key landscape of languages. But you also then have to allow for the fact, and this is because we want to have the best possible intelligence, that a child from Poland typing on an English keyboard doesn't type grammatically perfectly. It's a phonetic response, so you have to put that context in place. We also talked about the fact that it's this platform now is children are using all sorts of different devices, and so you have to have a unified way of joining it up and bringing it back together. And that's one of the areas that's been the driver for us, is to bring all that information together. So you've got the proactive side, which is informing the professionals as to what's being done, what activities are being searched for, where a child's at risk, working with organisations like the IWF to make sure you've got the reference points for online grooming and so on. And then you flip it around. You know, we've talked a lot about the proactive stuff in terms of digital citizenship, but you can also, from a technology point of view, start that process. How do you empower a young child to report concern, seek help? We assume that they will go to a class teacher, but actually sometimes it's the conversation needs to be one step removed, and it's a different teacher they trust based on the nature of the conversation. So just in the same way there's an obligation on secondary schools to provide information about FGM in areas where girls can access privately and then report to have an issue around that area, we take the approach which says, well, why shouldn't you on every technology device, no matter what the platform, have an icon you can click on where you can report a concern, and it lists the staff that are trained and appropriate within the school, and you can pick somebody you trust based on the topic. Add some evidence if you're being bullied online. There's a copy of the Facebook thread where they've talked about me, or someone's posted a picture, and we've had all sorts of issues now in terms of sexting and people sharing content. Provide that information or a link to say this is what's happened, and then pick where you go to. The second part is, much as we have around the table some great educators focused within the safeguarding of digital citizenship, we also need to empower young people to access resources in a broader sense.
Sure.
And I know the question is, as we've said, Tracy said, there's some fantastic resources and there's some more questionable resources. So why not steer them? Why not provide a simple list of all the key resources that are available, that are verified, that are valid, that are appropriate for young people based on age, where if they wish, outside of the school framework for home-based issues, they can seek help and advice. And I think, again, it comes back full circle, certainly in terms of my focus and role, whether it's a developer or working with education, is provide the tools to empower the specialists to do what they do well. Don't try and replace the specialists, just facilitate so that they are able to do their jobs better. And I think that's where technology can play a part. It's almost silent, it sits out the way. And you know what the best tech is? It's just doing its job, but it's not actually getting in the way. No. And so that's very much a strategy that's built around what we've done at Netsport.
It's really good. But Henry, we heard from the children this morning that not always did they turn to the technology, or an adult, they turn to another young person, because we know that young people, if they want to make a disclosure, often that is to another friend or someone, perhaps they don't know, but the same age as well. And it's no coincidence that these were e-cadet pupils that we spoke to. And how important is that in their role?
It's essential. I mean, really, that's where the e-cadet started. From my time in the police and dealing with online safety issues, and coming from a family of educators, the number of cases that I was dealing with where increasingly the first disclosure by a child was to another child started to increase, and it started to highlight. I mean, we're going back 7, 8 years, and it started to highlight, well, actually, there's a piece of the jigsaw there. And I think it's always important to think of online safety, digital citizenship as a jigsaw. It's the different pieces that go together for the full picture that can keep a child in terms of development safe. Sure. And one of the pieces that was really prevalent was that first disclosure. But in terms of the support for that child who the disclosure is being made to, in terms of that education, in terms of the skills and how to identify risks, that was something where increasingly it became aware, well, actually that child needs specialist support and specialist education to have that. And that was very much where the mindset for e-cadets came from. That was the germ of the idea. And then it was a case of, okay, well, how can we help those teams of children who, and it's not their primary role, but it has come through in more than one school, in more than one area, where there have been disclosures that have gone through. How can you help that child so they are not carrying that pressure on their shoulders, and it's not causing extra stress for them, but actually that they see that it's part of them being able to help their friends, that they can be the eyes and the ears. And that's where very closely we link through, just as Tracy was saying, in terms of different members of staff can be there to lend a friendly ear at different times. It's exactly the same for a child as an e-cadet. They're there as eyes and ears. Every other child knows, because we're very clear in how it's communicated through in schools, every other child knows that an e-cadet is there to help. However, if anything is ever raised, the e-cadet's responsibility and duty is to go and speak to either the coordinator or the head. And to give an example in terms of how that's worked at another school, it wasn't Kelly's, it was another one. There was a child, very streetwise, year 6, playing PlayStation in his room, PlayStation was his life. And then through the chat, starts getting messages from a stranger he doesn't know, and the stranger was able to identify that the person he was talking to was a child because of the way that the name had been set up on the account. And these messages started to come through in about a 20-minute window, and there were 4 messages in total. They started off fairly benign, but very quickly escalated. And the last 2 were basically saying, look, I know you're a child, I'm about to get into the shower and get naked, I want you to turn on your camera so you can watch. And the final one was, if you don't do it now, I'm going to tell your mum. Now that Streetwise Year 6 boy didn't respond, turned off the PlayStation, so far it's ticking all the boxes that you would want a child to do. You know,
Sure.
They haven't engaged back, they've turned off the device, they've stepped away from it, great. But he was so embarrassed, he felt it was his fault that that person had just tried to groom him. He was so embarrassed as well, he couldn't tell his mum, because he was fearful for upsetting her and how she may react. What he did, because it was a school night, is he knew the next day he could go into school and tell an e-cadet, and he did. So even before the first school bell had rung, on the playground, went and found an e-cadet and said, look, this is what happened to me that night. That e-cadet said, okay, come with me, let's go and see the head. Literally took them by the hand, went and saw the head, sat down with the head and told them. The head called us and said, look, what would we advise? So we gave some advice, which was basically, look, you need to contact the police because this is a live criminal offence that's happened here. Local police were called. Within 24 hours, they'd actually been able to identify where the offender was, which was in America, liaise with law enforcement over there, and 24 hours later, the offender had been arrested. So within 48 hours of the offence happening, someone was actually in custody. And the police actually came back and said, it's because that child knew they could go and talk to a friendly face as an e-cadet that actually helped to expedite all of that. And then help keep other children safe because the person who's committed the offence has now been identified and arrested. And then it was very much about, okay, well, what support can you give back to the cadet, to the child, to the family, and then you do that layering and take it forward. So it's not just deal with it and step away. But I think it's essential that we recognise that children are discussing issues. Yes. They are sharing the most sensitive things. As you're saying, suicide is one of the things that can be shared. I personally see it as a duty on myself, as a developer and the person who created the e-cadets, that it's our duty to give those children the most support that we possibly can. So if that's ever presented to them, everybody knows throughout that whole cycle that there is support, that it's trusted, and that.
But clearly, I think you're right. I think it's a duty. It's a moral imperative, but again, very very complicated for some adults. To go into that territory, and
because they're fearful as well.
They're fearful. So I think you've got a blizzard of information for parents. I think you've got a kind of a sense of a kind of tech backlash, a techlash. People are kind of going, what's happening to my data? Yeah. I think there's a kind of sense also that we really, really need educators to be in this space, and I go back to what I said earlier, and I think there's a real confidence issue. We've got to protect and empower staff to be having some of those quite tough questions with questions and discussions with young people, and I think that's where we need to get to. And I think also if you just think that ed tech is coding, so a single-minded focus on coding, I think, undermines the digital skills. The basic to more sophisticated digital skills that you need. If you just talk computational thinking and coding all of the time, you then also, I think, tend to undermine some of the discussions that we need on digital literacy, digital citizenship, and that worries me.
And we heard from the children this morning who said in their own voice and their own words exactly the challenges there. Kelly, I wonder if I can ask you, were you surprised by anything that your children said this morning?
No. We've got a really open relationship in our school with the children, so everything they said this morning was was true of what they say talk to us about in school.
They are very confident young people, and it is no accident that they are e-cadet trained and they have an escalation process and they are very confident and very competent. And I think that's really interesting. Can I just touch base with you, Mark, as well? Have you seen any new e-safety trends, just very quickly, perhaps now as we kind of wind this up, evolving in your space? You know, apps, are there new apps? Are there new developments?
What I'm seeing an increase of really those sort of apps that children can use in a lesson, not just to talk about things around sort of mindfulness and well-being and that sort of thing and reporting, but tying it also into learning so they're able to discuss how they feel like they've got in the lesson. And all this information is really, really helpful for teachers, you know, so they can find out where children are at. Sometimes it could be, you know, through a bit of text or an emoji where they might sort of reference how they feel like they've got on with the learning. But equally, it could be that often, you know, meeting and greeting at your classroom door is a great way to sort of like, how did you get on, Russell? How did you get on with football last night? How was the, you know, having those sort of conversations there are really helpful. But often we're so busy as educators, we don't always have that time to do that. And, you know, it's I would say a little bit more difficult in secondary as well. I mean, you're not just seeing those same 30 children all the time. You can sometimes see sort of 300 children a day, you know. But having these sorts of reporting apps that allow you as an educator to see what's going on, you know, try to sort of tell you about something that happened last night. Having that information at hand, and it might not necessarily be a huge safeguarding issue, but as we know, relationships have a huge impact on learning and progress and safety and well-being. And so having those sort of things in place are really, really good. And that's what I'm seeing a lot more of coming through, which is really nice to see.
It is just refreshing and delightful. Well, let's just bring this topic to close now. Thank you so much indeed for all this. We've been chatting about safeguarding and e-safety and some very interesting and very revealing content as well. All of you, thank you so much. Turning now to our third topic of discussion today, I'm interested in the challenges across the sector. And I want to know from each of you, please, your number one challenge in your sector or your discipline or your expertise and what you're doing to make a positive impact. Ty, it's a big question.
It is a big question. Where do you start? I mean, this is a rich, diverse, exciting sector. I think it is supporting young people profoundly. I think it's helping to support and think through teaching in different ways. Also, I think it's not without its context. We've talked about some really uplifting contexts. We've also thought about some much more negative and quite difficult contexts. And I think often as an educator is you kind of think, I think one of their challenges is, where do I start? Yeah, what do I pick? What is useful? What is a good tool to support me on whether it be maths, whether it be literacy, whether it be exploring different worlds, nature, art, creativity, whatever. And I think that's for me has been, you know, the question is, how do I know what is good? How do I know what is useful? And I think what we tried to do with the EdTech 50 was through a variety of public vote and judging, and quite a rigorous judging process, was think about impact, think about innovation of product, and also think about whether a product was committed to actually looking at itself and changing and being flexible, and listening to the voices of educators. So I guess what this is an attempt to do is this, the EdTech 50 is a landscape view. It's a manageable flick through. It's almost a kite mark, almost a badge of what is effective, different people's approaches. It's taking a landscape view. And I think to try and demystify EdTech, I mean, I think, you know, we've had a conversation here where, you know, frankly, it is a tool. It is not complicated. We have responsibilities as the developers, as Henry said, responsibilities as educators, responsibilities as advisors, and responsibilities as businesses. But I think we've got a responsibility to actually choose good EdTech, positive EdTech. We've got to be pragmatic too. I don't think we can afford to be happy-clappy about EdTech. We really have to be grounded in the reality of schools. And also, I think, talk about ourselves and talk about EdTech in perhaps different ways, and much more accessible ways. So that's what that attempts to do.
And it's no accident there are some people around the table that are in that book as well, which I think is a good one. Mark, I'll come to you in just a second. Tracy, same question again. What are the challenges for you, and what are you doing to make a positive impact on that?
I'm a rule breaker. I can't choose the top one thing. For me, there's two, and the first one is parental engagement. We really struggle with that. Historically, we've struggled with it, and we will continue to struggle with it. When we're trying to engage with our parents, it's always the parents that we don't need to reach. If we hold an event in school, it's always those informed, interested parents that turn up. It's not the parents that we really need to reach. No. So certainly with eCadets, I know I'm doing a digital leader scheme that's just been funded by the Police and Crime Commissioner in Derbyshire. We're looking at using our children to educate their parents. So how do we change that message? How do we change that dialogue? So we're using our children to be the voice. So rather than having someone like me come into schools, sometimes that's really effective, sometimes it really isn't, but using our children to try and get those messages across to their parents, and for parents to open their eyes to what children are actually doing online. Well, if we look at things, some of the children this morning were talking about the Musical.ly app. And I know I've had conversations with parents, it's lovely, my child's singing and dancing and they're having a great time, doing some lip syncing, it's just so wonderful. And I'm thinking with the potential there to be groomed online, and parents completely unaware of that. Yeah. So engaging parents for me is incredibly important but incredibly difficult. So how do we do that, and how do we do that without trying to get parents into school? So we're drip feeding that information. So I've got children making videos that have been hosted on school websites about Fortnite. Tell me the pros, tell me the cons, tell me about the parental controls. Do that as a video, host that on your school website so your parents can watch it, and parents will engage with that rather than coming into school. We're getting children to write articles for school newsletters. We're getting children to take over the school's Twitter feed or the school's Facebook account. They're writing things, it's coming from their mouths, and that is far more engaging and empowering to parents than it is having an adult standing giving it all this. So yeah, and the second thing is consistency. So we don't see consistency across schools. We don't see consistency across clusters or across a county. So we can see very different ways of dealing with the same issue. We're just not uniform. We need to be coming together and looking at how we address these problems in a uniform, collective, and educated, sensible way. And at the moment, we're not doing that. And that's a great source of frustration for me and I'm sure for teachers in school as well. I'm
sure, but great advice there as well. Henry?
I'd say the top problem, but then also the solution which I found attached to it. So, running an edtech business and being a developer can be incredibly lonely. Because you find that you've surrounded yourself with great PLN in terms of the educators, but then stepping out of that school environment and then back into either your office or you're working from the kitchen table, which is where eCadet started. It can be incredibly lonely. And I think for the edtech industry, it's interesting because there's something very unique about education, and in particular about teachers. As a son of teachers, and that's that. Teachers, irrespective of the school and across school boundaries, will always talk and share and communicate to each other. And I think as an edtech industry, when it was in its infancy, it wasn't necessarily the same. The developers were working in isolation, in their own little silo, and not reaching out to others. Thankfully, and this is where the solution sort of comes in, is that then sort of gradually and through and I will say it's not just because he sat to my right, but the excellent work of EdTech UK in terms of bringing people together, having the conferences and putting the developers in the same room kind of forces conversations to start, and then identify synergies where there isn't competition and there isn't overlap, but actually there's the opportunity to work together and to collaborate. And that's one of the journeys which personally I've been on over the years, is that working in isolation, but then identifying that actually there are people in the sector who you can engage with, and then form some form of like mentor-mentee relationships. Al and I have that relationship, so we can talk and share aspects of the businesses, and then feed off experiences, and then sort of share, I suppose, experiences from our life cycle back in as well. But then there becomes a responsibility. And that responsibility isn't that you simply then stop at that point and sort of take all the good in. You then have to give the good back out. So one of the things which I've started to do now is I've been approached by the people on LinkedIn who are either starting up EdTech businesses or want to move into the EdTech sector, and they're like, how have you done it? What kind of journeys have you gone through? How do I do marketing? What approaches do I do? So now deliberately I will give up my time for free to offer counselling and meet with people and chat on the phone or conversations through social media to try and give some advice back to others within the sector to help them move forward. Because I think if you stop at the point where you think it's just me and that's it, the sector will die. Because ultimately the customers, the teachers and the schools don't operate like that. So if the people who are doing development operate like that, there's a disconnect. And very quickly, and this is why again I love teachers so much, they can suss out the people who are in it for the short term, and they can suss out the people who are actually in it for the good of the kids and the real impact. So
It leads beautifully into Al now as well. Single challenge?
Well, I suppose the obvious one would have to be money, to be honest. Within the EdTech context within schools, it's a topic that I often discuss. We have a national message which is there's never been more money in schools than there is today. And yet in reality there's a lot more kids in schools. And if you look at the national funding formula, there's typically 1.5% increase over the next couple of years for school funding. But 75% of the school cost is teachers, and teachers increment each year, certainly for the first few years of their profession, and therefore the incremental cost in terms of impact to school funding means there's less money. And the area that's been hit hardest has been the capital funding as well for schools. So if you have a context where there's less money, you have a greater obligation to get more out of what you've got and put more evidence behind it. And so I think that the one area for me is money has led to schools having to be more self-aware about the technology they have, how efficiently it's being used, where it's deployed and whether that's the place where it has most impact, whether the technology that's put on top of that hardware, whether it's the software that's paid for, whether it's valid, whether it needs to keep being renewed and done. Changes in legislation like we've had recently with GDPR add a hidden cost to schools. Obviously the biggest cost is time, we all know that, but also an obligation for schools. You've now got to provide tools that allow you to discover where your data is stored, make sure it's not in the right places, deliver endpoint security so that you can protect USB sticks being used to move data. A few years ago we had Prevent Duty and an obligation on schools to provide those tools. So increasingly the move down the line is to put more onus on schools to fulfil these different types of policy. And you either sacrifice time or you deploy effective technology to kind of underpin that. And so I think that the pressure on money is extreme in education at the moment. That's not to suggest that every school is maximised for efficiency, but it does play into then the longer term argument about we've seen with MATS, which is how do you deliver economies of scale? Are there economies of scale? And we've discussed it before and always recognised that within a structure of schools working together, the economies of scale lie in those centralised services, finance, HR and IT. That means that if you can more effectively deliver the business of a school, you potentially deliver a saving which can be put into the order of the day, which is teaching and learning. And there are some significant economies that can be made in terms of more effective IT, joined up thinking IT, but also to empower people to try new IT. And a conversation we always have, is you do the same thing, you get the same outcome. At some point, somebody has to take a lead and say, be bold. If we all sit and celebrate and say, this great technology we know enhances learning and experience, how does it go from a conversation around this table to being something that schools implement if the answer is always, we've got no budget? Well, how do we change the budget? The budget's fixed, we've got to change how we spend it. We've got to be dynamic and we've got to be creative, and something has to give so that something else can deploy. But if we all believe that we're in education, we're in whatever hats we are, for kids to get better experiences, then that's what we've got to do. Otherwise we're just going to stick on a screen or a textbook.
And I know someone is going to have some great input into this one as well. Mark, you're always ready to give great advice with great resources, often which don't cost the earth, and I'm always pleased to hear about that. Challenges across your sector, and what are you doing?
It's funny because I mean you guys have kind of like pulled up all the things I would have mentioned, but actually if I just sort of bring together some of the strands that you've said and add my sort of 2 pennies. So one of the things you didn't mention in the EdTech 50 tie is not just the EdTech companies and what have you that are there, but there's some great educators in there, which are signposts. You know, some great people like Ollie Lewis, for example, or Jose Picardo, Dom Norrish. And these people who are really sort of doing great things, and they're again being in there. They're a great signpost for people to come in and find out and learn about more about that sort of thing. I completely agree with your consistency thing as well. We talked about it earlier. If you're looking and thinking about year 10s, year 11s, and you want them to have a consistent approach to how they're using technology in all their lessons. You don't want them to be going into one lesson and using Microsoft Teams, another lesson using Google Classrooms, another lesson using iTunes U, another lesson using Edmodo, so forth and so on. They've got enough to remember without having to remember different ways in which they submit their work and get it marked and all the rest of it. And then budget as well is huge. There's so many schools that I work with, and I'm in the classroom, I'm sort of looking around, and I can see technology just not being used. The things that are at the back of the cupboard. And so bringing all these sort of things together, what are the big issues? Well, it's around confidence. The pressures that the workload brings. I mean, teaching is one of the toughest gigs going. If you think about what the average teacher works something like 70 plus hours per week. It's really, really tough. And so I spent a lot of time trying to sort of wheat from the chaff a little bit, because not every school leader has the information they need in order to make informed decisions. And I try and be pretty agnostic in the way that I share stuff. And so the resources that I put out there, which are always free, are there so that I can sort the wheat from the chaff and highlight those things which can make an impact, can have a difference, that sort of thing. And again, like I mentioned in that earlier segment, it's not about those big all singing or dancing things, it's about the little things you can do. And when you've got some half decent kit in your school anyway, there are loads and loads of things you can do which are completely free. Mm-hmm. And if you have some joined up thinking on that across maybe a sort of a working party in your school that can be thinking about how that then links into teaching and learning across the whole school, that can have a big impact. So yeah, that's the issues I'm seeing really.
Marginal gains, as you rightly say, marginal gains. Kelly, what about you?
Similar to what you said, Tracy, definitely the biggest challenge that we faced, not only in our school, but in the schools I visit around North Wales, is parental engagement and getting them on board, educating them. We've done a few things in our school to overcome this. We have them in to learn with the children, so we invite them into classes and into lessons. We've had evenings, we call them freaked out parents evenings, where we invite them in, we feed them chips and curry, and the children do like a speed learn event. So you've got pairs of children on each tables, and they've literally got 5 minutes on each table, and they're going around learning about different things to do with technology and using it to help education. That's normally really well. We also have a digi desk, so every parents' evening, our e-cadets and our digital leaders sit at the desk in the main reception. They make all the posters and banners for it, but it's a bit of a stop-off point, because then you get every parent coming to parents' evening, or more or less every parent, so it's kind of a good way to engage them. So sometimes it'll just be parents can just drop by and they just want to know things like what's a safe server on Minecraft, or I've heard about Fortnite, what is it, and how do I keep my child safe on it. Sometimes we might want to do a questionnaire, so they might all have devices there, and just ask the parents, can you just fill out this questionnaire online, and it gives us a bit of a sense about their parents' viewpoints on technology. That works really effectively as well. Or it could just be giving out a leaflet that they've made.
For me, I'm sure you're all very keen to hear, my thoughts are young people need to be more engaged as the carrier of the message. And I've been able to fulfill that objective with my creative lead practitioner appointment, having recently qualified in Wales. I'm available to work in schools with Arts Council money, and I go in with a radio station and we make a live radio show. Parents listen to that because they want to hear how their child sounds, and actually they don't. They want to hear how their neighbour's child sounds, and I've found that to be very well. They do. They want to know how their child sits in the grand scale of things, and you can only do that by finding finding out how the others are doing. And I've always found that with parents even, they're always listening out to see how the other kids are doing and not really their child. But anyway, I digress. And that's been a fabulous way. And to hang some really good e-safety. And just this year, I introduced into my magazine style format the gaming report. And in this, I force the children to read out the PEGI rating bands. And so for the first time, parents are hearing what PEGI 12 means. And then perhaps just stopping for one moment to ask their question, is Fortnite the right game for my child? And am I seeing some behaviour changes in him or her because they might be playing that game? And I think that's changing the world through education. And I think that's what we've all signed up to do. And I think it's working terribly well, which is just excellent, which I think just leads us really nicely, I think, onto our final topic for today, and that is new apps. And for me, radio listening would be the best. It would be my app, of course, and you can find that on my website. Just look me up, viewers, on this one. But let's just go round the table again here. What app have you come up since we last met? That would be really useful to hear from that. And for you, you get a free rein because we welcome to the table again. You've not had a chance to voice this, so anything goes, particularly for you. But in the last few months, what app have you come across that's made a real impact on learning?
Can I choose a product?
Of course you may.
And again, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, you know, as I said, this is a rich landscape. We should be really optimistic and we should celebrate this sector. I've been particularly struck by the power of EdTech to inspire reading and writing. So education technology equals reading. And the product that I particularly like at the moment is a product called SpyQuest, based in Scotland. It's a combination of gaming, the quest, the spy, is very crucial here to act and behave like a spy in terms of a game, using augmented reality and using SpyQuest books. So it's a combination of, because frankly, education technology, I mean, you know, we love books too, by the way. Sure. It's not an either or, it's not a binary choice. No. We like reading, we love knowledge. We also happen to like other things too. But SpyQuest, I think, is particularly exciting, and I'm loving the fact that they're going into shopping malls and having some of the kind of biggest events, in terms of popularising technology and learning. So yes, SpyQuest.
I love it. And of course, it's not as if we haven't got any of this in the news at all, and there's plenty of it going on.
Absolutely.
A quantum choice, I think.
Very
good. Quantum choice as well. Tracy, what about you?
Well, for me, it's an app called For Me, and it's been developed by 4 young people who, by pure coincidence, were at my daughter's secondary school. They decided that there needed to be an app for young people, designed by young people, and they approached Childline. So it's actually a Childline app. The For Me app allows children and young people to access all sorts of advice and information. So it could be around exam pressures, friendships, relationships, online bullying, online safety, all sorts of things. And there's a message board on there called Ask Sam. So if you've got a worry or a concern, you can post that out, and other people can they can respond to your question or query. But for me, the most amazing part of it is the ability to text one-to-one to a Childline counsellor from within the app. So when I go into schools and do that direct work with children face to face, they can all tell me the Childline number. They'll do me a dance, they'll give it the old 0800 1111. They know it. They know that number doesn't show up on a bill. We've done that Childline message and we've done it well. Children will also say, I don't even pick up the phone to my grandma. If I got caught on the phone, who would I say that I was talking to? So this offers them the opportunity to text in their own time, at their own pace. They're going to get good quality advice and support, and a Childline counsellor will text them back. So for me, it's an invaluable resource for children and young people, and not enough people know about it, and I'm not entirely sure why. We need to push it. We need to push it further, because sometimes children will do things online that they're embarrassed about. Sometimes children will do things where they don't feel that they can go and talk to their trusted adult or their parent or whoever. I think someone said before about having that step away and just being able to report in a more comfortable way. And this offers that opportunity to children and young people, and it's quality. It's always got to be about quality.
Good. And
So
what was
for
that
me-
app again?
For me.
Excellent. Henry?
Under the banner of mindfulness and well-being, there are actually two apps which sync in together very, very well, which I love and I've discovered. One is called Calm, and Calm effectively helps you with meditation, with de-stressing, and also gives you exercises. So again, great in a classroom, for teachers that want to try and sort of teach that meditation and sort of de-stressing environment. Connected to it is Pillow. So with Pillow, Pillow is a very clever app, and what it will actually do is analyse sleep patterns, and it will only wake you at the point of your lightest sleep, which means that you don't wake up groggy and exhausted in the morning. So you simply say, I want to wake up sometime between 7 and 20 past 7, and it will actually analyse your biometrics to work out within that 20-minute window when is your lightest period of sleep and wake you up at that point.
I'll wake you up at 11:15.
Have they fixed all the bugs? Because I'm not sure I'm ready to invest in
But yeah,
that.
no, it's lovely. It's a lovely app.
Hello. Excellent. Al, what about you?
Well, I wouldn't mind a dose of Calm, actually. That's probably
Right
quite
now.
good.
There's a Calm on a pillow.
It's a different area. It's something that's quite close to my heart. So I would have to talk about Really School, which is a new approach for assessing children's learning for early years in Key Stage 1. And much as many will be familiar with, but within the very early primary setting, testing isn't the way that most assessment is done. It's done by observation of children's developmental stages. And EdTech plays a role. Typically we flip round that it's the teacher or TA that's carrying the technology, and it's the children that are playing freeform and doing what they need to do. So how do you capture their evidence, and more importantly, put that alongside the right assessment criteria? So Really School makes it really easy for a tablet-driven teacher or TA to be in the classroom, whether it's in the classroom or the outdoor play area. When they see groups of children, they can select them very quickly and easily, and they can capture observations, be it visual or audio notes that can be shared, and they can automatically assign it against all of the inbuilt assessment criteria. And then the second strand of that, as well as teachers being able to see in a heat map which children have had their observations, where they're secure in their knowledge, or where some children perhaps haven't been assessed as much and they need to go back and actually revisit that. We kind of tick another box that then says one of the strands, mentioned twice, is parental engagement. And parents, or some cohorts of parents, can be really difficult to engage and connect with. But actually one of the ways is that parents, although you can't contact them easily, often have that in their hand. They have their phone.
Sure.
And they're used to social media and they're used to other platforms. So delivering an app that a parent can use that is very Facebook-like in terms of its swipe and see, where teachers can share exemplars of what the children have been doing in class. This is how your child's doing. This is how your child did their reading. Here's pictures of their trip. It engages a parent to actually respond and share back feedback, and it starts to open the communication pathway. So for me, because it's nice and simple and easy to use, and it kind of changes the way we do observations, it would be Really School.
And what I like particularly about the app is that you don't have to be online to make the observation and record it. Absolutely stunning. Mark, what about you?
I'm going to go for two as well, if that's all right. The first one is an app called Metaverse. Okay, now it can be used in lots and lots of different ways. It's an augmented reality app. Okay, there is a community aspect to it, so you can sort of search for other things to do within the app. But essentially, you can create your own augmented reality experiences. Okay, now you can, and there's a whole lot of coding stuff that goes on behind this. Let me explain how it works. So you would load the app, okay, and you can either search for, or you can sort of through a QR code access the activity somebody else might have made for you, or you can search for things. I could have made one for learners in my classroom, which was testing them around something they've been learning about. You mentioned the Romans before, so let's say the Romans. Okay, so it comes up, and Marcus Aurelius' bust comes up in augmented reality. You're looking at it, and as you sort of interact with the bust, so you're being asked questions and you can work your way through and all that sort of thing. It's really engaging, it's great fun. Why I really like it though is sort of twofold really. One, you don't have to be the person yourself as an educator making these things. Okay, so your children could be making these quizzes, these tests and all the rest of it, which in itself is a great way of them showing what they know and all that sort of thing as well. But I was talking with an educator from Australia called Brett Salakas. He's Mr. Salakas on Twitter. He set up the Aussie Ed sort of big Twitter chat, which is huge in Australia. And he was talking about something, and it links through to your SpyQuest thing in many ways as well. And when I was a child, I used to love those sort sort of Dungeons and Dragons adventure books and things, right? And he was saying, well, you can do this sort of thing with this, and of course you can, because you can do branching. So as you're sort of putting your one character up there, it's like, you know, do you want to go west and do this, or do you want to go east and do that? And you can work your way through. Now, for some of our boys in particular who struggle with wanting to, or being able to write, you know, stories and putting things down with their literacy, this is a fantastic thing. So you know, you can do this within the app, and it's free as well. So the app is Metaverse. You can do the creating of the experiences at metaverse.io, and it's really, really good. The second thing I'd like to advocate is actually no apps. Because as educators get towards the summer holidays, you know, it is really important to turn yourself off a bit. I would suspect that a large number of the audience watching this and learning from us are those people who are really connected. They're on Twitter, they're learning from people, you know, having Twitter conversations, they're on Pinterest, they're watching YouTube videos, they're doing all these things. But actually, you know, you've got 6 weeks off. Okay, you might get 2 weeks within there to go away on holiday. You know, why not just remove Twitter from your phone? Why not just take some of those things away? Turn those notifications off completely. It will still be there when you get back. Because, you know, if you want to be rested and well, ready for the next academic year, no better way than just to give yourself a bit of a break from all of it. So that's my second app.
No apps.
None of the above. I like this.
None of the above.
It is like a Brexit vote, isn't it? None of the above. The best choice on the list. That's always a pleasure. No. Kelly.
My product is not necessarily, it's not a new one, but it's one that's definitely constantly evolving, is Minecraft for education. So it's something that the educators that use it well, but there's a massive, I'm sure you'd agree, Mark, there's a massive majority of teachers that haven't yet been brave enough to dabble with it.
Oh, it's like, and those teachers I hear from, like Paul Lanny Watkins, for example, you know, what they're doing there now, it's absolutely amazing. And then again, that agency for young learners better showcase that stuff. But it's just so few are doing it. We need to see so many more getting involved with Minecraft.
Yeah, definitely.
Could we use digital leaders to make that more possible in our schools?
Yeah, definitely. The children know how to play it. It's just the teachers being brave enough to remember that as teachers, we've got the skills that we need to teach whatever it may be. So, for example, I mean, I've used Minecraft to, when we've been learning about the Egyptians, we've been learning about pyramids. So they've done the research beforehand. Rather than recording that on a worksheet, they've gone and made the pyramids in Minecraft, and then they've walked through it and recorded themselves talking about why the hieroglyphics are there or why the tomb is there. So much more powerful than writing down on a worksheet, and engages a variety of learning styles as well. So, and using it to enhance literacy or numeracy. Again, you've got children who you ask them to write a descriptive passage on, I don't know, walking through the woods. They don't know where to start. Well, make it in Minecraft first, live it, talk to your friend about it, make it with your friend, collaborate together, and then they've got you know, once they're able to talk about it, they're normally a lot more capable when it comes to writing it. And obviously there's so much more that can do, is coding and science and citizenship. It's just vast, isn't it?
Well, our subscribers to this particular video recording on YouTube tell us that this is by far the most valuable bit in our contribution. It's kind of hearing these views here. So I'd like to thank everyone who's been subscribing to our channel. Thank you so much indeed. You've made this an incredibly popular piece, and we look forward to our next one in the series. Who would have thought when we did number 1 that we'd even get to number 3? But here we are. I'd like to thank the guests around the table, all of you. Thank you very much indeed for your contributions. A fascinating topical discussion that clearly the profession needs to have, and we need more of it. It's great to have had our young people as a part of today's discussion. On behalf of us all, thank you very much indeed for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you.